I've grown. Stop and listen close. I don't hear myself. I'm an unlit stove, and I don't heat up anymore. The only songs I write are straight from my own life. I used to fictionalize. I don't feel like that. I'm an unpaved road, and I won't take you anywhere. I'm a circle closed, and I won't make it in a square. Well, the days feel long and the pay feels low, but I don't blame you anymore. The words come quick, but the pace...
Welcome back to the Why Can't We Talk About That podcast. Today you're going to hear the second half of my conversation with Chris Lambert as we continue to discuss his songwriting journey. We just jump right into this one, so if you haven't yet listened to part one, you should probably do that first. Otherwise, you might be a tad bit confused. Also, I have a clip from Chris's new album that I will play at the end of this episode. So exciting. And also, this may be the last bonus episode for Season 2. There have been rumors about another roundtable discussion episode, but we will see. But regardless of whether or not that happens, Season 3 will start releasing in September. I already have some awesome guests lined up. Okay, well, here we go. Oh, and please let me know what you think by sending me an email at whycan'twettalkaboutthat@proton.me. Enjoy the conversation. So I think the last one we got through was Ding Dong Sing-Alongs. And I believe we're on Toonie Goldman.
Okay.
Because that comes before Dipso.
Yeah.
And we didn't talk about that. And I want to definitely talk about that because two of the songs on there are my two. There's only 3 songs on there, or maybe I'm missing some?
Yeah, 3.
Okay. So Deal New Jersey and I Shot a Man are just, I love those ones. I don't know how you feel about those, but like, do those hold a special place for you? Like, I wrote those and they suck, and I don't like that. But
so yeah, chronologically, these are kind of backwards. So what happened was, I think where we left off, I'm working at Kinko's.
Yes.
I did the Ding Dong Sing-Alongs EP while I was at Kinko's.
Okay.
And then decided not to put out the open mouth songs. And then in October of 2008 is when I start working on the idea for the Great Dipso Drought.
Okay.
But I'm all about, it has to be recorded in a real studio. I can't keep doing this stuff in my garage. I need to really take this seriously. So I was working at a studio in Lompoc on the Great Dipso Drought from like October until it was done the following year.
Okay.
But I quit Kinko's in January of 2009 to like put my full effort into the Great Dipso Drought.
Okay.
So I quit my job and then immediately started having problems with the guy at the studio in Lompoc.
Oh, no.
And so that album kind of got set aside, and I was like, oh no, I just quit my job.
Right.
And now the songs aren't done, and this guy's not calling me back. That was for Dipso.
Okay.
So the Toonie Goldman EP was something I did while I was waiting to finish the Dipso Drought album. So I went to stay in a cabin in Big Sur. I think it was called the Ripplewood Resort or something.
Nice.
Stayed there for a week.
Okay.
And it's like, I'm going to just hammer this out. And instead I end up writing this other EP while I'm there. So Deal New Jersey came out of that.
Deal New Jersey, I know you can hear me, and I know you were right. The furnace start with the final calls, but the warmth still keeps me high. Dio, it's been difficult
Did you go by yourself?
Yes.
That's pretty typical for you, right?
Yeah, I like to isolate, but my friend Trevor did meet me there, I think, the second or third day.
Okay.
And we had dinner together. He stayed one night and then left. And
does he live near there or something?
No, I think he was up in the Bay Area at the time, so it was halfway for both of us.
Okay.
And we hadn't seen each other in a while, and we
Okay.
were both working jobs at that point. Didn't have a lot of time. So.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I wrote that in that cabin.
Okay, that's awesome. So Toonie Goldman, what does that even mean? I don't even know what that means.
So Toonie Goldman was a pen pal of mine.
It's a person?
Yeah, her name is her name was Fortune, and Toonie was a nickname. Yeah,
that's kind of cool.
Fortune Goldman. Yeah,
I like that.
And
Fortune Goldman.
Yeah,
that's her actual name.
Yep. And
okay.
She had a sister named Cookie, so Fortune and Cookie.
Wow. Okay.
Never met her. She was a pen pal, and she lived in New Jersey.
Okay.
So we used to write letters back and forth to each other, and we used to send mix CDs.
Okay.
So we'd introduced each other to new music.
Okay.
Have you checked out Death Cab for Cutie
Nice.
yet? No, not really. And you know about this? She introduced me to Brand New, the band.
Never heard of it.
Kind of like an emo band from that era. And we used to write back and forth all the time. So and then we just lost touch. So we stopped.
How do you even get connected with a pen pal who you don't even know? How does that happen?
I think we met on MySpace.
Oh,
so that 2003 is when MySpace starts, and it's the first big social media where everybody is going. And we talked on AIM a lot. So remember AIM?
Oh yeah.
And so you'd get on AIM and you just hear this little door creak sound, and it means one of your friends just popped in. It's like, hey, what's up? So we'd talk almost every day.
So did she find your MySpace because of your music?
I don't know.
Did you guys originally? Because she's like, hey, I heard your songs, I like them, and that's how you guys first connected.
I'm really not sure, but she was really into my music. We talked about my music a lot. I would send her CDs of my new stuff, and she'd play them for her friends and be like, oh, everybody in my school loves your that Been Significant EP or album that we talked about that I can't find anywhere. She was hugely into that and got a bunch of her friends into it, but I don't remember how she found me initially, but I know she played bass, which I thought was really cool. I'd never met a girl that played bass before.
Yeah.
And but yeah, she was I think she got sent away to boarding school a few different times. Her parents were super Orthodox Jewish.
Okay.
And I guess she lived in a community of Orthodox Jewish people who were from the time you're born until you get married, there's a certain way you do things. And she was kind of rebelling against that and didn't really want to be part of that. And eventually, really cool. I think her parents found out she was talking to people on the internet and were like, no.
Oh, so, is that kind of what stopped her communication
with you? I think so, yeah. So we didn't talk after that. So that was a huge bummer.
Wow.
And then a few years passed, and for whatever reason, I was like, I don't know if I'm ever going to talk to her again. We're both adults now. We could talk.
Is she about your age?
If we wanted to. Yeah, she was the same age as me, I think.
Okay.
So, that was... So I ended up naming the EP after her.
Did she ever get to hear these songs?
Not that I know of. I've never spoken to her again.
Dude, that is that's like a movie.
Yeah.
Right? You could write like a rom-com or something about that. When we were kids, we used to talk, and then I wrote this song, and all these years go by, and she doesn't even know that it's out there, and then she hears it one day, and it's like, wait a minute.
Yeah. So Allie just found out recently. I thought she knew, but she just found out that Deal, New Jersey is a town. She was like, wait, I thought you were just saying deal, deal with it.
Okay.
And I said, no, the town she was from was Deal, New Jersey.
Oh, it's a city called Deal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
In New Jersey.
Yep.
Have you ever been there?
Nope.
Okay.
I've never been to the East Coast at all.
Okay. I haven't either. So. Well, I don't know. No, I've never. No, that's not true. Wait a minute. Now you got me thinking. So we went to Florida.
Okay. That's East Coast.
Is that technically East Coast? Because we did dip our feet in the Atlantic.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking Florida's kind of southern. I mean, I think East Coast, I think New York and all over there. Yeah, but...
I've never been past the midline. I've been to Louisiana, and that's where it stops.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'd been to Ohio, and then when we took our trek across to Tennessee, we went through all kind of states.
Yeah.
But then we took a flying trip to Orlando for a thing Bethany was doing. It was just the two of us. Mm-hmm. And we did one of the days that she didn't have her conference, we drove quite a ways to get to the Atlantic. We went through I don't remember the name of the city we were in, but we passed by where Cape Canaveral is and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So then everybody's like, did you go to Cape Canaveral?
Right.
No, we didn't have time. What? There's some really cool stuff there. I said, hey, man, we just wanted to get to the beach and put our feet in the Atlantic. Yeah, that was our whole goal. So deal. Okay. And then, so is that song about her then?
Not specifically. I just thought it was a cool sounding town.
Okay.
And there's some nuggets of we used to talk and now we don't talk anymore. That was sort of the whole premise of it. But
if I'm wrong, then I'll take this song back, but I'm pretty sure I'm the guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like, I think I turned it into a cutesier thing than it was, but like from my perspective, it was just, that sounds like a cool town name.
Yeah.
But one of the reasons I never ended up putting it on an album or, I would play it live sometimes. It was mostly a live song, and people would be like, you got to put that on your next album. Okay. And I thought, well, one, it doesn't fit on the Great Dipso Drought. Obviously, it's like stylistically and thematically.
Oh, sure.
But two, is that my mom pointed out to me at a certain point, she's like, that's the same melody from that song Surrender by Cheap Trick. It's da 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 da.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like a little different at the end, but it's like that's probably where I came up with that.
Yeah.
It's just that's part of being a writer of any kind, but particularly a songwriter, is that a lot of times you write stuff and then you hear something and you're like, did I consciously know I was taking that from there? Or you'll come up with a melody and you're like, God, that's such a good melody, but did I nab it from somewhere?
Because I think everybody does. Like whether it's knowingly, I think it's wrong if you purposely copy somebody's song. But and
it's lazy to just take a song and just be like, this is mine now.
Right.
But it is a very difficult thing to, because you can't Google a melody.
Right.
You can't be like, hey, does somebody have a song that goes da 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 da? But even Paul McCartney, when Paul McCartney wrote Yesterday, he woke up with the full chords and melody in his head, and he kept playing it for everybody like, what song is this? And they're like, I don't know. And he's like, I know this is already a song. I just know it's like, I've heard it before. Da 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 da, and they didn't recognize it.
How funny.
So he's like, well, then it's mine now. But
did he ever figure it out?
I think somebody did. Like some historian at some point was like, oh, he was totally taking it from this.
Okay.
But when you wake up from a dream and you have it in your head, you think, wow, my subconscious somehow came up with this.
Right.
But you never know if in the recesses of your memory you're pulling a melody from.
Right.
You're sitting at a piano and you start to hum, and your brain is filling it in with, oh, I know this melody. It goes like this because I've heard it in this song before, but you don't know that's happening.
Right.
So I definitely, if I would have known that song was so similar melodically, I would have scrapped it early on. Kind of glad I didn't, because it goes in a different direction. The chorus is completely different than that.
Yeah.
And the one thing I really liked about that song is that I think it's the first song I played melodica in.
Okay.
You know what a melodica is? So it's like a keyboard that you blow into. You play it like it has a tube in the end, and you blow it while you play the keys. So it's somewhere between like a harmonica and an accordion.
Okay. Interesting.
And it's that do 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 do.
Yeah.
That little melody.
That's a cool little addition in there. Yeah.
And that's just melodica, and I thought that's a really cool. I do have. I'm going through all these archival boxes right now, so I'm digging a lot of old stuff up. I just found a demo of this song from probably the day I came home from Big Sur, sat down in my garage and just pressed record so I could play it through.
Yeah.
And in the background, Corey is playing with my dog Brandy.
Yeah.
Did you ever meet Brandy? My German Shepherd?
but your mom had the picture of her after she got stung by the bee.
Oh my god.
And her whole face was all ballooned up.
Yeah. Oh, I haven't seen that picture in years.
Yeah, she used to have it up at work in the back over there. So
So you can hear in the background Brandy's just barking incessantly. And he still does it with Toby, where he loves to get a dog riled up and just keep barking, and it's so annoying. But especially when you're in a garage trying to record music.
Yeah.
So in the background, through the whole song, you just hear Brandy barking.
Oh, man.
And so I still have
awesome.
that demo.
That's so funny. So you said it was one of the first songs that you used the melodica in, but did you continue to use that in other songs?
It ended up on the Great Dipso Drought.
Okay.
I think I got it around that time. But the Great Dipso Drought didn't come out till August of that year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was that the only album after that?
You
never went back to it?
Probably played it on other stuff.
Okay.
But not too much. I don't pull it out too often.
You should bring it back, man. You should do a whole album of nothing but melodica.
It has a very specific vibe to it that's like, you just can't get too many tones out of it.
Right,
It's like it's got a very specific, reedy, kind of breathy sound.
Yeah.
And the one I had, I think I probably bought it cheap, so the keys were just a little off, where you could hear it was slightly out of tune at points, which gives it character. And I really liked it for that song in particular, but I use it in the song Waiter on Great Dipso.
Oh, yeah.
You can hear it there too.
Well, which I don't know if we mentioned this already, but the I think I did mention it, because that Waiter was on that first disc that I got, and it was a different version.
Yeah.
And it was different, and I wish I still had it because I could compare it. But I remember back when I had both of them after the Dipso album came out, and I heard that one, and I would go, wait a minute, am I remembering this song wrong?
Right.
Because there was like a different sound in it. like almost like a different instrument.
Yeah.
And I can't remember now because it was so long ago. I mean, shoot, that was what? Was that 15 years ago or something? That was a long time ago.
My mom and I were trying to figure out if that was a CD that we had curated for you. Like, did we pick songs that we thought you would like, or was that just the most recent one she had in her car?
I think
it could have just been she had it in her car to listen to.
Yeah.
And gave it to you.
I wasn't with you guys when you did that, obviously. But what she told me was, Chris and I were trying to think of some songs that you would like, or some good ones to show you, and a good variety to kind of show like all of your styles, you know, because even back then, listening to that, it was very different. Like it was, you
and it had like Secret Agent Polar Bears on the same album. Probably
it had Windshield.
Yeah,
it had Windshield, and I think Squeeze was on there too. So there was a bunch of mix of stuff, and like I told you last time, it was the chapter 1 was the beginning of the album.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Which is an instrumental.
Yeah,
and I was kind of like, okay, and then just kind of, and then it gets into that, it starts rocking out towards the end of it. You know, it's like, okay, that's kind of cool. But yeah, I just remember being like, man, this guy's like diverse, you know, with the sound, you know. So the other one that I really like is I Shot a Man.
Yeah.
That one, and what's the other one? There's another song, and I can't think of the title, but it's similar to that to me, where it's that kind of fast like lots of lyrics, like kind of fast. You're not rapping, but it's kind of like, you know, do, 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 and it's like all this like poetically like I don't know, like stuff that doesn't seem like it would fit together. I wish I had some lyrics off the top of my head, but like. I shot a man. What's it say? I shot a man in his dominant hand and something. Yeah, and it's just like it's the whole story. It's hilarious. It's awesome and it's hilarious.
Yeah.
I shot a man in his dominant hand when he was walking home from church wearing a wedding band. I made him tell me where he kept his cash. A minute later he was gone as both his wrists were slashed. He was a rider of the greatest kind. He'll be remembered for his brilliant mind someday, someday. I drug his body to the riverside. He made a splash, I made a dash when I was sure he died. Walked back to town, I heard a proper noun. I turned around and there he was when I was sure he'd drowned. He said it's been a lot to think about, but I knew I'd be the one to take you out one day, one day.
So what was going on there?
I don't know. I like remember very well that I picked up the bass guitar and came up with that riff and just immediately started recording. I think I started and finished it in one session. It was like, I just want to write a new song.
Yeah.
It's got that like drum. It's like a drum machine that I think I used, and it reminds me a lot of Jagged Little Pill. So like, you know, Jagged Little Pill has like this same 90s drum machine sound over the whole thing. And it's kind of crunchy, and when you use that sound, it's like, it sounds just like mid-90s alternative rock.
Yeah.
So I thought, that's a cool little loop. Let me just play a little bass riff over it. And it changes keys several times. Yeah. But I try to tell a story, and honestly, I haven't heard that song in years.
Oh, really?
I think the story is that he tracks his dad down and kills him.
Something. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to follow because like I said, there's so many different things going on there.
I think there's a line towards the end where it's like, you'll be remembered as my favorite son.
Yes.
And then I used like cartoon sound effects. So there's like the sound of slipping on a banana peel, or like there's like a splash. I'm like, I heard a splash and you hear phew,
right.
I made a dash and it's like pew.
Yeah. And it sounds like your vocals in that are like through a vocoder or something, like not a vocoder, like you almost sound like you're underwater. Yeah. In a sense.
Yeah, I think like, there might be like a tremolo effect. Kind of wobbly up and down.
Yeah.
Okay. I have no idea. That was the kind of thing that like I'd record in my garage, and then it'd be like, maybe this is for something or maybe it's not.
Yeah.
But in the days where you had a MySpace page, you could just instantly put it out and be like, here you guys go, like here's a new song.
Wouldn't have to wait for a whole album, you just throw it out there.
The whole point of this EP was to just have it be a new release on MySpace. So it was like, it had artwork. Dale took a picture of me in our backyard pointing at a Goodyear blimp, and it just turned out really cool because all you see is the back of my hair, and the blue sky was like this nice medium blue.
So that's the cover
pointing
then.
up. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And so I used that as the artwork for the EP, and I just called it the Toonie Goldman.
So that's
EP.
actually you on the cover.
Yeah.
Okay. Because it's just your back, so it's hard. It could be anybody, really.
So it was just an online release, basically. Like, hey, here's a new EP that I finished.
Right. And then you threw on Unemployment Blues, which is like almost seems like it should be on Ding Dong.
Yeah,
because it's funny. It's
a song I wrote when I quit Kinko's, and then I was just like laying around. It's like, well, I quit so I could do music full time, and now like I don't have a studio to work in, so I'm just getting fat and growing a beard. And
I love the at least I feel productive when I solve the puzzle on Blue's Clues.
Yeah, right.
I love that one.
And like.
I quit my job.
He's got the unemployment blues since he quit his job.
I sit around and watch the news like a bump on a log. And I know I've got a problem, cause I sleep more than my dog. I'm still without a job and I've still got the blues.
He's still without a job and he's still got the blues.
I'm ashamed of all this weight I've gained and the spirit I grew. But at least I feel productive when I solve the puzzle on Blue's Clues.
It's such a basic, like, I think they call it like the 16 bar blues or something.
Yeah.
And just a joke.
Just funny, yeah.
But I thought overall that EP is like on the lighthearted side.
Yeah.
And
too short, man. Only 3 songs.
Yeah, just something to put out for people to have on MySpace.
Right. Well, I mean, I'll say personally, after listening to your entire, I mean, I've listened to everything pretty much, but that's one of my favorite kind of styles.
Okay.
And if that makes any sense. I don't even know what I'm trying to say here, but like those kind of songs are some of my favorites.
Right.
Like I think I don't know if we talked about Loneliest Man in Manhattan or if that's coming up. But
that's coming up.
That's another one of my favorites too.
Okay.
Just, I mean, I know it's not the same style, but for some reason I put that song in with I Shot a Man. I don't know why. My brain's weird, I guess. So before we get to Dipso, I have Calliope in here.
Yeah.
I don't know if that came out before or after Dipso, or if I'm mixing up the timeline.
Well, it never came out. So
it never came out at all.
It was something
right.
I worked on. I think it was probably before Dipso.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
same
Calliope
era.
and the Alpine Meadow
Yep.
was all instrumentals. Mm-hmm. And there's a story behind this, right? Supposed to be for a children's book, you told me at one point?
I think so. My memory is that I started it maybe spring of 2009. So I quit my job the very end of January. My last day was February 1st.
Okay.
And then, like I said, had nothing to do, just like sitting around. And so I came up with the idea for what if I did a picture book, and on each page you just see, a picture of what's happening, and then there's an instrumental score to sort of go along with it, and then you have that sound to let you know to turn the page.
chime,
and, it was just like I was trying to come up with ideas for like what can I do to like have a physical release, like like something that people can get their hands on and like absorb my music in that way. And so honestly, it was probably only a week that I really worked on it, but I did. So I thought you would like this. I found the full track listing that I wrote. So this was, and you can kind of, just by the titles, you can kind of tell what's going on in the story a little bit. So basically the premise was this girl named Calliope gets her face blown off in the wind. And so she's chasing after her face, and she keeps meeting all these like animals, like these weird, like an Alice in Wonderland kind of thing.
But on the
and
surface, that does not sound like a kid's story.
No.
Like, it almost sounds frightening.
Yeah.
Like, oh, little Jimmy, let's read a story about this girl whose face blows off.
Yeah.
What?
Well, like in the drawing style, I pictured it being very cutesy, like just a gust of wind, and like her facial features are in the, in the breeze.
Okay.
So she's chasing after it and keeps running into all these creatures and being like, "Have you seen my face?" And they're either helpful or unhelpful. So here's the titles. Like, this is the full album. What it was going to be.
All right.
It was In the Alpine Meadow.
Yep.
Wild Whipping Winter Wind, which is where she loses her face. Calliope loses her face was the next one.
Yeah.
The Chase, and then the Close-Mouthed Cornflower Cow, or Moose the Word.
Okay.
A Blind Pursuit. The Silly Riddling Snail Tells Tasteless Wasteful Tales. Crunch, that's where she steps on the snail.
Oh, no!
And then An Interlude for Sorrowing Sobs, which is where she like sits down to cry about it. Willpower, Apathetic Andrew Alpaca, Quicksand, with an exclamation point, Mr. Magic Mountain Goat, or Our Horny Cloven Hero,
Oh, my gosh.
The Lope and Trot, Her Countenance in the Clutches of a Condor, A Band of Brothers, A Teetering Tower, Jump, The Drop, Calliope, the Solitary Survivor, and then Again at Last in the Alpine Meadow.
Okay.
So it's basically her pursuit of her face.
Yeah.
And then running into all these kind of unhelpful, annoying animals along the way. It was just supposed to be colorful and fun, and like I said, sort of an Alice in Wonderland vibe, or Wizard of Oz, maybe.
So half of those, I mean, these are the 7 I have. And you did read all of these, but there was probably 10 more that I don't have.
I think the ones you have are probably the only ones I completed.
That's what I was going to say.
So
Did those songs ever get recorded, or just these 7?
Just those 7 got recorded, I think, and I had 20 total. So I thought, let me just, start piecing it together. And I think my girlfriend was like offering, I'll color the pages, and we never got that far. It was like,
did you actually draw out the art?
Oh, well, I probably
somebody?
sketched it in a notebook. Probably sketched my basic idea, but I was going to try to get my girlfriend at the time, like, maybe you can draw this scene, and I don't think it ever got that far. It stopped there, and it was like, it's a cool idea, but so years later, I had all these little instrumentals laying around, and my friend Weston discovered them, and he was like, I really want to make a podcast called Calliope. Can I use your instrumentals as like the score? And
I had heard he'd done that, but I have never listened to it. Is it still available?
No. So he scrapped that idea. His idea was to put out one new episode every week from the time he turned 25 till the time he turned 26. And I think he gave up after like 10. It was like a lot of work. He was writing a brand new screenplay every week. To read and record, but the whole score was just songs from Calliope. And he called it Calliope.
And was he like adding to the story then?
No, it was a completely original story, but I think he did have a character named Calliope. But I told him, these are just laying around. I'm never going to use them. I don't have any use for them. So it was...
That's awesome. That's so cool. That's like, man... Because are you an artist yourself, like with drawing, or no?
I've tried several times over the years, and
I'm horrible.
I draw exactly the same way I did when I was like 6. I start with a head, I attach a neck, and then shoulders, and it just gets out of control from there.
It's bad.
Like, I can't do it.
I'm horrible. I mean, I've always been horrible. My mom always tells a story of when we were playing Pictionary. Because we'd have like for Thanksgiving or Christmas or wherever, we get the whole family and we'd do games and stuff, and sometimes we get like the big whiteboard and play Pictionary, and I just took the thing and I just put a dot, just there, and I told her, I must have been like 8 or 9. I remember how old I was, but she's like, and I'm like, Mom, this is so easy, so easy, and I just put the dot, and she's like, period, speck, dot. No, Mom, this is so easy. And she couldn't get it. And the whole time went through the thing, and I'm all upset. I'm like, how did you, what? She goes, what is it? I said, salt.
A single grain of salt?
Yeah, I mean, I could have drawn a salt shaker.
Yeah.
I mean, right? That would have been better, but, could have put some pepper next to it or something and pointed at the salt shaker. But yeah, but I've always been horrible. All my kids have been much better than me from early on.
Yeah.
I'm terrible. I'm a terrible artist. So, all right. So this takes us to the Great Dipso Drought.
I boarded a train and the engine pointed south. I could taste the rain at the entrance of my mouth. I could feel the cold extending through my bones. 500 miles from my home. I couldn't wait to go to Grandfather Mountain. Grandfather Mountain, where the rivers flow.
Which was really like your first actual like studio well recorded album, right? Like the first.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then you did the release show at the Lions in Orchid.
Yep.
And I was there for that, and Bethany was there for that.
Okay.
I think that was that was the first time we both had actually met you in person.
Okay.
Because in fact, I don't even know if I'd ever even talked to you at that point until that night. I think I just heard some of your music because what your mom had given me. But so I had already heard the album because you had given it to me, this is what it was. I just remembered. You had asked your mom, do you think he would write a review? Do you remember this?
No.
I still have it. I still have the review I wrote because it's hilarious. Because I told her, I said, I don't do that. I don't write album reviews. I don't work for Rolling Stone. I mean, what do you mean write a review? And she's like, no, he'll give you the album early so you can listen through it if you'll write a review.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. Because I wanted the album. I was like, I want to get it before other people. That's cool,
Yeah.
So I already had a copy of the album and I had gotten to listen to it. So by the time we had heard, my review was ridiculous. It was just like, you're just kind of like, I like this song because this, and this song is cool because it has this sound effect, or this is neat, and all these kind of things are just like, my gosh.
It was probably, like, I don't recall that at all, but it was probably like a way to lead up to the release. I probably was posting MySpace bulletins where it's like, here's some things that people have said about this album so far.
Okay.
Because I was really, once I quit the job and then I was going into studios, I was like, this album has to be a make it or break it moment for me.
Right.
It has to be, I have to take this seriously. I have to start booking more shows.
Yeah.
And so I was probably trying to do it the right way. Like, I got to promote this album. So by the time it comes out, people have to be salivating for it. And that's really hard to do with a local release,
Oh, yeah.
If you're not on a label and you don't have
Right.
that kind of push, you're just begging people, like, please come to this.
Yeah. And if I remember correctly, you played the CD first.
Yeah.
From beginning to end, as we all sat and just listened to the album.
Right.
And then you played the whole album live.
Yeah.
And I remember you had, I forgot her name now.
Ann Pointer.
Yes,
Yeah.
the girl that was in the album. But
Yeah.
I remember that you had her sing on some other songs that she didn't sing on the album.
Oh, really?
She had some extra, and this is another memory I have. I remember you guys off in a corner, and you were explaining to her where she was going to do what, and you were singing it to her, and you're like, right here it's just kind of like this, or you're gonna sing with me right here, and we're gonna kind of do an overlap or whatever, a chorus or whatever. I'm not musical, but and I remember that too, and I thought that was really cool because having already heard the album, I was like, okay, and there's this one-armed red-haired girl, or what's it?
Yeah, one-eyed red-haired
one-eyed
girl.
Okay, yeah. So it's just anyway. So the first of all, this still blows me away today. So, and I remember when this was coming out, and I was being told about the concept as for around your 21st birthday.
Yeah,
right.
21 in March.
Yeah, and then the whole album is about the basically it's a story of alcohol, basically of a kid whose mom is an alcoholic, and he grows up and he's an alcoholic, and he meets his dad who's an alcoholic, and like all these things happen. And it's kind of like him eventually getting past all of that. But it's just like this whole story about the ill effects of alcohol. When I remember thinking to myself, most 21-year-old kids are like, oh, great, now I can start getting hammered legally. This is awesome, But you're writing an album totally against that. And I know you're not a drinker. I don't think you ever have been.
No.
So why don't you just kind of start there? Tell me like what you were going for in the creation of the whole album.
Gosh, I don't know how much I remember. Like, my memory is that, and I think I told you this previously, I came up with the whole storyline late at night. I was driving home from Nipomo, and I stopped at a gas station, and as I was pumping, I just, like, the whole story pops into my head about this kid whose parents are alcoholics, and they both abandon him very young, and he lives alone in this house in the middle of the woods, and he drinks, and then he hears the voice of God telling him to go to this mountain, and he's got to travel to this mountain, and it was like, what is that about? It's like 1 a.m,
Yeah.
So I drove home, I got home, and I remember the next day, I think it was like probably my mom's lunch break, she came home, and I was like, I gotta tell you this story, and I told her this whole thing, and I remember her being like, what? It makes perfect sense, Mom. Like, it makes sense to me. But I told her, and I know a lot of people experience this. Some people call it like angel numbers or something.
Okay.
This idea that, every time you look at the clock, it's like every time I look at the clock, it's always 8:28. Like, no matter what's going on, I turn to look at the clock, and it's like always 8:28 when I look at the clock. That was happening a lot around this time, and it's like that number 828 sounds kind of cool, just like 828. And I started having dreams about the number 828 and all this stuff, and then I had this dream about the mountains with 2 rivers at the peak of the mountain that are flowing in opposite directions. And so around this time, I was like, okay, well, the story takes place here, and I know all this stuff. Let me just Google 828 and see what that means, if there's a meaning behind it. And the first thing that pops up is 828 area code is like Asheville, North Carolina or something. It's like this part of North Carolina. And I was like, I wonder if there's a mountain in that area that has 2 rivers flowing in opposite directions. And I found this Grandfather Mountain.
So that's a real place.
Yeah, it's got 2 rivers at the peak. Gosh, it's been so long now. I want to say one is called the Watauga River, and the other one is like the Linville River or something. But I was like, that's it. Like, I had this in a dream, like whether it's God speaking to me or it's some kind of subconscious thing. I thought of this all like at once, this whole story.
And then it happened after.
Yeah.
So like you had these dreams or these whatever, and then you looked this stuff up and it was real.
I looked up, like, does the number 828 have any significance? And when
Right.
it said that area, then I connected in my head to, like, well, maybe that's the area where there's a mountain there. And not that I think, all that stuff was, like, given to me. It just felt like, well, I found a way to tie it all together. It made perfect sense to me.
Right.
So I just thought, well, that's where the main character lives. He lives in this part of North Carolina, and tried to find some kind of rural area. I think the town is called Linville.
Okay.
There's Linville, North Carolina. It's like 50 miles south of, north.
Okay.
Because half 100 miles, the engine pointed south.
Yeah.
Like, there's a whole line about that.
Yeah.
So it was, and I started looking up pictures of Grandfather Mountain. Like, it's a tourist attraction. There's a swinging bridge that goes across these 2 parts of it and stuff, and lots of pictures. Part of Forrest Gump, where he's running cross country.
Yeah.
I guess one of the shots is him running over
Really?
Grandfather Mountain. Yeah. And I know
no
nothing
way.
about this mountain. I've never, like I said, I've never been to the East Coast.
Okay.
It just, like, happened to line up with a lot of things that were popping into my head at that time.
See to me, I would have been over there by now if I was you. Like that's so like crazy. Like I would have been like, maybe that's where I'm supposed to go.
Right.
Like for yourself, not just write an album about a guy who goes there, but like go there.
Yeah.
Like, it's
maybe.
crazy.
Maybe.
Wow, man. Did you listen to Allie's episode with me from season 1?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you heard me talking about my own thing with 828.
That's your anniversary, right?
It's my anniversary.
Yeah.
Is one. Yeah, that's 828 is our anniversary. But then it's like it pops up everywhere in my life too, like everywhere.
Right.
It's weird. Like, and I forgot all the things now because I think there was a bunch of things happening at that point. But I told her all that in the episode, and we were kind of talking about it. But I didn't know this full story about how you came out. I know it says that on the album cover, or inside somewhere. And I think she started to tell me a little bit about what you were saying about the mountain and all that, but it wasn't like as detailed. So now I'm getting like the full.
So Allie and I started hanging out for the first time, I think, in 2008, when she was booking shows and I was playing, and she would come to a lot of my shows. And
Yeah.
so she was one of the first people that I remember telling this idea to. It's like, oh, I came up with this idea for an album, and it's really kind of out there. It's really weird.
Yeah.
But I would like tell her all these ideas I had for it. So she was early on like following along with what I was doing, and I was telling her when I was recording in Lompoc and then stopped being able to go there, like the engineer there just stopped returning my calls, and it was just very scatterbrained and
Right.
like hard to work with anyway. So I posted a Craigslist ad and said like, singer-songwriter desperately seeking recording studio, and I had this whole thing like, I'm almost done with an album and I just need to finish the last half of it, and I want to take this seriously, and I don't want to record with somebody who's like a flake. And I ended up kind of interviewing people for the process, and I met this guy from Los Osos. He met me at a Starbucks, and I told him like the whole story, like, so here's what's going on in the album and all this, and I've got this much of it done, but I've got these last like 4 songs that are just, they need to be recorded from scratch, and I have the idea and all that. So I ended up finishing it with him, but Allie was like the first person I told, like, you're not going to believe this whole saga, you know, like I'm working at this studio, and then I found this guy at this studio, and so she was following along the whole time. She was like my closest friend.
How funny.
That I was sharing these details with.
Right.
So she probably remembers a lot from that time period that I don't even remember sharing about
Right.
when I first had the dream, and
Yeah.
all these different aspects that I found connected through that and stuff. She probably remembers better than I do.
Okay. Wow. Let's see. I wrote down a lot of notes for this one, just because this is one of my favorite ones that you've done. I mean, how do you feel about this album today?
Well,
Is it one of those like cringy ones? You're
when
like,
I
oh.
think back on an album, I really only think back on like what I remember about it,
Okay.
because I never just put it in.
Just listen
like I'll
to it.
never just turn it on and go, let me see what. Because
Yeah.
when I have, which is few and far between, I'm always impressed by how much better it is than it is in my memory, because I think in my memory I only remember the worst, you know, the warts
Yeah.
and everything. Like this is what I didn't like about that album.
Right.
But my memory of when I put this out is like, oh, this sounds like real music. You know, it doesn't sound like some kid recorded this in his
Right.
garage. It sounds like real music for
Because
the
it's more
first
produced
time.
sounding.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so I would probably listen back and go, nah, I wish I would have known this more. I wish I would have had a better this.
Yeah.
But I did think it was a strong effort for a 21-year-old.
Oh, yeah.
And especially years later when I recorded, or when I worked in a recording studio myself, and I'd have songwriters come in, oh, I've got this idea for this. If some 21-year-old had walked in and been like, I got this rock opera about this alcoholic, and here's all the songs, it would have blown my mind, I think.
Yeah.
Like, I don't expect that from somebody so young.
Right.
So in hindsight, looking back, it's like, wow, I wonder
Yeah.
how other people felt
Yeah.
about that. That
Yeah.
it's like, this kid's pretty young to have accomplished this kind of thing.
Right.
Not that I think it necessarily holds up. I don't know.
And I think it's other than the soundproof box. I think this
Yeah.
one is the most like soundproof box in the sense that there's a lot of sound effects. Like you hear the door creaking,
Yeah.
and you hear like there's a lot of stuff like that in this one that I don't hear a whole lot of in your other ones after this.
Yeah.
So that's kind of cool. But there's still a lot of I to be honest with you, I still don't completely follow the story.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of it I still don't understand. I understand the kid's name is Julian. His mom's an alcoholic. His mom dies, leaves him the house. I know at one point he burns the house down, right? Because he talks about that. But there's also a lot of God stuff
Right.
in this album. And I remember when it had come out, I would give it to people, friends of mine and people I knew, and this is the way I would present it. I would say, look, this album, this guy's not a Christian, I would say.
Yeah.
But this album is very Christian. This is like the themes in here are some, like when you get to the end of it and, you know, I passed out on the starting line or the finish line or whatever. It's just like, I mean, there's certain songs on here towards the end that hit me spiritually because of the redemption aspect. Even though I know you're not necessarily going for like a biblical Christianity kind of thing, just the whole idea that this guy has been trying a lot of his life to get out of this.
Yeah.
And he realizes, I just can't do it until God gets him over the finish line.
Right.
You know, and it's just like, that really is Christianity in a nutshell. That's exactly what it is. And a lot of people think, oh, Christianity, you're supposed to be, you got to be really good to be a Christian. No, you don't understand. Like, you fail constantly. Like, you're always failing. And the only way you ever succeed is if God does it, right? And so just awesome.
Yeah.
But like this, just in the song Julian, I've written down some lyrics.
I was 12 when she drank herself into the grave. Burned her body up, only her ashes remain. Holy God, you are just as alone as everyone. On your own, you fell out of your home just like everyone.
This is one of the lyrics, and I think I asked you about this a long time ago, but I don't remember what your answer was. You say, "Holy God, you are just as alone as everyone. On your own, you fell out of your home just like everyone."
Mm-hmm.
What does that even? Do you remember what that means? Like, what does that even like?
No.
Like, why is God alone? I guess like first is the first question.
I don't know. Specifically, I can't recall like what certain things mean, and I have this problem going back to even the opening line of the album is I was born on a salt shaker out in the West.
Yeah.
When I wrote that, I knew exactly what it meant.
Oh,
now
really?
I have no idea what I meant by that.
I just thought that was poetry.
It could be. It could be. Like I thought it might have had something to do with like margarita, like the salt on the
okay.
rim of a glass. It might have been something. I really don't remember what I meant when I wrote that, but it all made sense to me.
Right.
And the idea of God on this album was, from my perspective, when in the 21st century, when somebody tells you I spoke to God, God
Right.
spoke to me.
Right.
My first thought is like, you're either crazy
Right.
or you're really crazy.
Right.
Like there's just no.
What drugs are you on?
Right.
Is usually what I'm
and
thinking.
So
Yeah.
the whole angle of God in this album, up to the very last minute, is that you as the listener don't really know if this is a crazy guy who thinks he's talking to God, or if this is like a prophet. Like this is somebody who
Right.
God actually is using for some purpose. And I didn't want you to know. That was the whole point. It's like,
okay.
I don't have an answer to that. Like,
Okay.
he thinks he's hearing from God, but is he? You don't really know.
Right.
There was a whole... because I worked on it for so long. I started it in October of 2008, and I put it out at the end of August of 2009, and quit my job and went going to cabins and stuff. I went to one cabin in January of 2009, and that's when I decided to quit my job. While I was there, I wrote The Yellow Spider there. So I was coming up with all these storylines. Like, well, in this one, this spider sort of represents like
The alcohol, right?
the alcohol or the devil
Okay.
or his dad or whatever. All these. So I had all these plot lines that some of them made it and some didn't. And one that got dropped was I had this whole idea that in his head, Julian owns a bakery called 828 Pastry.
Okay.
And
In his head.
yeah, in his head. Like, it doesn't actually exist, but he thinks it does. So there was going to be a commercial in the middle of the album for 828 Pastry.
Okay.
And I wrote a theme song for it, and like a jingle, like a commercial jingle.
Nice.
And the words were 828 Pastry, too fine to eat. So devoted to your tasties, there's no time to sleep. And there was I did like a commercial voice where I was like, from warm, buttery rolls to the like glaze on our cinnamon. And I posted a piece of it on MySpace, and I remember people being like, what is this? And Allie, I remember Allie telling me, who's talking in that commercial?
Right.
Like, who's doing the voice? And I said, that's me.
Yeah.
And she said, it doesn't sound like you at all. Well, I know, because I'm trying to make it sound
Yeah.
like another,
You're like, that's
it's
the
like
point.
a
Yeah.
radio announcer. But that was one of the more like wild plot elements that I dropped, because I just felt like this is so weird and out of left field. But for me, again, it's like part of this guy's experience is he's lived alone for so many years and he's drank so much. You don't even really know whether he's a reliable narrator or not. Like
Right.
everything he says, you have to question.
Yeah.
He ends up killing his dad.
Okay.
Like he meets his dad in a bar, and then
Yeah, so that's what I was going to ask, because that's kind of cryptic too,
Yeah.
because it says something like, what's it say? All I was, oh my gosh, was staring back at me just like a father does or something.
Yeah.
I mean, it's cryptic, but you're thinking, is that what's happening? Like, is he meeting his dad in a bar?
Right.
And what he like sees, because you get the idea that he's never even really met his dad.
right.
So I guess maybe his dad looks a lot like him. Is that kind of, so he
I
sees
think
the
that was
guy and
my
he's like, oh my gosh, that's got to be my dad.
Yeah.
You know?
That was, Delirium Tremens is the midpoint of the album, and that's
Yeah.
I call that the dream song up
Right.
until I finally came up with the title for it.
Yeah.
It was just, this is the part where he has a dream and he hears from God and he's telling him to leave his home.
Yeah.
So he strikes a match, burns his house down, walks
Okay.
out, and immediately relapses. Like, just as soon as he leaves, it's like, oh, there's a bar. Like, I love bar.
Right.
It walks into a bar and, sees somebody who looks very similar to himself
Yeah.
and realizes it's his dad.
Right.
And I think the only real way you surmise that he's killed his dad is that he talks about now there's a spider in her like he kills his dad and cremates him and adds his ashes to the mom's urn. It was my thought.
Okay.
White wine and a rusty rod cut both scream inside your head all night. To go on top of a windy mountain, two rivers flowing left and right, and your soul can't arrive till the whole world is dry. So go and pour your bottles out.
His mom dies early on in I think maybe the first song.
Yeah.
I was 12 when she drank herself into
Yeah,
the
yeah.
graves. So, and then there's several references to this urn, and so I was using the urn as a metaphor for. I keep talking about bottles, and then the last song, it's like pour your bottles out.
Yeah.
Julian realizes like, oh, you're not talking about quitting drinking. You're talking about like getting rid of my resentment and all these
Like
things.
all
Like
your
pour
demons,
your parents'
yeah.
ashes into this river, and so I was trying to use the urn as like this callback throughout the album of you
Right.
keep pointing to this urn, but we don't really know what the significance of the urn is, except that both of his parents' ashes end up in that urn.
Okay.
And then when he gets to the top and God's telling him, pour your bottles out, he's like, I'm realizing now that the reason you wanted me to come here was not to quit drinking and have some big,
Right.
revelation. It's just to pour my parents into this river
Right.
and then sit here and kind of let go of my
Yeah.
anger and resentment or whatever.
Yeah. And then go back into alcoholism.
You don't really know where this ends.
Well, and
but-
you never know if he goes to jail. I mean, if you kill somebody, you're generally going to go to jail.
Right, and my thought is, have you seen the movie Sling Blade?
Oh, yeah.
So I love that movie. It's
Oh,
one of my
man.
top movies. But
Yeah.
I always think of like little towns like that.
Uh-huh.
It just always feels like you can get away with pretty much anything, right? And I pictured the setting of this story being very similar, where the town that this takes place in, and I don't know because I've never been there,
Mm-hmm.
but the general area, I just pictured, how does a kid at 12 years old end up living on his own? Like,
Right.
how's he getting food? Like, how's he staying alive all this time? Like, is he door dashing? Like, it wasn't something I questioned. It was just like that. Well, this idea is that he just has been here drinking himself into a stupor to get over his parents' death, and,
Right.
and he's just a mess. You also don't really know how old he is by the time
Yeah.
this all happens.
Right.
It was vague enough that when you listen to Tommy by The Who, as opposed to watching the movie Tommy, you have to make a lot of the in between parts up, or
Okay.
you fill in the gaps.
I've never seen the
yourself.
movie, actually.
Oh,
Yeah.
my mom loves it.
I love the album, but I've never seen. I love the Who, but I've never seen.
They
the movie.
re-recorded the music for the movie, so the music in the movie is like a very like 70s electronic version of
Okay.
that music. But my mom loves it. It was one of my mom's like formative
Yeah.
movies
Is
that
like
she went
when
to see by herself.
Like when the Bee Gees did Sgt. Pepper.
Yeah, something
kinda
like
like-
that. Yeah. And but so I grew up watching that movie with my mom, but
Yeah.
the first time I put the album in, I thought, I don't know that I would know what's going on. You know, the pinball wizard.
Yeah.
What is this? What does that have to do with Tommy? And there's a deaf, dumb, and blind kid. And okay, but what is this? You know, got a feeling 21's going to be a good year.
Right.
What are they talking about? Right.
Yeah.
But for them, there was a story behind that, and so they put it into movie form so you could see all this stuff
So you
that's
fill in the
happening.
gaps that way.
That's how I felt about the Great Dipso Drought. Is like there's a story in here that you can follow, but you don't need to know every detail of
Right.
it, because that's stuff that in a stage production or whatever, which my friend Weston for years has
I was
been like,
gonna say,
let me
you should
turn
do
the
it."
Great Dipso Drought into a play, and I'm
Yeah.
like, you can try. I just think it's unstageable. I think there's portions of it where you're like, what is happening?
Mm-hmm.
And we talked about this whole idea of like having a set design where this spider drops down on a web and you see it crawling over the bed, and musically it would be fun to play with, but it's supposed to be weird, you know?
But that'll be popular. Like, weird is popular sometimes. Like, it's like,
sometimes,
well,
yeah.
why do I like that play so much?
Yeah.
Oh, because it's out of the ordinary.
Right.
It's not what I've seen
it
before.
would certainly be unusual
Yeah.
in that way. But another idea I dropped early on and I told my mom about was one of my ideas is like maybe I start the album with like the most accessible songs, and as you go on, each song is more and more just like by the time you finish you feel like you're drunk, right?
Right.
So it feels like you're getting drunker and drunker, and then I thought, who's going to want to finish the album?
Yeah.
Like, you're going to listen and be like, I like the early songs, but then it just really loses me at a certain point. I thought that's a bad marketing plan.
Well, do the sounds also of the songs have to do with the story? Because you reminded when you said Delirium Tremens, which is one of my favorite songs on it, because of the sound of it.
Yeah.
It's just got this boom, down. It's like this really like in your face, and that's kind of when he's getting angry, he's leaving, he's going to the bar.
Yeah.
But even like in Julian at the end, where it's kind of telling the story of getting up to the point where his mom dies and his life spiraling out of control. Well, then you have like this 30-second where the like distortion thing is like, and it's just like, oh, what's going on there? But it's like, is that what that's for? Is that like to kind of show his life?
Yeah, I think at the end of that is coming out of the dream sequence of Delirium Tremens, like kind of, it's God slapping him in the face and being like, wake up, you need to go out. And then I think it ends with if I remember correctly, it ends with an alarm clock going off.
Okay.
So like the very last thing you hear in the song is like ring, ring.
Okay.
And so he's waking up from this dream and then leaving.
Nice.
Okay. So yeah, some of it was important. I know there's also theremin in there, which is the first time I'd ever played a theremin. You know what a theremin is? So it's a box with an antenna sticking out of it, and the closer you get your hand to it, the higher the pitch goes, and then you back away, so you can play a melody that way.
Interesting.
And so it's in there, like just kind of.
Yeah. I was gonna say when you said that, I remembered the sound.
Yeah, it's like a thing they used to use in horror movies and sci-fi from like the 50s and 60s, and then the Beach Boys made it popular with Good Vibrations.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I bought one of those at that time, and
which weirdly is only at the end of that song.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird? I always thought that was so weird. Like at the very end, it's literally fading out.
Yeah.
And then you have this weird sound effect that comes in.
Yeah. I think you can hear it in every chorus if you listen.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. It's just because maybe there's no vocals right there.
I
you
think
can hear
so,
it better.
yeah.
Okay.
It just highlights that part.
Yeah.
Of it.
And somewhere I had an album, I'm sure you have this one because you have them all by them, but there was an album that had a version of that.
Yeah.
That was maybe like the making of the song.
Yeah.
And and there was more of that. Like it was long and it showed all these things. Really cool to kind of see how they layered that all together, and they had all these different things, you know. All right, so I got to ask this because this has been killing. You're not going to even probably remember this,
okay? Because
it's been so long ago. But I one of the lyrics that I when he says I heard his brakes in overproof Jamaican rum. What the heck, dude? Did he run over somebody? Like what do you mean hurt his brakes? Did he get hit by a car? What's going on here? Okay, so this is the point in the album where
He lives alone. He's
Okay.
partying. He's drinking a lot. I just pictured like he thought he heard the sound of his dad pulling up in the driveway. That's all I was picturing. Like,
Okay.
dad's home, and then you look outside.
Oh.
It's like, I don't remember the other lyrics at that point. I saw her face.
I saw her face. Yeah.
I heard his brakes.
Heard his brakes. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Eyesore. Is that the eyesore one?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that wasn't as cool as it was supposed to be, man. It was supposed to be like, no, he like got hit by a car and then. Okay. Okay. So towards the end of the album is when the one-eyed red-haired girl comes in to the story, and that's like someone else who's. It says she was coming down from the haze of a hard liquor, so she's obviously an alcoholic also.
Yeah.
And she's also been kind of, God's drawn her to Grandfather Mountain, and they kind of meet on the way.
Right.
Okay. And they become friends, and they get drunk together.
Yep.
Which is like
The idea is
wagon.
he gets on this train and realizes everybody on this train car are all going
Okay.
to Grandfather Mountain because they all were spoken to by God. It's like we're all on our way to fix this. That's what I pictured.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's kind of, see, when you talk about doing a play, that's a whole thing there. Like you can make all these interesting characters on this train that have all these different stories, but yet this God character has drawn them all to the same place for the same purpose.
Right.
Which is kind of cool. So I think the top is one of my favorites.
Oh my God, you're just in time. I passed out on the finish line. Can't cross, I resign. You have wasted all my time. I have aged and grown a spine. Godspeed, we will climb.
And my favorite lyric is when you say, you have wasted all my time.
Yeah.
I have aged and grown a spine. I mean, it's just so powerful because it's like that moment where he realizes, no, I'm not going to do this anymore. Like I'm not going to give in. And of course, this is after Waiter, which is their falling off the wagon song.
Right.
And then after that, and I don't remember where the finish line, if that's in the top or
That's in the top, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's just so powerful.
Right.
Awesome. And then that's the other lyric I've asked you about too. Julian, I found you, by God, why God?
Yeah.
What the heck does that mean, dude?
I guess that he discovered himself with God's help.
Yeah. Okay.
But it says by God several times in the song, but the very last time it says it, I say why God.
Why God?
Just
Okay.
asking like, why did I have to go through all of this?
Oh,
Like, what was
okay.
this whole experience about?
Okay. It's not so much like why God, like why would you help me? Like
That it could be that too.
I'm
Yeah.
undeserving
Just like
of
what was
your
this
help.
all about?
Yeah. Okay.
I just thought it was cool to end the album. This starts a trend, and I'll point out, I think all of my albums always sort of end on a song that you're like, what was the message of that? Like,
Mm-hmm.
what is the conclusion? And it's always like a non-conclusion.
Okay.
I've noticed that I do that my songs or my albums tend to end on a song that doesn't answer all your questions. Right. And I think I do it on purpose.
It's like a Stephen King novel.
Could be, yeah.
I don't know if you ever read Stephen King.
Not
but
a lot.
He was one of my favorite authors growing up. Still is. And I haven't read a lot of his newer stuff, but the man he's brilliant.
Yeah.
Could never end a story right. I mean, you could always tell he was getting to the end and he's like, okay, I don't know what to do.
Right.
And the end was just always so just either dumb or like didn't make any sense, or it was just open-ended. It was just like, dude, you don't know how to end this. You need to go to a class on how to end stories. Not that I'm saying you need to do that. I'm just saying that's what it reminded me of. But so Okay, so that was, and then I got a bunch in here that before we get to Phoebe, which is your next full length, right? After that,
Right.
it is called Phoebe.
Yeah.
Okay, because I used to put, I don't know if your mom ever told you this, but I always called it Chloe.
Yeah.
Okay.
we found when I was moving stuff in the studio, we found, I think I made you a copy of Phoebe naked and I whited it out and wrote Chloe.
Oh, really? That's awesome. I don't remember why.
My mom was like, "What is this from?" And she's like, "I know Ryan always called it Chloe." And
Yeah.
I said, I probably gave this to you to give to him as a joke.
And I cannot remember why I called it that.
Yeah.
But even the album that I would have on my shelf in there, I had actually said that was the title. It was Chloe.
Chloe.
Yeah, Chloe and Chloe Naked. Yeah, I don't know why that is. But anyway, there's a couple ones that you had said when we were talking before, like this
Yeah.
one, question mark,
Yep.
which is a collaboration. I don't have anything from that. Do you
Okay.
have stuff recorded from that?
Yeah, mhm.
Okay. And so that was a collaboration with another person?
Yeah, so that was my friend Mark Walther.
Okay.
He lives in Vegas, and he was another person I met on MySpace or some message board,
Okay.
and we ended up becoming pretty good online friends.
Okay.
When I was in a silent explosion, he drove out, and we played a show together. He stayed with me. I toured with him when I put out Two Guns and stayed at his house in Vegas, and so he started this rap project where his rap name was Question Mark.
Okay.
And around that same time, I told him, you know what I've been doing is I've been listening to a lot of like Lady Gaga had just come out, or she just put out her
Okay.
first album, and I was like, I've been trying to put together these like instrumentals that are like dance club music.
Yeah.
I'm really like excited about that right now. And I said, if I give them to you, do you want to rap over them? And he's like, yeah.
Okay.
So I said, okay, just so you know, my rap name is Vanilla Extract. And so there's a lot of these that like I sent to him, and he'll do I think they call it ad libs, like in hip hop, where before the track starts you're like yeah what's
yeah.
that? Question mark
Yeah.
with Vanilla Extract. So there's
Yeah.
a lot of like he references my name Vanilla Extract on
funny.
a lot of the ones I did.
But you just did the music and he did the vocals?
I did all the music, and I would send them to him, and then he'd chop them up. Sometimes he'd like cut out a piece and make it the chorus or whatever.
Okay.
He'd send it back, I'd add stuff, send it back, and then he ended up putting those out on like Bandcamp or one of those
Okay.
websites. So I think he's got a few albums out
Okay. As question mark?
as Question Mark, and
Okay.
all the ones that I'm on say like featuring Vanilla Extract.
So he's actually using that as your name?
Yeah. So I've never been like publicly identified by that, but I will say there is one of them that I have a rap verse in. I rap
Really?
in it, and I'm pretty proud of the rap. Although it is
Okay.
like when I write rap, I can't not just be dirty. Like,
Oh, right.
The rap lyrics are always off the wall dirty, and I don't even remember which
Yeah.
song I rapped on or what I said. Oh, the song I rap on is called "One Foot of Hose," and so I sing a verse about 1 foot of hose.
Yeah.
And I honestly can't remember what it was, but yeah, so there was like a long distance hip hop rap collaboration that we did, and it was so just timeline what's going on in my life here. I put out The Great Dipso Drought in August of 2009. The day, so let's rewind back. January 2009, I come home from this cabin and I tell my mom and Dale, we gotta talk. I had this serious revelation,
Right.
and I want to talk to you guys. And I sat down with them over dinner after they got off of work that night, and I said, I want to quit my job and do this album like the right way. I want to pursue this full time. And they were so like relieved because they knew I wasn't happy at the job.
Oh, okay.
There was just, I'd spent a lot of time there, and I think I told you this last time. I got the job so I would have money to record music and like get more equipment and all that stuff, but it just zapped me of energy, and I didn't do any more writing up until I came up with the idea for The Great Dipso Drought.
Okay.
Then it was like, bing, I'm a writer again. I know what I'm going to do next, but then I had no time to work on it because of the job.
Okay.
So when I told them I want to quit my job, they were like, yes, absolutely. Like, let's give this a go. We'll do whatever we can to help. We'll support you for a little while. You can't just live at home for the rest of your life without making any money, but we can do this for a little while and just see where it takes you.
Yeah.
And Dale was like, I have a surprise too. I'm quitting my job and I'm retiring, and I'm going to move out on my own.
Okay.
And so we were like, what?
He's retiring. So wait, so when he retired from the library, he was still living with you guys at that point?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember specifically when he actually retired, as opposed to when he started planning for it. But, he and my mom worked side by side at the library.
Sure.
They, upstairs and downstairs, but they met through the library. They got engaged, and we moved in with him, and we lived with him up until I was 21.
Right.
But they broke off their engagement at some point. I don't really know specifically when that was, but we continued living with him because it's like, yeah, Dale's our
Yeah.
friend. Dale's, a family friend. And
Well, yeah, and Dale and your mom are still best friends to this day.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it's, yeah.
So it wasn't weird to keep living with him, but when he decided to retire, it's like, I want to go back to what I used to do, which is making art and writing
Right.
this book.
Yes.
And I just don't think that I can do that with us all living together, because there's too much that goes into, it's like he lives with a family that he's not related to. And it's like, I kind of need to be alone. And,
Right.
and he and I kind of connected on that. He saw a lot of himself in me, like a young version of himself that was like, Chris loves to be alone, and
Right.
he gets a lot of work done when
Yeah.
he's alone, but he doesn't have a lot of time to do
Yeah.
it. So when he goes on these trips to stay at a cabin for 3 or 4 days, and he comes back with all these ideas, it makes me miss that kind of. I want to do that again.
Right.
So I don't know how long he'd been thinking about it or how long he'd been planning it, but he and my mom had been talking about buying a house together because they
Okay.
were renting all these years, and so we were going to move as a family into a brand new house. And when he told us that, it was like, oh, that means it's just me and my mom now. So all of 2009 was like we were house shopping. My mom and I were going to different houses and looking.
Yeah.
And my recording studio up to that point was in the garage at our family house.
Right.
So part of shopping for a new place was, let's try to find somewhere that has like a mother-in-law quarters or a
Yeah.
shed in the backyard that I
Granny
can
unit,
turn into a recording studio and not bug you. And
Yeah.
even once I stop living here, I can still use the studio and whatever. And so that's part of the reason she bought the house that she's in now, is because
Okay.
it used to be a dance studio. So it has a
Yeah, we know-
lobby
we
and
know
a
them.
separate interest. The Kings.
Yeah, so my friend Ellen, who I've had on this podcast already, I've known her since high school. That's her mom.
Oh, really?
Her mom used to
Okay.
live in the house, and they used to do her mom. I believe her mom and her mom's husband, who I believe has passed away now, but they did. They had a dance. They did dance.
Yeah.
there. Yeah.
So it has this studio in the back that has its own separate entrance and like a lobby, and then a hallway with a bathroom attached, and then this big open room that was linoleum floors and
Okay.
stuff. And my mom and I looked around and we're like, "This is a recording studio. All we need to
Nice.
do is carpet it, like,
Right.
because the sound's gonna be
Right.
awful with linoleum." So we laid down some like office grade carpet in there, and I painted the walls red. I called it the Radiant Radish.
Okay.
And
Which is Brian Wilson.
Brian Wilson, yeah,
Okay.
he used to own a health food store in the
Okay.
70s called the Radiant Radish, and so yeah, that when we moved into that house, it was the very end of 2009. So I
Okay.
had put out the Great Dipso Drought very end of August, and then started working on the question mark stuff, and I was basically in the garage for the last few months that we lived there,
Yeah.
doing like anything I could to keep recording music because
Okay.
I didn't know what the next album was going to be. I felt like I have a very vivid memory of leaving the Great Dipso Drought album release show, driving my equipment, like, all of the stereo stuff that we had to take out of our car to play the album, and driving it back home late that night and just thinking, how am I ever going to top that?
Right.
Because I spent the whole last year working on this. I spent a lot of money recording it in other people's studios so it would sound good, and promoting it and renting this place out. And, I don't know if there were a couple hundred people there, maybe 100.
Yeah. I mean, it was packed out, but it wasn't the
compared to-
hugest venue.
Right, but compared to a coffee shop,
Right,
it was like,
right.
whoa. So I just thought, how am I ever going to top this? What's my next album going to be thematically, and what's it going
Right.
to sound like? And for a few months, I got really bummed out that I just didn't know if I could ever.
Okay.
That might have been the peak of my
Right.
music output.
Right.
So for a long time, I was struggling. And yeah, question mark, I think, was a way to distract from that. Like, let's just do some fun, like, club pop stuff and see what happens.
Right, because there's
with it
less
and just play
pressure,
around.
especially
Yeah.
if you're not like on a deadline or you're trying to get it out by a certain thing. Oh, we got to get a full album together. No, let's just write songs and have fun.
Right.
Aiden talks about that sometimes on this the last album he put out. He has a song called "Sober Dreams," where the whole thing is about like. He's like, I miss when music was just me and my friends getting together and just having fun with it.
Yeah.
And creating and writing and just whatever came out of it came out of it. There was no like, oh, I need this many songs for the album and I need to make sure they fit the concept and I need to get them all down, and just like, he's like, I miss this, you know? So yeah, I totally understand. Well then, so then I have the Quimphony, the classical suite to the female reproductive system.
Right.
Now, does that have... What's the deal here? Does this have something to do with Weston?
No.
Okay.
Funny enough,
It almost sounds like a play
sounds like it,
title.
yeah.
Yeah.
So we move in. Actually, I skipped one here. So
Okay.
we move into the house, or I think my mom officially bought the house in November of 2009, and then we had a little overlap where we were slowly moving from our old house into the new house.
Yeah.
And there was a little period right before Christmas time where I just asked, can I just use the empty house and record some songs there? She's like, sure. So I would bring my laptop over there and sit in her little empty, she has like a breakfast nook that's like, it's in a window, it's like a sunroom sort of place, and set up the laptop, and I recorded a whole Christmas EP there.
Okay.
So I did Frosty the Snowman.
Oh, I have that
Silver
one.
Bells. Yeah,
It's a Christmas gift for you.
Yep.
And then the cover is of an old, is it Brian Wilson or
Phil Spector. Phil
But you
Spector
put
with
your
my face over the top. And so
There must have been some magic in that old silk hat they found. For when they put it on his head, he began to dance around. Frosty the Snowman was he was really cold 'cause he was made of snow, and he froze to death one day. And he froze to death one day.
Yeah.
that was my Christmas present for all my friends that year. Was
Right.
like, here's a Christmas album I did.
Okay.
And I recorded it over like 2 or 3 days in that house.
Well, I'm glad I made the list. I'm glad I
Yeah.
made the friend list for that one. That's exciting.
Anybody I thought wanted to hear my
Right.
music, it was like,
Yeah.
let's-
When you bring up the Frosty the Snowman, that was the funniest one on there because it ends different. I
Yeah.
forgot exactly what you say. Something like he melted and something like it was like a sad
Yeah.
story
Right.
where it's like he's just gone or whatever. I
Yeah.
forgot exactly how it ended, but it was really funny. I remember the first time I heard
I
it,
think
started
I want to
laughing.
say like I just kind of muttered like and he froze to death.
He froze to death. That's what it was. Yeah.
And so
And it's just because the rest of the song is the same lyrics.
Yeah.
And that's why when you're not expecting that, it was just out of the ordinary, like
Yeah.
out of the blue. You're like, what? And then you're laughing because it's like, oh my gosh.
And I remember doing Santa Claus is Coming to Town, but I did it like with a lot of auto tune on it and really kind of like a little electronic drum beat, trying to sound like a J.C. Penney's commercial or something. It was supposed to be.
Yeah.
And that was just a fun thing, but it was important to me because it was the first like proof of concept that, hey, is this portable? Like, this garage that I've been recording in since my band broke up in 2007,
Right.
we're leaving. So like, am I going to be able to record in this house? So that was the first test of, am I able to do this anywhere? So recorded that at our breakfast table.
And that came out being between the question mark and the
that came
Quimphony.
out Christmas that year. So then we move in.
That is Quimphony, right?
Yeah.
Quimphony.
So I'll explain that. So we move in January of that year. And so by this time, Allie and I are like best friends. Like we're hanging out all the time. She was like one of my few confidants that it's like, hey, I got to tell you about this thing that I'm working on. And like that I would bounce ideas off of and stuff. And so always really into Brian Wilson. And we've talked about that a little bit at this point. Beach Boys and big influence. And especially what you're talking about, those box sets of sessions where you hear Brian conducting the orchestra and you're like, whoa, this guy's really...
He's insane.
So I was like, I'm going to follow in his footsteps. So I named the studio the Radiant Radish. I framed pictures of Brian all over it. I had pictures of Brian. You know about the fire sessions where he had everybody wear fire helmets and he like... It was for the Smile album that got aborted, but so he had all these like professional LA session musicians who worked on like Frank Sinatra albums and stuff. He'd have them come in and all put on fire helmets, and then he'd light a fire in like a trash barrel, and he's like, "Go, make it sound like fire!" Like, and it's got like the siren. You've got all the cellos and violins that sound like an ambulance or a fire truck, and it's super cool. So I went out and bought a bunch of fire helmets, like just little kids' fire helmets, and I put those on the walls as decorations. So the whole theme of the studio was like Brian Wilson, like fun, cartoon, psychedelic, like just this is that era. And a reminder that Brian, one of the reasons that Brian is like a beacon of inspiration for me, he just really had fun making music.
Yeah.
Like he had a lot of fun making music, especially around that era. And I thought, I want this place to represent that. I want this to be a place where people can come make music and have a good time with it. So one of the things they did on that Smile album is he would just have a bunch of friends come in. They'd book studio time, and they'd just sit on the floor, and he'd have them chew vegetables like to a rhythm. So it's like celery, carrot, celery, carrot, lettuce, and then he'd go back and forth. And so on the opening day, I had asked friends, like, come over to my studio. We're going to sit on the floor and we're going to have a radish chomping session. And that's going to be like that's going to be my debut recording session, how I record.
And radishes.
Radishes.
Of
yeah.
all things, just to eat plain.
Yep.
Like, those are
I
good on
hated
a
it.
salad, but I could eat like just a plain carrot or a piece of celery,
Awful
but a radish?
taste, awful taste, but great percussion. Like,
Okay.
good sound.
Yeah.
We didn't use it for anything. I think we also got a cheese pizza and like just recorded uncomfortable close-ups of those chewing. The worst sounds ever. And I was getting used them in the background of like a song. I was going to take that, but I put out a thing like, come over and do this.
Yeah.
And the people that came over were Allie and her friend Cole and our friend Kyle. And so the opening session was called the Radish Chomp session. I still have the tape.
Okay.
And I also had this idea that everything, just like with Brian Wilson, you have these tapes of him directing, and those are really interesting behind the scenes.
Yeah.
So I thought, well, in a studio, you really only press record when you're about to, record a take.
Yeah.
And if I want to capture like behind the scenes stuff, I have to have a tape rolling at all times.
Yeah.
So I had a cassette recorder in that studio, and for the first month or so, every time someone came in, I'd press record and I'd record all of our interactions on tape, because I thought someday these are going to be really interesting. I never did anything with them,
Okay.
but I still have them. So the whole idea of opening the Radiant Radish is like, I'm going to make so much like fun experimental stuff in here.
Yeah.
And so to test out the equipment and like make sure everything was working, I got some keyboards plugged in and started playing with stuff. And I just thought, let me just start recording without a plan.
Okay.
And I do this a lot, and I have a notebook that I used to keep these, and I don't anymore, but I a lot of times will dream that I'm doing comedy, like stand-up comedy or something, and when I wake up, I'll just write down what the joke was, and when I read it later, it's like, what does that mean? It's just like, it made perfect, but then some of them are really funny. It's like, I thought of this in a dream, but then I woke up and I read it, and it's like, that is hilarious. But so in British slang, the word quim is the word for like female genitals.
Okay.
Like her quim.
Is that like a slang term for it? Okay.
Yeah. And I don't know if it's polite. I don't know if it's crude. I don't know how they use it.
Okay.
But I woke up in my head, I thought, quimphony. It's just like, it's a neat little, like, what if I conducted a quimphony? And then I went back to sleep.
Right.
And when I woke up the next day, I thought, that'd be really interesting. What if I did conduct a quimphony?
And then you had to put the subtitle of Classical Suite to the Female Reproductive System.
Yeah. I had it was orchestral basically, like I wrote out the score. I had a friend of mine who like knows music theory way more than I do. I was like, if I'm playing this and it goes boom da 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 dum, boom da 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 dum, how do I notate that, right? Because those notes are like, they come after a rest and then they're like a triplet sort of, but they're not. And he's like, oh, I'll show you, it's really easy. And so he showed me how to notate that stuff. So I had all these sections and I never finished it really, but it ended up being this like 10-minute piece where it goes from like an opening theme and then it goes into a slower part and then it brings back the theme. It comes back in a minor key. It was all the stuff I had learned in music theory and music appreciation.
And was it all you?
It's all me, yeah.
Doing all the different things?
All the instruments. And that's another one that I played the melodica on. I did some cool stuff where, because you're blowing into it, I would like roll my tongue, and then while I'm playing a melody, it'd be like,
nice.
And it had a cool, like almost like a trumpet effect. And it was just like, I spent February of 2010 just recording this orchestral instrumental piece that was like, I don't know if when I finish this, if each piece is going to be like a different section. Like one is the ovaries and
Right.
one is the like.
Instead of the overture, it's the ovaries.
Yeah, that's good. Overture. But so I didn't write it out, but to me it was like a neat little idea,
Okay.
and I made like an album cover for it that was just this impressionistic pink thing, and it just said "Quimphony" with an exclamation point. And
awesome.
I don't think I gave it out. Like I probably played it for people when they came over,
Yeah.
and it's like, this is weird. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I came
Yeah.
up with the pun in a dream, and it just fell together. So it's
Okay.
like it's kind of neat.
So it's like one track of just instrumental orchestra.
I think it's 8 tracks that bleed into each other. So
Okay.
it just goes from one section into another. And I had, right before we moved out of the garage of the previous house, which I called Sarah's Pretty Pastels, was the name of that studio.
Okay.
Like my garage was
At the
Sarah's
old
Pretty
house.
Pastels. Yeah.
Okay.
So when I was starting to move out of there, I was really starting to get into like Aaron Copland and like Philip Glass and like instrumental composers who do like ballets and like longer pieces like Rodeo and all the Rodeo by
no.
Aaron Copland.
Aaron Copland sounds familiar, but yeah.
And
So
just
does Philip Glass,
trying to
the
paint
names.
like imagery through just instrumental pieces where like they make it sound like a rodeo, but you're like they're just using like a xylophone. How are they doing that? It's like dick, 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 and sounds like. And so I was trying to do. I think they call it programmatic music, where
Okay.
you're like you have this. You're telling a story, but you're telling it through only instrumental pieces.
Okay.
I got really into that right before we moved out, so that was my first stab at like, what if I just tried to make a whole instrumental album that's just like
Yeah.
this represents the female
Different
reproductive
parts of
system. Right? Yeah.
That's awesome.
So it's just for me. I don't think I
cool.
ever gave. I think Dale probably has one of the only copies of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we got the French movie. By the way, as far as your instrumentals go, this is some of the best. I mean,
Really?
I can put that on, and it gives me all the feels. And
Yeah.
It's just all piano. And
Did you ever see the film?
I did,
Okay.
and I thought it was great. And then I went to go show it to Bethany or Aiden or somebody in my family. I can't remember who now. And I couldn't find it.
Yeah.
And then I texted you and I said, "Hey, dude, where I can't. This isn't where it used to be. Where is
Yeah.
this?" And you said, "Hang on a second." You looked for it and you came back. You're like, "It's gone.
It's gone, yeah.
You can't find it anywhere." I was
Yep.
like, "Oh, what a bummer," you
Yeah.
know, because it was. I mean, it was a sad story,
Yeah.
right? Because it's a suicide at the end or something, if I remember right. But I
Yeah.
mean, it's beautiful.
So yeah, this was a short film that Allie's friend Cole and Kyle, the two other people besides Allie that
Oh,
came to
okay.
the Radish Chomp session, they were making a short film for the Rigetti Film Fest. They were seniors that year. And they're just making this film where I don't think there was any dialogue. There's no dialogue in the
There's
whole
none.
film.
Yeah.
It's like the whole film is this girl riding her bicycle. And she rides to a store. She gets like a baguette, some
Yep.
other stuff. She goes back home, chops it up, makes herself a nice dinner, sits
Yeah.
down and eats it, takes a drink, and then dies. And they
Right.
zoom in, and there's a bottle of poison.
Poison,
And
yeah.
That's the whole movie.
So that was her last meal before
Yeah,
she
right.
said, "I'm going to eat my favorite food before I kill
Yeah.
myself." Yeah.
And they called it La Fille sur
Yeah.
bicyclette, the
Yeah.
girl on the bicycle.
Okay.
And they asked me if I would conduct an original score to it. Like, can you just
Right.
like write something that's just made for this? So I did a bunch of iterations of it. Do you guys like this? Do you want something more like this? And they'd come back with, well, we were thinking a little more like this. So they
Yeah.
kind of helped me find it.
Okay.
And then it was something I wrote all on piano.
Yeah.
And came up with this little theme again. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like melody that comes back in different ways throughout the pieces.
Just like all
It has
score, right?
3 movements,
Yeah.
to it, and yeah, it was a lot of
Yeah.
fun. I remember I think I got a hotel room at the Seacrest hotel in Pismo that like hangs over the ocean, and I stayed there for 2 or 3 days to just like focus on nothing but I got to come up with this melody and I got to have these different parts, and so I watched it over and over and over again. Came home the next day and recorded it and sent it to them, and they also had me record like the Foley sound effects, so like the sound of her cutting the bread on the chopping board and like the sound of her pedals and the chain of her bike and stuff. We did that all in my studio.
Oh, nice.
And it won something. I don't best director or I don't know which award it won, but it won something. And Allie won best in show with her film for that.
Okay. For her film in the same
film fest. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That was their senior year, and every year the film class does a film fest where you enter your film in, and everybody goes to Hancock to watch it on the theater screen. And so yeah, they won best director, I think, and she won best in show.
Nice.
Yeah,
that's really cool, man. All right, well that takes us up to Phoebe.
Yep.
So what are we? I'll tell you when I had Allie on when we were talking about your music.
Yeah.
This is one of her favorite albums.
Yes.
I don't know why. I mean, it's, that's what I kind of joke with her. I was like, isn't that one like about you, kind of?
Yeah.
And she's like, So it should have been called Allie, basically, but you just didn't want to be too obvious, so you put Phoebe on there?
Yeah, but there was also... The Phoebe was a reference to The Catcher in the Rye, which she read to me. Like, that was a book that everybody reads in high school, and I told her, I never read that one. Like, in my class, we did... Brave New World or something, and she's like, "Oh, you never read Catcher in the Rye? It's one of the best novels."
Right.
And so she bought me a copy.
Okay.
When she was living in Ventura, so after she graduated, she moved into a little apartment in Ventura and started reading it to me. And his little sister's name is Phoebe.
Okay.
And so I took the name from that.
Okay. And you guys are like brand new, like an item at this point, right? You guys are together at this point.
So I started writing this album before we started dating.
Okay.
So they're not necessarily in chronological order, but there are references to, maybe we're never going to date. I have a crush on this girl, and like we're spending a lot of time together. We're best friends. We're both single.
Right.
Kind of. But that period that you go through at the beginning of a relationship where you think, if I overstep and she's not into me, I'm going to ruin our friendship.
Right.
And I didn't want to tell her, and she didn't want to tell me, and so there was a lot of like the misery that went through that along with that. So a lot of these songs were about because I started writing it January of 2010 when I moved into the Radiant Radish and put it out in December. So it covered the first 6 months of our relationship and the few months preceding when we actually like kind of confess to each other, like kind of have feelings for you.
Is that where the lyric, if you can't see this by now, you're as thick as the smoke in your lungs? Is that kind of like, I'm being pretty obvious here that I want this to be more than friends?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. That's one of my favorite lyrics.
There's no incentive for this. Our fingers tangle, our right hands bent at the wrist. But all four eyes on the door, and exits coming, but who knows when or what for. 'Cause Phoebe, maybe we don't know our places. I'll keep my distance for sure. Clung to my bottom lip, spent the night in my grip, blushing all through your clothes, breathing in to my nose. If you can't see this by now, you're as thick as the smoke in your lungs.
So yeah, that was a difficult one. It's very hard to like write about something in real time as you're experiencing it without a lot of time to reflect back on it.
Right.
But also then to finish it and be like, I gotta play you something. Like it's really hard to write songs about somebody, especially that are being kind of honest and kind of blunt.
Right.
And be like, by the way, I'm going to put this out for the whole world to hear. So I hope you're not embarrassed by this. That was tough.
Yeah.
And this was a period where, like, when I would finish a song, sometimes I would just send it to people, like, hey, I just finished this today, what do you think? So I wouldn't make them wait till the album was out. So Allie was one of the first people I sent some of these demos to, but she didn't know what they were about yet. They're just little, like, me singing a few lines, and then it would fade out.
Right. Well, that's what I was going to say, because to the average Joe, you listen to this album, and so I first heard it when you gave it to when it came out, and I didn't know it was about Allie. I had no idea until later on. So I think for the normal person who doesn't know some of these inside stories and stuff that the two of you share. Yeah. So when she listened to these songs, did she know, like, right away? She's like, "Oh my gosh, you're talking about us, aren't you?"
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Okay. But there are references that are undeniable. It's like, oh, of course you're talking about this.
Just to you guys.
I have wondered for years if she got every little reference, because there are things I brought up that it's like, I wonder if she even remembers doing that on our first date. Does she remember when we saw this thing, or some little joke that we made that I bring up, like I'm shaking like a pilgrim was one. Yeah. We played Mad Libs. One of the first times that we hung out, we played Mad Libs together and filled in the line, and it was like, I'm shaking like a pilgrim. Like, that's so stupid. So I mentioned that in one of the songs, and I never asked, did you get the reference? Right. So there's a lot because it's not like I played it for her and then we sat and talked, like, did you get this line? Did you get it's too much, right? So I really don't know how much of it she picked up on, but it was clear that. And it wasn't like I sat down and it's like, I'm going to write an album about this person. Right. It was just that the only thing I was thinking about that whole year was, I really, really like this girl. Yeah. We're best friends, though. I don't want to mess this up, but I do want her to know how I feel. And then when we first started dating, she graduated in June, and then she moved away to Ventura, and we were long distance for a few months. And then by the end of the year, she decided to move back because she didn't like the school. She didn't want to pursue film anymore. Right. And so, it's all of those. And we went on tour. So, like, she toured with me July of 2010, and we went to, San Francisco, Portland, Vegas, San Diego, all driving? Los Angeles. Okay. Yeah, we drove my truck the entire way, just the two of us. Okay. And we'd only been dating for a couple weeks. Okay. So it was like just thrown into the fire of, like.
But when she was performing as Is This My Name is Circus?
No.
Oh, this is something else.
This was just singing with me. So she would, okay. She'd play tambourine and, like, sing backup vocals.
Oh, how fun! I didn't know that.
And we called ourselves Chris Lambert's 100% Good Time Natural Family Band Solution. And so we had, posters and stuff, and a lot of the booking was her, because she's very assertive, and she would call places, and if they said no, it wouldn't hurt her feelings. It's like, I'm too sensitive about this stuff, and I also don't like talking to people. So will you help me book a tour, and then we can do it together.
That's so awesome.
Just remembered recently from going through one of my notebooks that our intention was to ask our friend Nick if he would play drums on that whole tour. Okay. So it would have been the three of us touring. Right. And if it would have been a completely different dynamic, because just the two of us in my truck driving, especially the drive that we made from Portland to Vegas, is like a 17-hour drive. Yeah, and we made it in one shot. Woo! We started at 10 p.m. and
you drove all through the night?
All through the night.
Did you guys switch off?
Yeah.
Okay.
But we started to get towards the end of it, and we're just, like, passing out. It's like, I'm falling asleep right now. Yeah. We need to pull over. We actually pulled over right outside of Area 51.
Oh, nice.
And we didn't know where we were, but we parked. And there's these signs in front of us that say, like, military installation, like, you are on surveillance, like, do not cross this line. And we're like, I'm just so sleepy right now, I don't even know where we're at. And we found out later, it's like, we're at Area 51.
That's nuts.
We passed through Tonopah on the way there. Was one of the towns we passed through that comes back later. So anyway, that drive and that experience was like I said, just kind of getting tossed in the fire. Like, are you guys strong enough to make it through this? Like, normal people get in fights on the road where it's like, I hate the way you chew and I hate the way you brush your teeth and stuff, and just like, are we able to survive a foot away from each other in this little truck? And we did it. So that was
no spats,
come back
no nothing, just totally.
I'm sure there were times where it's like, could you not do this? Like, I don't, but it was. And then we had to have a couple serious conversations along the way of like, how serious are we about this relationship? Is this just like we're just hanging out for the summer, or is this going to be like a long-term thing? And so it was tough, like having those conversations. Then I get back, I was probably halfway through writing the album at that point. Wrote a lot of it about visiting her in Ventura and not knowing how serious this was or how long it was going to last. It's like she might just end up staying down there and I have to move on. And
Okay.
So it just ended up incidentally being about all these experiences that I had that year.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
But no, it wasn't like Allie is Phoebe, Phoebe is Allie, and so I'm just going to use a code name. So it was like, no, not that specific.
Yeah. So Cabazon is one of the songs on there.
Drove 300 miles to see a brontosaurus on the side of the road. In love with the interstate and the sun. The car was silent, I felt really alone. You caught my subtle glances at you, and with a smile you confirmed what I feared. I forced my focus back on the road and sat as stoic as the statues we neared.
Yeah, and when I first heard the song, I had no idea where that was. I didn't know it was a place.
Oh yeah,
I just know, we drove whatever 100 miles to see a brontosaurus on the side of the road. Well, then we're driving back from somewhere. I don't remember where it was now, Utah maybe or somewhere, and we saw that, and I was like, hey, what in the world? In fact, I think I even texted you a picture of the sign or something.
Oh, really?
I was like, hey, dude, look. And we actually stopped there. And we've actually been there 3 or 4 times now. Because whenever we go that way, I think it's like near Palm Springs.
Yes.
Whenever we drive that way, we stop there. We get ice cream. And we go through the little shop. And we go walk through all the little dinosaur sculptures and stuff. So that was kind of cool, to see that. But I really like the sound on this album a lot.
Yeah.
It's really catchy. I find a lot of the songs, the arrow. Did the arrow hit the apple hole? That one, whenever I hear that song, I'm singing it for days. Like, I cannot get it out. I mean, in a good way. It's not like it's like, get that out of my head. But I mean, it's good. I like that one.
I wonder if she's pink all over, or if her face has got a mind of its own. I wonder if she dreams in color, or if they're black and white and dark and alone. I wonder if she's fixed on me, or if she's flexible and free. Did the arrow hit the apple? 'Cause I can't tell for the life of me.
But one of the lyrics that I think is cool too, in The Boy with the Crooked Spine, which is one of my favorite ones on there. Did he ever see her mouth come clear up her forehead?
Yeah.
Trapped in dirty water, break free from your shelter, last call. Do you want to leave me? To leave me. Headline, mother, father, drop their dirty daughter, tell me, does she want to leave me? To leave me. The boy with the crooked spine, did he ever love her? Trapped on the other side, he never even touched her. Glass as an obstacle, did he ever see her mouth come clear up her forehead? Mouth come clear up her forehead. Woo, woo, woo.
And I remember talking to your mom about that, which I do often, right? Because she's more handy. She's like right there at work with me.
Yeah.
So I'll ask her like, "What in the world is that?" And she was telling me it's like the smile.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, like, can you is that like Charlie Brown or something or those kind of cartoons where their smile just literally goes almost up past their
like
ears?
when she smiles so big and like that's a song about being jealous about somebody else, and it's like, I'm jealous of her relationship with this guy, but did he ever make her smile as big as I have? Like, has he ever seen that side of her?
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Awesome.
But Cabazon was one that, so when my brother and I were like 3 years old, we drove to Louisiana so my mom could meet my dad's family for the first time.
Okay.
All my dad's family is in Louisiana.
Right.
And so they took us as little kids on this 3-day drive to Louisiana, which is a very difficult thing.
When you get over there and you say Louisiana, do they correct you?
No.
Because don't they say Louisiana or something? They say it a certain way over there?
They just talk fast. And if you repeat it back the way they say it, they think you're making fun of them. So it's like, a lot of people say Nolans, and it's like, they don't say Nolans.
Yeah, Nolans,
they say Nolans. Yeah. They just talk fast and weird. But anyway, so on the drive out, it's a little different now because they've built there's like a freeway median, there's a little wall that blocks the dinosaurs a bit. But in the early 90s, when you would drive, it was just desert, big dinosaurs, and then those windmills going through Palm Springs.
Yeah, for the electricity.
So we have a picture, and it's hanging on our wall in our house now, of me and Corey sitting on my dad's knee in front of the T-Rex. So, we were probably driving through and saw these big dinosaurs.
Oh, like when you were a kid?
Yeah, toddlers.
Wow. Okay.
And so, and then there's, they're in Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
Yes.
He goes to them.
Yes.
And there's a movie we watched all the time called The Wizard.
Oh, yeah.
Fred Savage.
Yes,
And
the video
end
game
of that
one.
movie, they're driving by these things, and the little kid starts freaking out.
Oh, I don't
So they
remember that
stop and
part. I remember
very end of
Pee-wee's
the
Big
movie.
Adventure.
Yeah.
There's Andy. Andy! He's got like the bone, or he breaks it off the thing, and it's just, oh, man.
So I had told Allie about it. I said, "Do you know about Cabazon? It's this little town near Palm Springs, and there's just these big dinosaur statues in the middle of nowhere, and you can at one point you could go inside of them, and I don't know if you can anymore.
You still can. We went up there. Yeah.
And so she was like, "We have to do that on tour because we're going to be coming back from Vegas to go to San Diego.
Right.
We're going to go right by them.
Yeah.
We got to stop and see them." So before we even left to go on tour, I started writing this song about, what if we're on tour and we stop and see these dinosaurs, and by that point, I don't know if she'll know that I like her or not, and it's going to be, I'm just conceptually coming up with this whole idea. And we ended up actually not going through Cabazon on that part of the drive.
Oh, okay.
So we didn't actually go to Cabazon for the first time until 2012.
Okay.
We'd been dating for almost 2 years by that point.
Okay.
But we have a picture now of us standing in front of the dinosaurs, and we stop at it every time we go through.
So the album was already out before you guys even went there together?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Very cool, man. All right. I don't even know how to pronounce that. Is it limoncello?
Yeah, limoncello.
Okay.
I can't remember when I finally got a look at your hands. But I remember when you cut them on the lip of a tin can. I can't remember all the titles of the songs that I've sung. But I remember when I finally tasted love on my tongue.
I nearly fainted when I finally got a look at your hands.
Yeah.
What's going on there, man?
Don't know. There's a lot of impressionistic lyrics on this album that it's like I was probably referencing something specific at the time that I knew
I'm
she
like,
would
what?
get.
Does she have like hairy palms or something? Like, what is this? Like, oh my gosh. I'm not sure I want to continue with this relationship. What's going on there?
Something about cut them on the lip of a tin can.
Yeah.
Those are all probably references of things
Yeah.
that happened in Ventura when I was going down there to visit her and stuff that I don't really remember all the details anymore. But limoncello was a flavor of gelato at this coffee shop that we found in Ventura. So when she first moved there, I came down to visit her, and it's like, let's explore this new town you live in now. And right down the street from her apartment is the like downtown strip of Ventura. It's Main Street. And there was this little coffee shop called Palermo, and they had a chai menu. Like you'll appreciate this.
Okay.
They had a chai menu, and they had like 10 flavors of chai, and they were all animal names.
Okay.
So there was the tiger, which was like the spice chai.
Yeah.
There was flamingo, which I think was sugar free. There was pirate's chai, which was like extra spicy, and then there was elephant, which was their vanilla chai.
Okay, this is the place when we were meeting at your house with me and your mom and Dale.
Yep.
And you ordered some of that,
ordered
and we
a can
tried it.
of the elephant,
and it was good. Yeah, okay.
So they had, and it was it's like their own unique blend of whatever they used. So Allie and I had this elephant chai, and we're like, this is the best thing I've ever tasted in my life. So that whole fall, when I would go visit her down there, we'd always go to the coffee shop to get a blended elephant.
And that's another song on the album.
I think I'll start my day with a blended elephant to wash the taste away. I thought I hated everything, but then I looked around the foggy town. I wasn't anywhere at all. If I could have a wish, I wouldn't wish for anything.
Yeah.
And they had a gelato. So we just last week on our way to San Diego, we stopped in Ventura and went to Palermo.
Okay.
It's still there. It looks exactly the same. They
Nice.
still have the same chai menu.
Awesome.
And they had like this gelato counter where they have, like the glass dome and all their different flavors. And one was called limoncello. And it was this bright yellow, like fluorescent yellow color.
Yeah.
And I just thought it was a cool name. So I wrote it down and referenced it later on.
Nice.
And then Blended Elephant is their vanilla chai.
Okay. That might be my favorite song on this album.
Really?
Blended
Okay.
Elephant. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is specifically. It's just... it's so funny because whenever I talk about music, it's all about the feelings mostly, right? Which is the exact opposite of the way I do the rest of my life. Like every other aspect of my life, I'm very logic-based, very, thinking, and I try not to let my feelings dictate to me what I'm going to do or not do. But when it comes to music... Sometimes it's just like, I really like that song. Someone says, why? Or do you know what it's about? Sometimes I'm like, I have no idea what it's about. I just like the way it makes me feel.
Right. I have songs that I've loved for 20 years that I still don't know what they're about.
Right.
It's just like, I just love listening to it.
Yes.
I'm not a big lyric person when I listen to other people's music. I don't dig too deeply into lyrics. It's just not my thing. I just I'll listen to an album, and if there's a song that catches my ear, when I listen to the album, I'll skip back to it a few times. I just love this one.
Yeah, but see, sometimes though there are lyrics that make me feel. Yeah. Like depending on the lyric too, and sometimes I'll like a song just because of the lyrics and the sound's okay. Yeah. But then other times I could have no clue what the lyrics even mean. Right. I mean, it could even be an instrumental with no lyrics, and just something about the sound of the instrument or the way the melody goes. It's got like a melancholy, I almost said melancholy. Did you ever see that movie?
No.
Oh, Mastermind with Will Ferrell does. It came out around the same time, side tangent, came out around the same time as Despicable Me. Okay. And it was very similar. Oh, okay. It was like Will Ferrell voiced this like blue alien who was trying to take over the city or whatever, and then like Brad Pitt I think voiced the good guy superhero. But then and it was very similar in a sense because it was like the bad guy like in Despicable Me, Gru's the villain, but he's the lovable character. It was kind of like that, and he pronounced everything wrong, the mega mind, and like you'd say it was Metro City was where they all lived, and he always called it Metrocity. and he'd say, I'm feeling a bit melancholy today. And he'd like say, it was Will Ferrell, so he's really funny. And and I don't remember why I went down that road, and now I'm lost. There you go, brain fart central.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good. I'm glad I could derail us.
You were talking about the melancholy sound of that song.
Melancholy sound of
Blended Elephant.
Right.
Yeah.
There it is. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That song was specifically written about a day that... So Allie was going to Brooks Institute, which was she was wanting to be a film director at the time.
Okay.
So when I would go down to visit her, she lived in this little, small apartment.
Mm-hmm.
And she would go to school in the morning, and it's like, I don't have anything to do. I'm just kind of... So I just walked around. I went to Palermo, and there was one day that she let me borrow one of her old, 35mm film cameras and loaded it up with a fresh roll of film, and she's like, just go take pictures. Just go have fun, do something. Nice. So I walked around Ventura, and it was raining. It was super foggy, dark clouds. I went and got a blended elephant, and I walked down the street, and I took a picture of, the downtown area with, the rope lights above the street, and I find an alleyway with bricks. I found a cassette tape that someone had thrown in the gutter, and it just all the tape had spooled out.
Oh, nice.
And I strung it around this little park, and I took pictures of it. So it was artsy fartsy, photo shoot. Let's see what I can do with this. But it was such a fun memory and just such a vibe because that whole time period was difficult for us. We're in the beginning of a relationship. Right. We're not seeing each other very much. Right. I didn't have a cell phone at the time, so we weren't able to call and text each other. We were doing everything through email. And it was just a weird time where, I don't know, it was raining a lot. So just the vibe was this is a little bit of a dark era, but we're making it through it. And so that song was, I think just me recapping one day that I walked around foggy Ventura.
Okay. Did you start writing the song that day, you think?
I think I probably started coming up with the lyrics that day. And then, next time I'd go home, it's let's sit down and try to make that into a real song.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't think I've asked you this yet during this session here, but... When you write, does usually the lyrics come first, then the music?
No,
the other way around.
Usually the other way around.
Okay,
yeah. But there's what I do is in every notebook which I just went through every lyric notebook I've ever had. I have them in chronological order on a bookshelf in the old Radiant Radish. And when I cleaned it out the past month, I was going through some of them and was I was so meticulous about on the first page I would always write, I purchased this notebook on August 8th, 2006 at the Vons in Napomo. So I'd have an exact record of when this one started and when the next one starts.
That's cool.
And I always, in every new notebook, I start a page where I just have orphan lyrics where it's I came up with a great little rhyme, but it doesn't have a song to go to. So I'll just write the orphan lyrics on it, and as I'm writing a real song, I'll go to that page, and it's is there anything good on here, anything poetic, anything that I can somehow fit into this verse of this other song I'm writing that I don't have lyrics to. So I think Blended Elephant was I probably had the line I think I'll start my day with a blended elephant. Okay. And was that's a cool idea for a song, because nobody will know what it means. It's a blended elephant.
Right.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
And if you didn't know it was a chai, but Allie would know. That was the thing, is Allie will know exactly what this is about. She'll know about limoncello. She'll know about two airplanes.
Okay.
She knows what those things mean.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, what does two airplanes mean? Now you got to tell me.
So, two airplanes.
We didn't talk about that song.
Yeah.
I'm shaking like a pilgrim as I finger paint your name in the window steam. I can't get to sleep, so I'm playing back the tapes of the shapes I've seen. I'm sick with the grip, spitting curses at the ceiling to wash it clean. I'm taking this harder than it seems.
Our first, so once we establish it's I like you and you really like me and we're gonna date and stuff.
So cool. It's it's almost elementary school-ish, but not because you guys are adults, but it's cool. Yeah. I like it.
So there was once we established it's are we going out there's that very high school are we going steady now? Are you my girlfriend? And so it was like, okay, we have to go on a real date, like an actual, I got to take you out on a date and like see if we get along and like if we like this, even though we're best friends. So we went on a real date, and we went to Cafe Monet.
Oh yeah,
Cafe Monet.
Yeah,
with the big fish, that giant fish in the aquarium that they had there.
Okay.
And
Cafe Monet was the one on Broadway, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, on South Broadway, right next to like Del Taco.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they had this giant fish named Hoover that we used to play shows there. She would book me shows, and you'd stand in front of the aquarium and play. And so we went there and got coffee or whatever and sat and weird because it's like we're best friends, but we're also like on a date now and trying to feel this out. And so we went there, and then we went to the airport, and we thought, wouldn't it be really cool if we just like park at the airport and we just like sit on the hood of the car and like wait
like in a movie.
Yeah, wait for planes to fly over. And the entire, like we were there for hours, and the entire time we were there, 2 airplanes flew over. And we're like, this is the lamest first date ever. Just what a waste of our time. And so we started referring to that as 2 airplanes night.
Okay.
It's like, you remember 2 airplanes night when we went on our first real date and kind of told people, it's like, yeah, I'm going out with Chris Lambert. I'm going out with Allie.
Right.
And so 2 airplanes was a reference to the first date we went on. And yeah, Blended Elephant, Limoncello, like all of them were things that it's like, Allie will know what this means. But for anybody who doesn't, it just sort of sounds impressionistic and poetic. Like, what is a blended elephant?
Okay.
How do you start your day with one?
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay, so before we leave this album, I say in my notes here, I wrote this down because I definitely want to ask this. So at the end of Limoncello, Lemoncello?
Yeah.
There's a video game sound.
Uh-huh.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
What is that?
So that's the drum machine that goes through the whole song.
Okay.
That goes through. I just, like, as it was ending, I just started cranking up the settings on it, the delay.
So it's not a video game?
No, it just, like, it's a slowly deteriorating drum sample.
Okay.
That just, it starts droning and echoing. It sounds like the Matrix to me, where it's like, when he's going into the Matrix for the first time and, like, the liquid metal stuff's going down his mouth and it's like, oh, blah, blah, blah. It turns into, like, code.
Okay,
and
so you probably don't remember because this is I'm almost too young for this, but there was a video game called Yar's Revenge.
Okay.
YAR, Yar's Revenge, and it was like on Atari.
Okay.
I think, and you were like this, I guess like a bee or of some sort, and it was like there was like this honeycomb looking stuff, and you'd have to kind of eat it, and there was like this. And there was like this main like brain center past it, and once you got you eat the honeycomb stuff, and then it would give you a certain like, once you got enough of it, you had like this bomb thing. Yeah. But you had to eat past the honeycomb, and then you could shoot it at the main thing. Well, when you shot it and you hit the thing, it sounds just like that, exactly like that. So when I heard that, I was like, oh my gosh! And at first it was like. It was just like this shot back to my childhood because I'm like this little kid back then, And I'm like, what is that? And it took me a while to realize, oh my gosh, that's the sound from Yar's Revenge. Yeah. So when I wanted to ask you, like, maybe that's what that is, but you just recreated it without even knowing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably because it's a digital sample, and like that's how they made a lot of those Atari and Nintendo sound effects. Right. They had very limited means for how they could do it, so it was a lot of 8-bit stuff where it's like, well, this is, it sounds like a drum, but actually it's just a little sample of.
Okay.
And so, I just playing with... And so, stylistically, this entire album was my way of melding, like, these are basic folk songs, but I also like to have this undercurrent of, like, electronic haze. So every song on this album has sort of this bed of buzzing and beeping and kind of air sounds that are all electronically generated.
And that's what I like about it, because it's not quite as electronic as, like, say, Krakatoa.
Right, yeah. It's definitely... I wouldn't call it electronica music, but it's going in that direction.
Yeah. Okay, so then you did Phoebe Naked.
Yeah.
So just kind of... Obviously, those are all the same songs.
Yeah.
But so just kind of, like... Explain to me, like, why you decided to do that.
Yeah,
totally re-recordings of the same songs, but more stripped down, right? Okay.
Towards the end of recording it, I just thought, am I, adding all these different synthesizers and effects and stuff? Is this too over the top? Is it too? They're not going to sound like this when I play them live. I'm not going to have a whole, table full of synths that I get going and beeping and whirring and stuff.
Right.
They're just going to sound basic and stripped down. And I was really self-conscious at that time. I don't worry about this stuff anymore. But at the time it was like, what if people come to see me and they're like, that didn't sound like the album.
Oh,
and then they don't want to come see me again. So anyway, I was like, it would be cool to just do a very basic acoustic version of this album where there wasn't all that. And there was a day, it was October of 2010 when the album was starting to get towards the finish line, that it started pouring down rain outside. So I ran outside and I opened the window of the Radiant Radish and I just set up a mic and I recorded the rain sounds. And while it was raining, I just played all the way through, played just the acoustic guitar for the whole album start to finish.
With no vocals.
No vocals. So then I added the vocals afterwards.
Okay.
And I asked these two friends of ours, Hannah and Rebecca Underwood, if they would do like gospel vocals. It's like, can we just turn this into like a gospel acoustic version of this album? And so they came over one day, I think in November of 2010, and just spent a whole day in my studio. And it's like, I'd play them a song, they'd sit down with a notebook and like come up with the harmonies and work off of each other. And they sang in their church, so like they had a really like tight harmony thing they would do, and so we did that whole thing in one day. So and then I thought this will be like a bonus album that like if you buy Phoebe on vinyl, then you're going to get the Phoebe Naked CD that goes with it.
We are dissolving and you're in a dress that defies gravity. Your legs are distracting, and I'm in a world that decries sanity. If you were offended, I beg your forgiveness, but I've never been fake. If you want to change me, it won't make me angry. I will bend till I break. 'Cause I'm the kind of guy who never gets past friends. But on the brighter side, my losses ate my wins, and then some, and then some.
So it was just a way to be like, let's redo this entire album in a different style.
So you record all of the guitars.
Yeah.
While it was actually raining outside.
Yeah.
So all the rain you hear on there, that's genuine.
Yep.
That's not just a sound effect you added later.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, you hear the window open.
Okay.
It starts out quiet, and then you just hear the window open and the rain outside. And it's like, yep, I played the whole thing all the way through in front of the window.
And then later on, you and the two sisters
sang over the top of those.
Just added the vocals. Yep. Okay. Really cool, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really cool sounding. And we've talked before about my problem I have with new versions of songs I already know. It's kind of difficult for me when I already like a song to be like, oh, what did you change that, or you did this, But that one I think is cool because it's such a mellow. It brought it down to such a mellow. Like I can play it when I'm relaxing or when I'm reading or whatever. It's kind of cool. It's got kind of like that sound.
My friend Trevor, who's been my closest friend since junior high. He had moved up to the Bay Area, and we don't see each other very often now. But I always send him my new music when I'm working on it, and I remember him telling me, I got your new album, and I liked it, but then I heard the naked version, and I was like, this is like some of your best work. So he liked the naked version a lot better, and I thought, see, this is exactly why I went back and did it a different way, is because it's the exact same songs, but it might hit your ear a little differently if it doesn't have all this other stuff on top of it. Right. So it's just a way to have two different versions.
Okay. Very cool.
Yeah.
All right, so before we get to Krakatoa, okay, here we go. Before we get to Krakatoa, we have Beach Nomadic Transit EP.
Yep.
Now, is that you on your own, or is that another collab?
That was a collaboration.
Okay.
So, I have a friend named Nikki who lives in San Diego. She was another MySpace friend that I communicated with for a long time before we ever met. Yeah. And she's a singer-songwriter. We bonded over Elliott Smith.
Okay.
We're both really into Elliott Smith.
Right.
So she would send me songs she had recorded in her home studio. I'd send her songs I was recording. We'd cover songs and send them back and forth to each other. And I had approached her at one point and I said, I got this idea last night. I don't know if you're up for it, but I want to tell a whole story over the course of 6 songs. You write 3, I write 3. We go back and forth from our characters' perspectives, and then they come together at the end. So we're going to tell this whole story.
Okay.
She was super into it. So I wrote the first song.
Right.
It's about this guy on the subway
Okay.
in Manhattan.
So that is Loneliest Man in Manhattan.
Right.
Okay.
Crossing my arms on the subway, grinding my teeth to the gums. Everyone stays out of my way. I'm biting a hole in my tongue. We're coming to my favorite of the boroughs. An old man with a Bible has the floor. Flickers of light through the window. The mechanical noise of the door. I must be the loneliest man in Manhattan. Queens and Staten Island too. The loneliest man in Manhattan is sitting right across from you. Climbing the stairs of my building, keeping my eyes on the steps. Stopping to speak seems unthrilling. The last yellow door on the left. I come into the veil of my apartment. My thoughts turn suicidal as I pour. I'm mixing my whiskey with water, avoiding a trip to the store. I must be the loneliest man in Manhattan. Queens and Staten.
Started reading about the subway, and when the New York subway system first got built, it was called the Beach Pneumatic Transit. It was
Okay.
the guy who created it was something Beach,
Okay.
I think.
Okay.
And so I just thought that's a cool name. That's our band name. We're just called Beach Pneumatic Transit.
Okay.
So I wrote The Loneliest Man in Manhattan, sent it to her, and I was like, here's the story. Here's what I've come up with. This guy's alone on a train, and he's bummed out. He's really lonely, and he meets this girl and falls in love, and he's like blissfully unaware, but from her perspective, she's like a Black Widow, like serial killer. And so
Wow.
she's sitting on the subway looking for her next victim.
No
and spots
way.
this guy who's vulnerable. And she's like, he's not perfect. So I sent her The Loneliest Man in Manhattan. She sent me back the second song, which was, she's on this train. She's like on a killing spree.
Yeah.
And she spots this lonely guy, and she's like, there's my next victim. That's my target. The next song was mine, and it was, I don't know if you have this one. It's called My Crooked Lips.
The only one I have is Loneliest
Okay.
Man in Manhattan. I have none of the others.
I'll send you the other two.
Yeah.
So then my response to that is My Crooked Lips, and that's his perspective of being in love with her and just
Okay.
like obsessed with her. And then her response was going to be, her plotting his murder, and then
Dude.
but we stopped there. So we only got 3 songs in before we
Okay.
I don't know if we didn't have time or what the point was, but we finished 3 songs for that, the first 3.
Do you still talk to her ever?
Very rarely.
All right.
Like, yeah,
let's
let's
finish this album up, dude.
Yeah.
I think you guys need to keep going on this one.
Right.
I want to see the
That was
end,
a fun
the, end
one.
of the story.
Yeah.
So I had no idea of this of the concept album there.
Yeah.
And now I like it even more now.
Yeah.
But before we were even talking about this, I was going to tell you, Loneliest Man in Manhattan, I'm sure I've told you that before, is probably it is one of my favorites.
Really?
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
The lyrics, is everything. It's sad.
Yeah.
But now that you're telling me the whole concept of the thing, it's like, oh my gosh, it's even cooler.
Yeah.
Because especially, I'm assuming, because this other friend of yours is a songwriter also and a singer, that so the next song would be her on vocals,
Right.
singing from the perspective of this killer.
Yep.
Dude.
Yeah, I thought
That's
it's
so
almost
cool.
like a call and response thing, but it's like instead of doing it together where I'll submit a song, then you submit a song, and we'll just continue the story
Yeah.
wherever it goes. And we didn't know where it was going to end up. It's like, what's the final song going to be? Like, what's
Yeah.
the ultimate? But it was fun. And I wrote it quick. It was like when I came up with the idea and she said yes, I probably sat down and wrote the demo for that and then started recording it the next day and probably just finished it in a day or two. And I think some of my best songs come out of like not thinking too hard about it, coming up with the idea, just sitting down, and like I love the harmonies on that song, the backup vocals and stuff I did.
Yeah.
the little synthesizer stuff. It's really quiet and subtle. And My Crooked Lips, when you hear it, like, it's another one of my favorites. It's
Okay.
like very upbeat and catchy, and
Nice.
just came out of not overthinking it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My crooked lips belong to her. 6 drunken trips to Westchester. Take the long way home. Sing a victory song. Take a fist of pills. Fall in bed alone. I'd shed my arm to sleep beside her. I'd sell my feet to get inside her mind and soul and body too. My broken ribs stitched up.
So there's 3 songs for that somewhere.
Okay. Cool, man. That's what's going to happen at the end of all this. I'm going to be sending you a list of, hey,
Yeah.
you got to fill in all the blanks for me here, man. All right, so then we get to Krakatoa Laser Punch, which is interesting. Very different departure musically, I think, from what you had been doing before that.
Yeah.
And lyrically, kind of strange, to be honest with you.
Okay.
In my opinion, I'm sure you're going to tell me what's going on here, but
Maybe.
if you can remember.
Right.
But a lot of it, like, you should start with "Write It on My Hat," which sounds personal.
Yeah.
I'm going crazy. I've got pockets full of cash. Saline and alcohol all dried in my mustache. I'm going crazy, Lord. There's a bullet, there's a bullet, there's a bullet, there's a bullet in my brain. But who's to blame? I'm going crazy, Lord. There's a bullet, there's a bullet, there's a bullet, there's a bullet in my brain. But what's my name? Have I got one? I'm going broke, but I've got family for days.
To me, it sounds like the first song that would like lead into like the Blue Hour or
Yeah.
something where you were getting a little. I mean, but maybe not. Maybe it's just part of the story that you're telling here with these fictional characters. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it sounds very pointed, like you're talking about somebody specific. So yeah. So and then you got weird stuff with like, you know, police talking, and you got like, I mean, but something about it, like it feels like it's a story,
Yeah.
even though I have no clue what that story is or how
Yeah.
any of it connects. But it feels like that.
Yeah.
And earlier you were talking about, I forgot what album we were on, but you were talking about you were going to add, maybe it was Dipso, that you were going to add a commercial sounding thing
Yeah.
in the middle. Mm-hmm. And that's almost what this kind of is.
Yeah.
Like it's that in between, just kind of filling in stuff.
Right.
So
Yeah, no story on this one. Like, there's no overarching story.
Okay.
But I think thematically, I was definitely going for a sound. There was
Yes.
So here's what I remember about the genesis of this idea is towards the end of 2010, when I finished Phoebe, and I was just part of, this archival stuff that I'm doing is going back through old emails I sent to Allie and stuff and kind of getting a day by day. It's like, oh, remember this day where we did this? And remember when we hung out here? And just all these things that are memorialized in texts and stuff. And so November of 2010, I was scrambling to get Phoebe done so I could ship it off and have it out before the end of the year. It was like, I have to put an album out in 2010 or else people are going to go,
Right.
what happened?
Right,
we put
right.
which is not true, but it's self-imposed. So it's like, I got to get this out before the end of the calendar year. So I sent it off in November. She and I drove and which is weird. We had no business, but like up there at the time. But we drove up to Arroyo Grande, and one of the first times I spent any real time there, didn't know anybody up there, and went to this little coffee shop called Cafe Andrini that's right in the village.
Okay.
And I think we went to see a friend's band play or something, and she brought her 35 millimeter film camera, and we took some pictures, and she took some pictures of me like posing in front of a brick wall, and it started raining, and like got some dark rain clouds and just some moody photos and stuff.
Yeah.
And while we were up there, I was talking about Phoebe and how I said, the bummer with this is when I put this album out, I'm going to send it into like labels, I'm going to send it out for reviews, and I'm just going to get no response back. It just feels so unfair. Like I spent this whole year working on this and perfecting every little detail, and it's just such a waste because there's such a sound right now of like 2010. There's like a sound that people like, and I don't fit into that.
Right.
And I said, what's unfair is I bet I could just very quickly record like an album that sounds like 2010, just like electronica, and just give it this really like weird name and stuff. And if I put it out, I bet it would get way more attention than the stuff I really worked hard on.
Right.
And so the next day I told her, I came up with the title. It's called Krakatoa Laser Punch. And I was like, why don't we'll do a photo shoot, and we'll like write Krakatoa Laser Punch on a sign, and we'll put this whole cryptic like promotional thing together. And then I started getting really serious about it because I had just finished Phoebe. It was waiting to get pressed to vinyl, which took forever.
Yeah.
And so I just had downtime. So I was like, I'm going to just start writing my idea of what this like kind of electronica music would sound like. And I started with Calculator Eyes.
Okay.
And by the time I finished it, I was like, this is a good song.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Calculator eyes, they started forming floats for fun until your mother died. Son, will get you another one. Your right triangle teeth.
It started as a joke and sort of like a self-pitying, like, nobody will pay attention to me. I'll give them what they want. But then by the end of it, I was like, actually, I really like this direction. I really like what I'm doing here.
Right.
So it very quickly was not a joke, but we kept the title. We kept, it doesn't mean anything at all.
Right.
Krakatoa is a volcano.
Right.
We spelled laser with a Z.
Yeah.
And it means nothing at all. But we do have a film photo shoot that Allie did where, like, I stood out in the middle of this field and I'm wearing a scarf and stuff, and that was the album cover for it.
And a little book came with the album too.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
So by the time I started getting towards like, actually, this is a good collection of songs, and like what I'm working on here is, even stylistically, I moved into this more digital, like full on, like synthesizers and programmed drum beats and this different thing. I really like what this is. So even though it's not I don't consider it like my next album, I should put it out that way anyway. And so finished Phoebe and put it out in December of 2010. By June of 2011, Krakatoa Laser Punch was out.
Wow.
So like 6-month time period, like didn't slave over it, like just kind of had fun with it.
Was it easy for you to write this album? Is that why?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. And I just really enjoyed it. So I was getting into, I was listening to a lot of Radiohead at that point. And I was getting into, Tom York has that solo album called The Eraser.
Never heard it, no.
So like, and it's very electronica, and if you heard it, you'd be like, that's totally Krakatoa Laser Punch. It's like lots of laptop stuff. I remember in the credits it just says Tom York laptops vocals. That's like all he played on it. So I thought that would be really cool to just do like such an electronic album that you could just perform it with a laptop.
Right.
And so a lot of these songs started with that mindset, and the whole writing process for this was I would get in bed at night with my laptop, lay it down, and just start programming a drum beat. And then I'd start programming like a synthesizer part, and I'd start programming, and then I'd put it together. This is a verse, this is a chorus, this is a verse, this is a chorus. And then before I went to bed, I'd press play, and it's like, that's a whole instrumental song.
Right.
But there's no guitars on it, there's no bass, there's no anything. So I wake up the next morning, make a pot of coffee, go out to the studio, and the whole day is like, that song you made in bed last night, you're going to flesh it out with guitars and all this stuff, and then you're going to start writing vocals, and you're going to just finish it. And then when you go to bed tonight, you're going to start a fresh, brand new song. So for a couple months, that was what I did every night. Was like,
So every night you would go to bed and think of a new song.
Program
and the
a
next
new
morning
yeah.
you would
try to turn it into a song.
Okay.
So it's like whatever you did last night, now you're going to complete it and
Okay.
make it album ready before you move on to the next
Yeah.
one. So I probably had 20 something songs that could have been, and I've given Dale all of the. I give Dale all of my outtakes.
Right.
So he has all these ones that it's like, this would have been a really cool song. Yeah, but I didn't finish. I didn't have an idea for it.
Right.
So, and that's some of his favorite stuff, I think, is like,
Okay.
why didn't you finish this one?
Yeah.
Just nothing came to me. Or like
Okay.
I came out to the studio the next day and I played with it and was like, now what? Like it just,
Right.
this didn't come together the way that some other ones would. So
Right.
the vibe of the album was very like futuristic, dystopian, like that, like late 90s movies like Enemy of the State.
Oh,
and
yeah.
like stuff like that, and
Yeah.
like Logan's Run.
Okay.
Remember Logan's
Oh,
Run?
yeah.
And
Yeah.
just stuff that takes place in the future that's supposed to be about like government overreach and stuff like that. And I had this whole idea in my head that like this takes place in a future where everybody has to get these little tattoos, and the tattoos have to be scanned every day, and it kind of updates your whatever's going on. And if you don't scan your tattoo, then you become an enemy, and
Okay.
they chase you down. And it like I said, it doesn't tell a story all the way through, but I wanted it to feel like it took place in a world.
Right.
And I think it does that. Like
Yeah.
this album like feels like it's from another place. And it's when I remember when I finished it, I gave Allie a cassette tape of it because she was driving a truck at the time that only had a cassette deck.
Yeah.
So I gave it to her on tape, and she listened to it for a while. And I was like, "Hey, so what do you think of the new album?" And she's like, "It's not my favorite." And it like really hurt my feelings. I was like, "It's not. Like I want it to be your favorite."
Right.
But in hindsight, stylistically, it's like
Yeah.
it's like not an album you put on because you want to listen to
Sure.
music. It's just like it's
Right.
got a heaviness to it.
Yeah.
And there are some I don't really remember what I was going through at the time, but 2011 was like a kind of heavier time in
Yeah.
my life, and
Yeah.
some of that worked its way into it. But I think the goal was to have that album done and out as soon as it was ready. It was
Right.
just like, it's got to
Right.
be a full.
When I listen to it, I always think of the word gray. I don't know why. Like in my head, I picture, and this is like the whole album. When I listen through the whole album, I get this like kind of almost like a black and white. I get like blacks and whites and grays in my head, like almost like you talk about it painting a picture of a world.
Yeah.
That's what the world looks like to
Right.
me. It's drab. It's depressing. I don't mean like the songs are depressing. It's just something about the images that kind of go into my head.
Yeah.
It's almost like an old sci-fi movie for me.
Yeah.
Like where it's like a black and white sci-fi movie from way back.
Yeah.
Where they have the, you can see the strings that are holding the,
Yeah.
the saucers and,
Yeah.
that kind of deal,
Yeah, and I like that. I like where this sits in my discography, that I have an album like this where it's just like, that's exactly what I wanted to make at that period of time.
Okay.
Like I wasn't trying to be anything other than like what was speaking to me. And when it didn't, because when I finish an album, I put it out and I give it to my mom and Dale. I give a copy to Allie. I send it out to a few of my friends, and then didn't really get much of a response.
Okay.
And so at first I was like, it's not that good.
Yeah.
But when I listen back, it's like, you know what? I really like this one still,
Okay.
in spite of the fact that it doesn't seem like most people did.
Right.
They didn't connect to it the way they did some of my other albums, but it's just like, it's so solidly what it was supposed to be.
Right.
It's just like, it's not trying to please anybody. It's not trying to be
Yeah.
anything other than...
Well, that might be why you appreciate it yourself, because you went in a direction that you just wanted to go.
Right.
But like to people that have been listening to your albums up to this point, it was probably a shock to their system.
Yeah.
Because it's such a different style than, you're coming off of Phoebe.
Yeah.
And then you're going into this album, it's like, wait, what?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just so different.
Yeah.
And if they're expecting something, and I've talked about this a lot of times, like I get the artist perspective, but then I also get the fans perspective.
Yeah.
To where the artist is like, I want to stretch, I want to do new things, I want to expand. And the fan's like, no, I loved your last album.
Yeah.
Can we get some more songs that sound like that last album, but new songs, but
Yeah.
sound like that?
Right.
And the
Yeah.
artist is like, dude, I already did that album. I'm over that. I'm moving on to something else,
And that's why, like, there's this self-imposed idea that it's like, I don't want to upset the fan base.
Right.
But I didn't have a fan base.
Right.
That's the thing. It's like, I was free to do whatever I wanted, and I
Yeah.
was imposing this prison on myself that's like, you can't steer too far from the formula because people are expecting a thing from you.
Right.
But it's like, who is
Yeah.
expecting a thing from me?
Right.
And it's like, that's the blessing of being an unknown and not having a fan base. It's like, I could do anything I want to.
Yeah.
Which, to go back to like present day, what I've done with the podcast that I created, and like when I made it, it's like nobody knows who I am. I
Right.
can do this stylistically. I can come up with my own,
Sure.
cold open and the way
Yeah.
I did my theme song. And now that people responded to it the way that they did, I feel almost trapped. And
Yeah.
now if I put out a follow up to this, inevitably it will get comparisons
Right.
to that, and it will never ever amount to what they want from me. It's like
right.
impossible to top.
Yeah.
But musically, I've always felt that pressure, and only later looked back and thought I could have done anything I wanted. And I can't believe how much time I wasted worrying about, even putting out Phoebe Naked, because I thought this is just too far in this direction, and what if people don't like it?
Right.
I don't think anybody ever thought that. I don't think I've ever lost a fan
Right.
because they heard a song and thought that's not what I wanted from Chris Lambert, because I don't have those kinds of fans.
Right, right.
It's like, and so yeah,
Okay.
Krakatoa Laser Punch, like, I haven't listened back to it in years, but the last
Yeah.
time I did, I thought this is one of my strongest albums, I think, because it's exactly what it was supposed to be. Every song kind of flows into the next one. Like you said, those little transitions in between are just part of the world.
Yeah.
And they help jump you from one, you have something fading out just as like an electronic beat kicks in, and
Sure.
it's like, here I am in the next song already. And
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I have a friend of mine, Justin, who's been living in Idaho for a while. We lost touch for a while, and then he's living up in Idaho. We're really good friends. And when he was still here in town was when that had come out. And I remember I don't remember how he got it, if he bought one or if I gave him one. But anyway, he has a copy of it. And he moved to Idaho. He got remarried in the last couple of years, and he's living up there. Well, just a couple of weeks ago, maybe a couple months ago now, he sent me a picture of the Krakatoa cover, and he said, and I think it said, I forgot exactly what it said. I'm initiating Terry, which is his wife, or something like that, or I'm showing Terry this album or whatever. And I said, well, what does she think? Oh, she's digging it. It's like, oh, cool, And this is like,
Yeah.
It was kind of cool. And then I think the next day, I because of that, I popped it in myself, and I was like, I haven't listened to that one in a while. I should check that out, And I popped it in and checking it out. So,
Yeah.
and again, I had the same blacks, whites, and grays, man. It was just all
Yeah.
there.
So you were talking about when I put it out, I decided that I didn't order CDs of this one. This one was never professionally pressed. But what I did instead is I wrote a book. And so Allie came to the recording studio one day. She was taking a large format photography class at Hancock, where you'd have to, you take it with the camera, and then you have to actually go in the dark room and
Oh, okay.
process them.
Old school.
So she did a whole photo shoot of me recording this album, and then brought me back all the black and white film stuff.
Nice.
And I was like, these are really cool.
Yeah.
So I put together this book of like black and white film shots, and then I started making a lot of collages. I did a collage with, do you have one of the books?
I did, and I can't find it.
Okay.
I did have it originally.
Yeah.
Because I think you gave me one, and I can't find it now.
Oh, okay.
So it's probably in a box somewhere, or I don't know what happened to it.
Yeah.
It's
I don't have
missing
extras,
in
so
action. Oh,
if
great.
you don't find it, it's over.
Way to go, man.
I don't even have one. That's the thing, is like, I don't even have a copy of that book. And I worked on it for so long, but I
Yeah.
made all these collages, and then I wrote the lyrics in there, and I just
Yeah.
thought this would be a really cool thing to put out the book with the CD.
Yeah.
So like in the back, there's a little like CD hub that you pop the disc onto
Yep.
on the back page. And there, I think I only made, I had them order on demand. So if you ordered one, then it would print as you ordered it.
Okay.
And I think there's only 20 to 30 ever made. And I don't own one. I'm pretty sure Dale probably keeps his
Yeah.
like in a safe place. So he probably has one somewhere.
Justin has one.
Oh, does he?
That's what he sent
Okay,
me, was
yeah.
the picture of the book.
So you must have ordered it when it was
Maybe.
for pre-sale or whatever.
Yeah.
Because I put up the pre-sale.
Or maybe.
And after they were out, it was, or maybe he has
Maybe
your copy.
he has my book.
That would make sense.
Dude.
You gave it away.
I'm going to have to get that back.
Yeah.
Dude, there's only 30 of these in existence.
Yeah.
I need it back. No, it's mine. Oh, man. That's too funny.
But I always, like, going back to the very beginning of making music, I always had these idea, and like Allie and I are both very similar in this way. We're big idea people. Where with Calliope or something, it's like you just wake up one morning and it's like, I'm going to write a kid's picture book, and it's going to have instrumental music to go along with it. And you work on it for a while, and it's like, nah, nobody's excited. So like, who cares? But like, something like this. I'm going to make an electronic album. I'm going to have it out in 6 months from my last album coming out, and it's going to have its own book with these photos and essays and all this stuff, and then put it out. And it's like, who cares? There's like a few people that care, but we have big ideas all the time that we want to do. That locally, it's like, just play a bunch of shows at bars, and when you do have 4 or 5 songs, just put out an EP. Like put it in a paper sleeve. But we like, both of us like to get our hands on like tangible projects. So like one of the most exciting things of making an album to me is like, when this is done, I can't wait to hold the final CD in my hand and like squeeze it and feel the booklet in there and know that it's a real thing that I made.
And because it's done, right? That's got to feel so good to be holding it and going, this is done.
This is a complete vision that I had from start to finish.
I don't have to do this anymore. It's done. Here it is, right? And it's there.
And then the next day you wake up and there's that like depression that sets in where you're like, now what do I do?
Now what? Yeah, what's the next project?
That's always what keeps you moving forward.
Yeah,
that's how I feel.
That's cool. So lyrically, I want to talk a little bit about some of the lyrics on this album.
Sure.
Who the heck is Robert?
What song is that?
Oh, there's a few of them. This, A Confederacy is one. It says something about, I need to talk to Robert.
Yeah, leave a message for Robert.
Yeah.
Let me speak to Robert. I come bearing a gift. Leave a message for Robert. I came bearing a gift. I need my mother to turn the other cheek. I'm going to California for just a couple of weeks. Ooh, step away. Oh, step away. Oh, step away. Oh, step away.
So, A Confederacy is about, there's an author named, I think it's John Kennedy Toole, wrote a book called A Confederacy of Dunces.
Okay.
And shopped it around to all of these publishers, and nobody was interested in it, so he killed himself. He like parked his car in the woods and ran like a garden hose through
Here
his
we go. The garden
tailpipe.
hose. I was going to ask about the garden hose because that comes up a lot in the songs too.
Ran it through his tailpipe, put it in the window, and then suffocated on the fumes. And they found him dead, and he had just gone to this publisher's building or something to talk to this guy Robert something, and can I leave a copy of my manuscript? And so by the time the guy returns his call, he's already dead. And so his mom ended up like putting her like heart and soul into making sure that this book got published. And when it did, it became a huge hit.
Oh my gosh.
So for whatever reason, I read that Wikipedia page or something, and I just really resonated with that idea of just like, make it, not that I wanted to kill myself or anything, but just the idea that it's like you work so hard on something and you're like, does anybody like this? And it doesn't seem like they do. So you give up, and it turns out you were wrong, and it really had an impact and stuff. And so that book was called A Confederacy of Dunces. So the song is called A Confederacy. The references to the garden hose and to Robert, it was just like basically him singing about, his last day.
So he comes in a few songs. So that must be part of the theme of the album.
Well, I think I just brought back the idea of the garden hose a few different times in my own, in my own way.
Oh, okay.
I need a garden hose. It's
Okay.
And you know what I mean by that point, right?
I need a lawyer. You say I need a garden hose. I need a lawyer.
I need a lawyer.
And then we can't pass over She Cannonballs, which is like hilarious. Like it's obviously it was obviously written before fat shaming was canceled.
She fell down like a wrecking ball with a Forrest Whitaker jaw. She's got a smile like She cannonballs. She cannonballs. She cannonballs. She she grew every way with the rough guy banister whip. She's got a roll like a tube of film, but it works if the canister fits. She cannonballs. She cannonballs.
But just funny.
Yeah.
Just, kind of poking fun at,
It's just about a heavy-set woman.
Right.
In all the ways that I could. Right. Yeah, I like, she's got a roll like a tube of film. Is one of my favorite ones. And again, like, I think the best parts of this era were how quickly I'd come up with an idea, I'd write it, I'd record it, and I wouldn't overthink it.
Yeah.
So, like, looking back, it's like I probably would have reshaped that 10 different times and then decided not to put it out if I had thought too hard.
Right.
But it was just like I came up with the beat, I came up with the little keyboard part,
Yeah.
I did that little guitar solo in the middle, which is like nuts.
Right.
And then I wrote the lyrics, recorded the vocals, and it was done that day.
Okay.
So, like, yeah, looking back, it's like, why did I write about that?
Yeah.
It's just what came out that day.
You say
It's like,
something about, like, President Taft.
yeah.
There's a lyric like that in
Yeah.
there.
She's got a waist like a full suitcase.
Oh, my goodness. I shouldn't be laughing at that. It's not funny.
But it wasn't about anybody specific, and it wasn't
Right.
like I was making fun of anybody. It was like I was just trying to find the most creative ways to say I'm talking about a very big woman.
Yes.
Why? Like
Right.
why?
Right.
Yeah. And then the chorus is just she cannonballs.
Right. Yeah.
What?
She does. So my favorite song in the whole album, and I've told you this before, and you're always surprised. You remember what I told you it was?
Nope.
It Haunts Me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what you said last time too.
Yeah.
You're kind of like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't have guessed that would be your favorite
I think-
song.
I drove to the country, smoking filtered cigarettes. Got a job with the company. It's the worst of my regrets. It haunts me. It haunts me. It haunts me.
That's the only song on this. Well, no, that's not true. It's one of the only songs on this album I've ever played at a show because
Yeah.
this album's hard to recreate
Right.
without all these synthesizers and drum beats.
Right.
So I played "It Haunts Me" at a Starry Sky show. So if you ever saw me play it acoustic,
Yeah.
that's probably the only time I've ever played it ever.
Well, I'm going to ask you this because I don't know if you remember this, but I thought this was really cool, and I think it was at Starry Sky, so it might be the same show. But your mom had told me at work, and she said something along the lines because you knew I was coming to the show, and you said Chris wants to know like if there's any songs you want to hear.
Yeah.
When you go to the show, and I said, oh my gosh, it's so hard to just pick a few. So I just gave her like a list of like 15 or something, right? And I said, and it was a mix of all your albums, all these different things, and
Yeah.
it Haunts Me was on there.
Yeah.
And I remember she sent it to you, and she had told me so. Chris said something like, that's a very interesting mix of songs, right?
Yeah.
I was like, okay, yeah, and maybe he'll pick a few of them. So I go to the show, and you literally played every song that I had, like the whole
Really?
playlist was the playlist I gave you. And I
Yeah.
was like, dude, so cool. Like
Yeah.
you even played the one from Soundproof Box, the Infinite Mirrors.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And it was great, man. It was just the coolest thing. So yeah, I have heard you play that. It
Yeah.
Haunts Me live.
We were like Allie and I were just discussing this era because I think I told you, going through all these boxes of stuff I've been moving, I've just started putting together a timeline of my life. Like, when did that thing, remember that day that because, we've talked for years about when was that day we drove to AG and it was like a thunderstorm outside and we did a photo shoot? Like, what day was that? And then I found like, oh, it was November 6th. I'd find the exact date of these things. And then that's when we would connect, like, wait a minute. That's the day that we did this. I didn't even know that was connected. So, like, as I'm going back through, it's like, whoa, my life makes a lot more sense now laid out on, like, a chart.
Right.
So I've been making this life timeline, and we were talking about 2011, 2012. I had almost like a residency at Starry Sky Coffee Company where at least once, if not twice a month, I would be there with a completely new set. And sometimes it was covers, sometimes it was older songs, sometimes it was songs I was still working on, a mix of things. I did one show there where I played The Great Dipso Drought in its entirety in order. And so, like, that was a place where I could work out new ideas, and our town has never really had a reliable venue, right? It's like every time you find a venue, it shuts down. They close,
yeah, exactly.
So I played the very first show. It used to be called Blue Sky Coffee Company. Okay. So I played a show there, and when they turned into Starry Sky, I played like their opening show, and I played on their last day of business when they went out of business, like a year or two later.
Right.
But that you probably gave me that set list, and I was like, yeah, this is the next month's like show.
You're like, hey, I don't have to worry about it now. There's my playlist.
Whatever show is coming up, if somebody wants to hear these, like, I'll learn them. And I actually, in those boxes, found a similar thing that I had done with Aliu, where it's like, you just write down all the songs you want to hear me play that, like, not that you think would be good for the show or whatever, but that you're curious about what would it sound like if you played it. And she was talking about It Haunts Me. She said, you only played this once acoustic, and it sounded so different from the album version, and it was so cool. And there was one show that I played a Confederacy acoustic at.
Oh wow, okay.
But most of this album I just haven't been able to perform live, and so
it's hard to recreate because it's going to sound way different, obviously. So the Weatherman comes next.
It might rain today, so tie up all your ends and put your odds away. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. The weatherman calls for light clouds today, so close up all your curtains and ignore the gray. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. But we have never seen him.
And this is the first time, I think, that you had done a CD release party. You did what you did.
I did the Great Dipso Drought.
Since the Great Dipso Drought, that's what I mean. Yeah, this is the next one you did, and you did it at the library.
Yep.
And I have a distinct memory of a man in there, an older man, and he was very upset because there were some people that were talking amongst themselves. Do you remember this? And he kept saying, "I can't hear. I can't hear," and he kept saying it over and over, and he was really upset. And it was because there were some people that were talking in the back of the room, or I don't remember where they were.
I'll tell you what I remember is it was Dale that was very upset about that. I don't know who you're talking. I don't remember anybody saying anything, but Dale got up because there were these two girls sitting towards the back who I think I went to high school with or something. They came, and the whole time the album was playing, because again, like the Great Dipso Drought, because it's a concept album, a rock opera sort of thing, it tells the story. My idea was, wouldn't it be cool if you come in and everybody sits down in like theater seating and you listen to the album like a movie? Everybody has to be quiet and just press play on it, and if that's not your thing, then don't come, but if you're interested, let's sit and read the lyrics together. So the album was playing, and these two girls were just talking in the back row. They weren't listening at all. And Dale got up and asked them to come into the hallway and told them, "You can't be in here. You're interrupting the show."
I don't remember this.
Anybody else doing that, but I do.
No, it wasn't Dale. I'm thinking it was a guy I didn't know.
Okay.
And he was probably in his 60s, maybe at that time. I feel like I had talked to your mom about it later, and she knew who he was. Like, he was a patron at the library.
Oh, okay.
And I don't think he knew any of your music or anything before that. It was just, hey, this is going on. If anybody wants to come in, he's like, oh, I'll go in there. And he went in there, and I think there was another woman with him.
Huh.
And he was literally almost yelling it. Like, I can't hear, you know? And I was just like, oh my gosh, like, this guy's getting really irritated.
Wow. I think if I had known, if I had heard it from where I was, I probably would have stopped the album and been like, is everything okay here? Like, we're interrupting the listening experience. If everybody's like, you know, if anybody's not enjoying this. No, I didn't hear that at all.
Okay.
I was sitting at the merch table in the back the whole time, which I also did at the Great Dipso Drought show.
Yes.
Just all sit in the back of the room. If you want to come buy a copy or you want to buy a t-shirt or talk to me, I'll be back there. My standout memory from that show is there's a local photographer named Mark Velasquez who's like very well known. He does like...
Is he the naked pictures guy? Okay.
Yes.
That's how I know his name. Somebody else was talking to me about him.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's very well known in our town. He was on a reality show years back and stuff. So one of his models brought him to the show, and he'd never heard of me before. Okay. I knew who he was, but
did he want to take a picture of you naked?
No. I wish he had offered. But he came up to me. It was like, I remember it was track 4. So like 3 tracks in, and then track 4 started. He got up with the model and came to the merch table, and he said, why do you still live in Santa Maria?
Oh, wow.
And I said, what do you mean? And he's like, you should be huge.
Right.
And he's like, why are you here? And he was really confrontational about it. Like, he has that personality. Like, he's just a little, like, he can be abrasive and very blunt. But and I've gotten to know him a little bit since then. He did Are We Okay? I wrote an article about him for Alley's Magazine and stuff. But at the time, that was my first time meeting him. And that was his, like, 3 songs in, that was his thought is, what are you doing here? So at the time, it kind of hurt my feelings because I was like, "What do you mean? What am I doing wrong?" But he meant it. He meant it as a compliment.
As a compliment.
Yeah,
like, you should be bigger than this.
You should be in L.A. or San Francisco where this kind of thing would matter. But in Santa Maria, this is as far as you're going to get with this. Is this listening show?
Because you hadn't yet gotten out of Sackville.
Right. So, that's my stand-up memory of that event. We also, we spent a lot of time setting up the way the audio is going to be. It has to be surround sound, or else you're not going to be able to hear this little thing, and that drove Dale crazy. It's just like, you can't hear the synthesizer, and he's like, what synthesizer? And we had the same trouble at the Great Dipso Drought show, because at home we had 5.1 surround sound. So when I played them the album for the first time, you hear everything around you, and then when you play it through stereo speakers, it's like you can't hear the cymbal, you can't hear. And to him, it was like, what are you talking about?
Which I understand the disappointment of that. Like, you want people to be able to experience the fullness of it,
And it moves. Sometimes it pans from one side to the other. It's part of the experience. And if that gets lost, I feel like you're going to miss out on something. So we spent a lot of time that, and then we had like little VIP placards that we made for each other. Like, we all had badges that said the Weatherman VIP that we still have a few floating around that I found.
The one thing I remember about the listening party, not the one thing I remember, but something else I remember, is it was different than Dipso in the fact that you played the whole album through, which is what you did with Dipso, but then you got up and you just basically played some other songs. You didn't just play the whole album again through like you did it with Dipso. Was that a conscious decision? Like, did you not like the way it went with the Dipso one?
No, it wasn't that. It was, I think the idea was that if you just listen to the album, why do you need to listen to it again? So for that show, what I decided I was going to do was play an anthology set. So I was like, I'm going to play one song from each release that I've had. So like, I actually opened with a Silent Explosion song. Acoustic, and then I played...
Which one was it?
It was To Hell with Barbecues.
Oh, it was that one. Okay.
And then I played The Infinite Mirrors, I think, from My Soundproof Box. I played one from Two Guns, one from Open Mouth, one from Dipso. So it was a whole set of like one song from each album up to that point, which I thought was kind of a neat concept for, like, I probably would have done that as a Starry Sky residency had they not closed down before that. But and
did you play one song from the Weatherman too? And was that the last one you played then?
Probably, yeah.
Do you remember what song that was?
Don't remember.
Okay.
And these sorts of things, like, that event happened. It was just a one-time only thing. I wish we would have had the foresight to like film them, just so we'd have them for posterity.
For sure.
And the Great Dipso Drought one, I very vaguely remember the details of that show, and I just found a picture from it. And it was like, I don't remember that we had like string lights up along the ceiling, and I had built a little back corner stage, which is probably what you're talking about, where Ann Pointer and I were working out the set and how we're going to play together. And So yeah, with the Weatherman show, I've only seen a couple pictures from it, so I don't really remember how it came out.
I'm almost positive I've seen video of the Dipso show.
Huh.
So I don't know if it was your mom had it or somebody...
I haven't.
Or maybe Dale had something. Somebody had some footage of that.
Okay.
But now I don't remember where I saw it or who had it.
I do know that on YouTube, there's a video of me playing Delirium Tremon's acoustic at the Starry Sky show where I played that whole album start to finish.
Okay.
So like I was working with these women for a while who helped me set up a website, and they're like, we're gonna get your career together. We're gonna help you figure this out. Yeah. And they said one thing you need to do is you need to pick one of your albums, and you need to have a whole night dedicated to, we're just gonna focus on this one album. And I said, well, obviously it's gonna be The Great Dipso Drought. Right. It tells a story and stuff. So they said we're gonna promote it. You know, Allie she did a watercolor poster for it where you had Grandfather Mountain with like the railroad winding up to the top and stuff, and it said The Great Dipso Drought, one night only, like start to finish acoustic performance or whatever, and it got a pretty good turnout, I think. But these two women filmed the whole thing, and they're like, you're gonna put this on YouTube, and each different one is gonna have its own link to your website, a link to your Bandcamp and stuff, and that way you can get these out there. And I think the only video that is on YouTube is Delirium Tremens. Okay. So maybe you saw that and thought it was from that show?
Well, no, here's why I know it was the Lions. Because I remember, because it's from the back of the room, and it's not a great recording. It's probably like on somebody's phone or something. But I can see us.
Oh, really?
And I remember thinking, hey, there's me, because you see the bald head, and I got the hoodie on, just like I'm wearing now, and then you got the Bethany sitting next to me. Yeah. So I know it was that show.
Yeah. Well, if you find it, send it over, because I don't think I've ever seen it.
I don't think I will. I don't think I'll ever find it because I can't even remember who showed it to me. Because I don't think I had it. I think it was somebody else that was there, maybe somebody that worked there. But I was saying maybe your mom, but she doesn't have a cell phone, so she wouldn't have recorded it that way.
Nope.
But so let's get to the album itself, The Weatherman.
Yeah.
I think that the Beach Boys' influence on this album is stronger than any other thing you've ever put out. Is that intentional?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, especially with starting with just the kind of instrumental thing in the beginning of the album, which goes into the layered vocals, which totally sounds like the Beach Boys.
Yeah.
It's just really, really cool. So did you set out to write a whole album in the vein of the Beach Boys, or?
No, not specifically. I think that's what I've always listened to, and I think I had shied away from it because I thought, don't get too, don't do stacks of harmonies and things like that, because then you will never be able to recreate them live. And my whole thing at this period of time was, it's all about my live show. Like, nobody's going to buy a CD if they take it home and go, this sounds nothing like the guy I just saw play.
Right.
I was, again, so worried about that, and this was the first time I thought, why? Like, I'm gonna rob myself of the opportunity to make an album sound the way I want it to sound, because people might not like it.
Right.
They might think it's too blank, whatever they thought. Yeah. So, this was the first time I kind of unleashed, and I just thought, you know what? Whatever comes out, and I'm not going to put limitations on it. So the genesis of this album and the way it came about was Allie and her parents went on a road trip in late 2011. So I put out Krakatoa Laser Punch in June. Mm-hmm. They went on vacation in September, and they asked me if I would house sit for them. Or dog sit, I think it was, to watch their dog. But they're like, you can just stay there if you want.
Right.
So I thought, sure, I'll stay at your house and work on some songs or something. Just have like a whole empty house to myself for 2 weeks or something. So they just gave me access. So I brought over all of my recording equipment and filled their living room with
nice.
My laptop's here, and I've got all these instruments and keyboards and everything's laid out. This is my workshop for the week. And my goal was, I had this idea to do what I call the 20 songs project, where I was going to wake up in the morning, have some coffee, and write 20 songs that day, no matter how they turned out.
Dang.
And so I thought, because out of that, at least a couple will be fine.
Yeah.
And then I can shave that down and then do another one and then take the best of all of those, and that will be my next album. And I didn't know what direction. I had no goals for like, what do I want the next album to sound like yet. But when I sat down and started writing them, a lot of what was coming out was like, ooh, this is sort of like late 60s psychedelic Beatles,
Yeah.
Beach Boys
Totally.
era. But I wrote a lot of songs during that trip that were more like Weezer, like
Okay.
sort of a pop rock, pop punk sort of thing that were coming out. So I probably wrote 40 to 50 songs while they were gone, and recorded some rough versions at their house, and then spent the next year in the studio. And this album I fully intended to record in a real recording studio, because I just thought, I can't do this at home. And I spent so much time auditioning people. It's like, I want to record at your studio, but only if if you're the right person.
Right.
And after a few times, it's like, you know what? I haven't found the right vibe. I just haven't clicked with anybody. I remember one guy I talked to, I told him, here's the idea for this album. So it starts here. And he's like, no, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know the story. We'll just approach it on a song-by-song basis. I don't like concept albums. I don't need to. And so I thought, well, then we're not going to work together. That's the whole point is. And I remember calling Allie from the parking lot and telling her, this is going really poorly. Like, nobody seems to want to do this. So it's like, maybe I just do record it at home. So I did record the whole thing at home.
Okay. It sounds good. It sounds professional.
I had to step it up. There were a lot of things I had to do in this album that it's like, how am I going to get that sound at home? But there's some big moments, like in A Place to Go, there's a key change and this bridge that comes in that is all orchestral instruments. It has do, the violins and timpani.
'Cause if I lost you to a hand-drawn ink-line flame, let's face it, Northern Blue could never be the same. Place in Northern Blue where no one stakes their claim. We'll charge it to the dust and leave it for the rain. I'll let you go, but please come home, our home sweet home. A place in Northern Blue.
All of that was recorded in Allie's parents' living room. So I took it from the demo and just put it directly on the final album, because I thought, this actually sounds like a little orchestra playing.
Yeah.
And there are several, the song The Weatherman, it has that big kind of Phil Spector sound, and it's all me. I played every instrument on this album, but the goal was to make it sound like a wall of sound recording of Pet Sounds or something.
Right.
Was. So
and that's the album I thought of when I listened to it.
So I wrote wrote the majority of this at their house, and then spent the next year fleshing it out, and then really suffered. This album drug on and on, where I was like, it's not perfect, it has to be perfect, and I probably stressed Allie out so much with I just have this vision and it's not coming true. It was probably very frustrating to listen to me talk about for a whole year. But I'm happy with the way it turned out. I think this is one that I really really stepped up my abilities as a producer. But it's this doesn't sound like a home recording. This does sound like
well, I think anybody that would listen to that whole album and then talk to you after that, and you would say, it was just all me. I just did all that. Recording, writing, everything. All the instruments are me. Everything's me.
Right.
Be like, wait, what? Because again, there's a very diverse instruments on this one too. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on, right? I mean, and lyrically, got a lot of cool things going on in there. I'd be lying if I said I understood the story. I know there's obviously a story there about the weatherman, and you got names in there like Maggie and Peter, and I don't know what's going on there, but and Saccharine is a person. Okay, I gathered that much. But a couple songs. What did I put in here? want to say I don't think there's a song on here that I don't like. I think it's really, really cool. Cool But Never Dry is one of my favorites. Quiet and Afraid is my favorite on the whole album.
Diet in the shade, I'm stretching out my stay. I'm more than worth the wait of the words I've yet to say. I dreamed again. I had a daughter, gaps filled in with all I taught her. Fairy tales and parlor games. The president.
And I think it's because the lyrics always hit me in the feels, like I'm always saying,
Yeah.
I wrote down the lyric, I dreamed again that I had a daughter, gaps filled in with all I taught her.
Yeah.
It's awesome. So cool. I mean, I think having daughters is, for me, is just, those kind of lyrics always get me.
Yeah.
But what's the song? I'm trying to look. I thought I wrote it down in my... Is it Cool But Never Dry? What's the one where it's... Is it even on this album? Maybe that's what... The Each September... Amber
Cool But Never
Wave.
Dry.
That is Cool But Never Dry. Okay, and I like the way that those, like, one lyric goes into the next when you mean something here,
Yeah.
but the word takes on a new meaning
Yeah.
in the next verse, and it just goes off of each other. That's really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, musically and lyrically, I spent so much time arranging this album for
Okay.
I was just telling Weston, when I wrote The Weatherman, I just would tape sheets of butcher paper together and like pin them to my wall, and I would draw out like all the chord charts. So it's like, that it opens with an A major and then it goes to an A major 7 and then a D major 7, and I had all of these things drawn out, and then I would kind of step back and look at it and go, how am I going to get from this key to this key? Because the next
Okay.
song is in this key, and I want it to be a smooth. So a lot of them have these little orchestral bridges that go between one song to another,
Yeah.
and then the drums kick in, and you're suddenly in the next key.
Right.
There was a lot of time spent like, how do I make this flow? How do I make this orchestral? And then when I got to the lyrics, it was like, how do I make this elaborate and dense? And I just want so much wordplay and so much cleverness. And my mom brought home a book from the library that was like the glossary of popular Americana idioms or something. It was all idioms that had to do with like American history.
Okay.
And I was like, yes, and I was like devouring this thing, and I would save little phrases here and there that it's like, that's such a cool, like, will it play in Peoria? It was like, that's an interesting, it's a very American phrase and stuff. How can I
Right.
use that lyrically? And so there were little snatches of those that I'd pull out, and then lots of wordplay. So like,
Right.
amber waves is like amber waves of grain.
Yeah, but then
and
waves-
Amber waves her right,
Yeah.
her right hand and left,
And left,
and so it's like every line changes the meaning
Yes.
before. It's like, whoa. And so I spent so much time
Yeah.
making sure that every lyric has like 3 meanings, and then musically that everything flows right into the next song, and
Yeah. So because you put so much work into this one, when it was over, was it just like this big, huge relief? Like, it's done, it's over.
I don't remember. Like, what I do remember is having it almost done for a long time, and feeling like, gosh, I just have a little bit more to finish, and that just drug out for months and months.
Yeah.
I remember listening to a lot of rough mixes. Like, I would put it on my iPod with like those little tiny earbuds. Like,
Right.
this is 2012, so whatever.
Yeah.
The iPod looked like at that point, and walking around the block listening and going, nope, the bass is too loud. Like, it's just like, and then I'd come home like just upset. It's
Right.
just like, this sucks. This album's gonna suck. I can't do it.
Yeah.
Like, everyone's gonna be disappointed in me. They're gonna be like, see, you should have spent the time recording this in a real studio and not tried to do it yourself. And I
Right.
just thought every step along the way was stress.
Yeah.
And I remember I house sat for some other friends later in the year. It was like June of 2012. So it's like the album's almost done. Like, it's got to come out.
Right.
I knew I wanted to put it out 828 again, right? So I did the Dipso Drought album came out on 828, and so I thought it's going to be done right around August. What if I shoot for 828? And then once that started approaching, it's like, no, it's not going to be done in time. So I was very stressed for the first half of 2012 with just this album needs to be perfect, and it's not perfect. I keep hearing these little mistakes in it. So I spent so much time tweaking it. So by the time it was done, it was probably just like, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah.
Like I was very stressed out.
And is there a pretty clear concept here, or is it?
Yeah, for me there was.
Okay,
for
so
me
you just painted like it's obviously a city, a town.
Yeah.
And then there's the weatherman. Is he like a actual person, or he's more like a god character?
Like a god type figure.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a village of Norther Blue, which is the name of their town, and they have this weather radio, and every day they depend on the weatherman's weather reports to know, what to expect. And the idea is that several people have set out to try to find the weatherman and whether he's real or not, and when they leave, they never come back. So this guy is alone in this town, or not alone, but he's in this town that he grew up in, and everyone is leaving but him. And it was very much like a metaphor for what I felt at this point. It's like, I'm still here in Santa Maria.
Yeah.
At one point I say something about the canyon where I was made.
Yeah.
If I can't escape the canyon where I was made.
Right.
And it was very much about this idea that everyone's going to leave and I'm just going to be stuck here. Everyone's going to the big city. Everyone's starting families. They're starting jobs. And I'm just here living at home in 24. I have a lyric about that.
Yeah.
It was a whole concept album about what I was feeling channeled through this story of like this village of this place where they're all leaving to find the weatherman. So the halfway point of the album is Cool But Never Dry. Saccharine is like the love interest, and she finally leaves at that point to go find the weatherman. And he spirals, and he finds this woman, a prostitute is what I imagine, to kind of just like get his mind off of her.
Right.
I named her Maggie because it was short for Mary Magdalene. So like, she's like, the biblical horror of the story that he sets out, and he can't get his mind off of Saccharine, so he kind of settles into, I just need to accept this.
Oh, wow. See, I never knew all this. This is really cool.
Yeah. So,
That's awesome.
It made sense to me as a story, but I thought nobody needs to follow it like word for word. They don't need to know exactly what I'm picturing.
Right.
And but I had fun with the listening party where I printed up these chapbooks that I went to Kinko's and spent a lot of time making. I don't know if you got one.
I did. Yeah.
With the cover, and it had all the lyrics printed, and then Allie drew a picture for each song. So like for one she drew like a clock, and for one she drew like a windmill and the weather radio, and it was just kind of cutesy and fun. And then on the last page I had like a Q&A where it's like, I'm going to answer your questions about the weatherman, and it's just like the question would be like, the weatherman is a very complex lyrical blah 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 blah, blah and this and this and this, and then the answer would be yes. And
so it's supposed to be funny.
It was funny to me.
Okay,
I don't know that it was funny to anybody else, but it was a fun experience to be like, when you come listen to this album, it's going to be like a sort of a memorable experience, hopefully, for people.
Right.
And like I said, I didn't expect the audience to sit down and then come away like, oh, I get it. He went to find Saccharine.
Right.
It's just like,
what a moving story.
Yeah, like musically, did you enjoy it?
Right.
And it's very much like Brian Wilson with Pet Sounds, or like Smile, which he was going to do after Pet Sounds and scrapped.
Right.
There's a story, but there's not a story. It's just musically, there's all these movements, and you have these. He has like Heroes and Villains, or songs about like the American Indians and stuff like that. And it was like, he never really finished it though. So I was kind of tapping into that vibe of just like, what if he had finished it, and what if it was this more modern?
Yeah, it sounds like to me like that one would also make a cool movie or a play or something.
Maybe.
You've got this like little town where these people are like keep disappearing because they're going to find. But I mean, again, how would you end that? There's got to be some resolution that you don't talk about in the album, like where they do find the weatherman, or is he like the Wizard of Oz? He's like this other person who was in the town before, and he left the town, and he became the weatherman, and like, who knows,
This is another album that ends on a non-conclusion, where like the lyric that it ends on is, "What could I learn from you, Saccharine?" Like.
Right.
What could I learn from you, Saccharine? What could I learn from you, Saccharine?
you don't get the answer. You don't know where she went. You don't know if she's ever coming back. You don't know if the weatherman is real or not. What you
Right.
do know is that like he's here alone and he's trying to learn from this.
Right.
And that was very intentional. Again, I like to end on a you don't get the answer.
Right.
Remember Lost, like the way that
Oh,
Lost
yeah.
ended,
Yeah.
where people were like, "What about the polar bears?"
Right.
It's like you don't get all the answer. And Allie and I were also very into Lost at this time, so there's
Yeah.
definitely that vibe of like maybe
Right.
they're trapped on an island, or what is Northern Blue? Like where
Right,
is this
right.
at? So it was like, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know what the point is.
Yeah, I always have to tell people when I talk about Lost that you're the only person that I know.
That like the ending.
Well, yeah, that liked the ending, and you're also one of a handful of people that I know that even understood the ending.
Oh yeah.
I mean, almost everybody's like, "Oh, and they were dead the whole time."
Right.
No, they weren't.
Yeah.
You don't
he
get it.
says that specifically.
Yes.
You know, everything that happened.
Right. I almost think it's because people were they were looking for that
Right.
ending.
Yeah.
So when the ending happened the way it did, they're like, "Oh, see, I knew it all along."
Right.
No, you didn't know it all along.
Right.
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
So-
I was Allie watched Lost when it aired with her parents.
Okay.
And we didn't watch network shows. Like we were like my family never sat down and it's like we got to watch the new episode of anything.
Right.
Except Intervention. That was like the one where like yes, we got to gather around and see the new one.
That's awesome.
We weren't really into scripted like primetime shows.
Right.
So when Allie heard that I had never seen it, she's like, "Oh, you got to see Lost."
Yeah.
So we started at the beginning and we watched it together.
Uh-huh.
And it was a journey. You know, when we got
Oh,
to the
yeah.
end, it was like she loved the way that it ended, and when
Yeah.
we got, we cried, and it was
Oh,
just
yeah.
like I love the score of Lost.
Oh,
like
it's awesome.
I listened to the soundtrack.
It's one of my
all the
favorite
time.
shows of all time.
Yeah.
I mean, and when people rag on it, it kind of bothers me a little
Yeah.
bit because I'm like, you just don't get it. Like, so what if every little question you had wasn't answered? You're
Right.
missing the point. So what?
Yeah.
Find a show where every single thing is answered. You can do that
Right.
with a sitcom.
Yeah.
You'd be like, well, how come they never told us why she was wearing blue jeans in that episode and later on she was
Yeah.
changed?
Remember
What
he referenced
happened?
this thing? They never went back to
Yeah,
that.
it's like,
yeah, they don't. That's
they
not
don't
how life
have
works.
to. Yes, exactly. And I cannot imagine being a writer on that show.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, how do you
Right.
keep that going? I mean,
Yeah.
somebody came up with the pilot, and they're like, "Okay, there's a plane that crashes, and there's some weird stuff going to happen on the island." And they went so many directions with it.
Yeah,
I
the
mean, how
time
do you even-
travel and
yes,
the smoke
yeah, and the
monster.
hatch, and and then Jacob comes in, and it's like, "Oh, it's a guy, and he's living here, and he's
Yeah.
controlling things." And yeah, it's crazy. But,
Yeah, I think that tinted this album for me. That when I picture the Weatherman and I picture where this takes place, it was very much from a place of having just watched all 6 seasons of Lost
Okay.
while I was writing it.
that's awesome.
But yeah, no direct references or anything, but it's like,
So
yeah, this
the-
story is definitely colored by that.
So, like, the town of Northern Blue is kind of like the town in Lost, like where Dharma was, and
Yeah.
like it looked like a real town,
Yeah.
but it was out in the middle of a jungle
Yeah,
somewhere.
I think that's
you know?
what I pictured.
Okay.
And yeah, here I'll play you this. This is maybe a good time for this.
Yeah.
So I'm not planning to put this out for a while, but you're not planning to put this episode out for a while either.
I'm not.
right? So Wes and I, my friend Weston Scott, have started doing this project, which I've been wanting to do all year. And I had explained it to him this way: is that I just took a 5.5 year break from putting out music.
Yeah.
I haven't put out an album since 2018, but I've been writing all along. But I really, from this, what I've been doing with my life for the last few years, if I'm going to get back into music, I honestly don't even remember how to play a lot of my songs. Like when I pick up a guitar, it's like which of my songs do I even remember off the top of my head? And it's like I only know my new album because that's what I've been playing for the last 5 years.
Right.
So I told him it's been a struggle to try to just like pick up a guitar and go, how did I play Lucille's House? That was just on my last album and I already don't know what chords I'm playing.
Right.
So I told him I have this idea. What if we do like a podcast? And it's not, we're not going to put it out publicly. It's not going to be like this is my new project I'm working on. We could do it like a subscription only model where it's like, hey, if you're really curious, you can subscribe for a few bucks a month. And we're going to relearn all of my songs one at a time. And so we put together this wheel and we spin the wheel and it randomly selects a song from my past albums.
Wow.
It's got every song I've ever released on there.
Crazy.
And whatever it selects, I have a few days to relearn how I played it and then re-record a brand new version of the song, whether it's like trying to be as close to the original as possible or maybe take it in a new direction, try it like a different style or whatever. And then the next episode will be us playing the original version of the song, talking like you and I are now about how did you write this, what were you thinking when you made it, talk for 15-20 minutes, and at the end play you a brand new version of the song.
Okay.
And then spin the wheel again to see what next episode is.
Oh, that's fun.
So Wes and I are 3 episodes in now.
Nice.
So
But you're not going to release them?
We're going to release them all at once. So like once
okay.
we're done, then we're going to start putting them out 1 week at a time or every few days. Because I want to do subscription only to limit like who actually checks it out. Because I feel like if I put it out and I announce it and say, hey, this is my new thing,
Right.
people are going to be so disappointed. It's like, you're making a podcast about your music now? That's not what we want. So
Well,
it's
only
like,
because
okay.
you're coming off of your own backyard, right? Yeah.
So my thought is, if it's only people who are willing to pay like $3 a month, it will severely limit it down to people who really want to know what I'm
Right.
up to, regardless of what it is.
Right.
So, and there's a very small audience for my music at this point, and I know that.
Right.
So it's like, let's limit it to just that, and let's not try to please anybody. Let's just, we're going to
Yeah.
relearn my songs one at a time so that I can finally tour and like play some shows again. But
Right.
first I got to relearn those songs. So we spun the wheel. We got the first song. I won't tell you what it was. Then we spun the wheel. We got the second song. The second song was Maggie, I Went to Sleep.
Okay.
So I was like, man, I haven't played this song in 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
So I don't remember how I played it anymore. Let's give it a shot. And
It's gotta be so weird for you.
so you know that song, and it
Oh, yeah.
opens with that boom, boo doo 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 boo
Yeah.
doo, which we talked about is a very Beatles type of riff.
Totally.
It sounds a little like Day Tripper.
Yep.
And I told him when I wrote that song, that was not my intention at all. It was just when I recorded it and I played it that way, it's like, oh, that does sound really Beatle-y, but it didn't in my head like the way I wrote it. So I said when I re-recorded it, I tried to do it a little closer to what I heard in my head, and so I did this reimagined version. So I'll just play a few seconds.
Yeah.
This is the reimagined 2023 version of Maggie,
Okay.
I Went to Sleep.
All right.
You took me and I went to pieces, Maggie. You've been a friend, I've been a fit of tears and gagging. And I resolved to take the bitter. But I remember something sweeter in broken streaming.
Nice.
So anyway, that'll
So
be
is that where normally the da-das come in right there, but you're doing it instrumentally?
that's
oh,
later
later.
on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Totally different,
Yeah,
but the same.
right. So we're
Really
calling
cool.
it the Chris Lambert Anthology. We're just going to go back and relearn all my songs and discuss them and try to figure out how I played them in the first place, and then see if I
Dude.
could reimagine them.
And are you literally going to do every single song?
Well, we'll see how far we get. Like, that's the goal. But we'll see. We're 3 songs in now. It's been going pretty well. It's taking me a lot less time to relearn them than I thought. Because if I sit down and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing, I'll just give up. But when we have the goal in mind of people are paying monthly to hear the
Right,
next one,
right.
it can't take too long. It puts the pressure on me that you better have this episode done in the next 3 days. Or
Yeah.
else. So
Yeah.
we've already got 3 songs done. And it's been moving along pretty well.
That's
So
cool,
if
man.
we get enough, what I'm thinking is at least like maybe 10 songs would be like season 1,
Okay.
and then put out like the album, like the Chris Lambert Anthology Volume 1 is these
Right.
10 tracks. And it's cool because so far we've gotten a different album each spin.
Yeah.
So it's like to go from this album to this album to this album and have them all re-recorded today in a different
Yeah.
style is really neat to listen to back
Yeah.
to back. It's like,
I'm
oh,
excited, man.
that's the
This
way
is
it
really
flows.
cool. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
So it's like, yeah, rediscovering how I used to play music and then introducing a new audience, because I know there will be some people who come from your own backyard that are like, oh, you make music? What's it like?
Yeah.
Well, this is a perfect place for you to step on board because we're literally going to talk about
Right.
my music that I've left behind.
Yeah.
The music I came out with 10 or 15
Yeah.
years ago.
Or even they would be like, oh, you know that guy that did Your Own Backyard? Well, he just started becoming a musician.
Right.
And he started writing songs.
He's writing a
now.
lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of songs.
That's so
Yeah.
cool, man.
So yeah, that's
that's
how we're
really
going to spend the
cool.
next few months is just...
Dang. Are you guys like doing one a day?
We're doing like one every 3 days so far.
Okay.
So yeah, we're 3
Man,
songs
that's
in.
going to
We've been
take
doing it for a
years
couple
to get
weeks.
through all those, dude.
Maybe.
If you do all of them, I mean, if you do every song, like from
Yeah.
every album, and I don't know if you're including like the EPs and that stuff too.
A few of them, not
Okay.
many.
All right.
Mostly the full-length albums that I've put out.
Okay. Let's get Loneliest
then-
Man in Manhattan on.
That is on there.
All right.
Because I have never tried that one again. I'm
Okay.
gonna do it completely differently now.
Nice. Nice.
And yeah, like Deal, New Jersey, we talked
Yeah.
about. It's like, yeah, that never really came out, but people remember it for me playing it live.
Sure.
And Captain Tug-a-Lug.
Yeah.
Those ones. It's like, yeah, that'd be fun to
Classic,
reimagine
yeah.
a new version. And so,
It'd be funny to take one of those songs that was meant to be a joke.
yeah.
And like reimagine it like so serious.
Yeah.
Even though like the lyrics are still funny, but you're just singing it in such a way that you're so passionate. Like, oh, this is such a serious thing to my heart and soul. You know, just like
So that'll be a fun way to spend the next.
yeah,
few
that's
months.
cool, man.
Yeah.
All right, so what do we got? 1, 2. All right, we got 4 albums to get through, man. Can we do it?
Yeah.
All right, let's hit it. So Silver Jubilee is next.
Yep.
I'm caught up in the motions of the world around me, from the bottoms of the oceans to the top of every tree. I'm surrounded by the memories of the places I've been, but I'm stopping for a moment and I'm taking it in. I see a row of searchlights and a banner overhead that I thought up in a dream once and remembered what it said. It said, "Welcome to Chris Lambert's Silver Jubilee. Have a drink, relax, enjoy the company. It's 25 years since I came to life. Welcome to Chris Lambert's Silver Jubilee."
I remember talking to you about this one before. You never really planned to release this one, right?
Yeah.
Or you, okay.
Right.
Which is interesting because, again, this is the thing with songs I like to sing in your open mouth. A lot of my favorite songs are on here.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I love this one. I mean, it's great.
So this was directly born out of that stress I was telling you about with finishing The Weatherman. It's like, I kind of hate this project at this point. I just don't want to do this anymore. It's just it's not meeting my expectations, and most of the time I'm just stressed out about where it's
Yeah.
going.
Yeah.
I started writing like fun songs on the side because it was like,
Right.
I don't want to spend too much time thinking about how it's recorded.
Yeah.
And in my head, I was thinking like Beatles' White Album.
Okay.
You know how there's just a collection of songs on that?
Yeah.
It's like Bungalow Bill. And
Right.
It's like, what is this
Some are
album about?
funny, some are
Blackbird
serious,
and stuff.
yeah.
And you're like, what is that? It's just a mishmash
Uh-huh.
of whatever. And they had a lot of characters they would create, like Rocky Raccoon or
Uh-huh.
something.
Yep.
And there's a whole story. And I thought, I'm just going to start writing songs like that. So The Weatherman is this very complex like story, but on the side to cool off, I'm just going to write these other songs. So
Okay.
I never planned to put it out.
Okay.
But it was another case like Phoebe going into Krakatoa, where by the time The Weatherman came out, I was like, I think I'm just going to take this collection of songs and try to put it out like on my birthday. Like
Okay.
just, my birthday's in 6 months, 8
Right.
months or whatever it was.
Right. Your 25th birthday, right?
Yeah, 25th
That's why
birthday.
the Silver Jubilee.
And it was like, let's have the whole theme of it be you're celebrating Chris Lambert's 25th birthday, my Silver Jubilee. And yeah.
Which is pretty funny, that song. We're just like, welcome to Chris Lambert's Silver Jubilee. So funny.
And yeah, so the whole like the concept of that album is like you just walked into my birthday party, my
Right.
25th birthday party,
Right.
and here's what it's like.
Yeah.
And I brought back a lot of things that are like quintessentially Chris Lambert to me.
Right.
When I think of like my whole life arc of like what are things that you've always been so into?
Yeah.
It's always sharks, Titanic.
Yeah.
Like these are like my childhood interests and
Right,
stuff.
right.
So it's like, yeah, each song will just be a different little aspect of my life in some way.
Yeah.
And I don't want to overthink it, and I don't want the sound quality to be something I have to put
Yeah.
too much thought into.
Right.
Yeah. The intro of the album, it's just, those cellos and violins.
Mm-hmm.
That is literally an outtake from The Weatherman. That was the orchestral version of Changing, Move or Die.
Oh,
So
okay.
that like the song Changing was going to start with like a whole like do
Yeah.
ba-do do ba-do do before I start singing.
Okay.
And I didn't use it, but when I listened back to it, I thought, man, it sounds like a real string section playing.
Right.
It's just me,
Right.
But it sounds like it. And I thought, no, what if that's like when the doors open and
Yeah.
you walk in
Right.
and this like sort of welcoming theme. So
That's really cool.
Yeah, there's scraps here
Yeah.
and there of stuff that got left over, and
Okay.
then
Yeah, some of them are like, we got the life and times of Steven Sarsaparilla, which is
Yep.
funny. I like the lyrics to that one
Yep.
a lot.
Steven Sarsaparilla, breath of French vanilla, commanding his flotilla on the open sea. To the old country, Steven Sarsaparilla sells his Spanish villa, reads the life and times of the lucky guy. Steven Sarsaparilla flies to South Brazilla with his wife and his distiller on the friendly skies, completely undisguised. Steven Sarsaparilla hiding in Manila.
And then there's Bumblebee, which the lyrics are awesome in that one.
Honey, listen, I can hear that pollen, it is calling me. Stop your hissing, I've got to get that nectar for the colony. So just behave and wax the hive, and I'll be back at comb by 5, albeit stumbly. Honey, listen, I can hear that pollen, it is calling me. Stop your hissing, I've got to get that nectar for the colony. Since you're not much of a singer, shake your thorax and your stinger and come dance with me. Buzz, 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 buzz.
And I have a video somewhere. I don't remember if I sent it to you or not when it happened. But Addie and Asher, when they were little, was that, what year was this? 2013? So that was 10 years ago. So that would make Addie, Addie would have been like 6. So Addie would have been like 6, Asher was like 4. Mm-hmm. And they liked that song because of the buzz, buzz, and we would sing it and they would laugh. And I turned around with the phone one time while we were driving in the car, and they're both singing the song.
Yeah.
And I have it somewhere, and I'll try to find it and send it to you. But it's awesome. But yeah, the lyrics of that one are just genius.
Yeah.
I mean, everything's I don't even know what you
A
call
bee
that.
pun?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Right. Yeah. Like what's it? Oh, I can't even remember them now. See, I should have wrote these down.
Just behave, behave,
Yeah.
and wax the hive,
Right.
and I'll be back at comb by 5.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, stuff
There's a lot
like
of
that. Yeah.
Shake your thorax and your stomach.
Yes. It's just such a. I mean, it's somewhat of a silly song, but
Yeah.
it's awesome at the same
Yeah.
time.
And that was I just thought, if the Beatles were going to do a song about a bee,
yes,
in that White Album
Yes.
style, how would this sound?
exactly.
And probably
Exactly.
came up with the idea and probably had it finished the next day.
Right.
Just just for fun.
Right. And you already mentioned a second ago. You literally just named my 2 favorite songs on the album.
Huh.
When you said Sharks and the Titanic.
Okay.
So
yeah.
Perfect Machines.
Yep.
Max and Minerva in a musty apartment watching Shark Week. Minerva leans over, snags a handful of Cheetos from Max's lap. Max just looks up, says if I were a great white I would eat you. Minerva just smiles, says if you were one I'd be one too. And we'd swim and eat and make little sharks. We'd be like perfect machines. And I know the ocean is scary and dark. When I'm with you, nothing's as bad as it seems. Max and Minerva in a Bayside aquarium gift shop. Minerva jumps out in a rubber mask, barking like a walrus. Max jumps and swears, says if I were a thresher I would cut you.
I love that song. It's very simple,
Yep.
funny, but it's got a quality about it that's kind of nostalgic, I guess, for some reason, even though I don't necessarily relate to that, but
Okay.
it's got a neat kind of. There's the lyric where you said jumps out in a rubber mask, barking like a walrus or whatever.
Yeah.
I laugh every time I hear that.
It's very evocative and like specific. It's like nothing that ever happened, but I like painted a nice little scene there. But that line directly came from the movie Jaws, which is one of my mom's favorite movies. We watched Jaws so much growing up, and she still loves that movie.
Classic.
And there's a scene in it where Richard Dreyfuss, who's like the shark expert, is trying to explain to the mayor, like, you don't understand. This thing is a perfect eating machine. All it does is swim and eat and make little sharks. And I took that's the chorus of the song.
Right.
Let's swim and eat and make little sharks would be like perfect machines.
Yeah.
It was like the fantasy of like me and my girlfriend, like, what if we became sharks? Wouldn't that be so cute? Swim around and... That's one of Randall, who owned the recording studio in Lompoc that I've done a lot of stuff with and later worked for.
Right.
He thinks that's my best song.
Okay.
And I don't know why. I don't know what it was, but when I wrote that song, I was recording Warp and Woof with him already.
Okay.
The next album that was come out.
Yep.
And I put Silver Jubilee out, and I thought, he's going to hate this. He's going to, it's so silly and lighthearted, and it's recorded at home. And when he heard it, he said, that shark song that you have is like the best song you've ever written.
Interesting.
And I said, really? And he's brought it up.
Yeah.
Recently, just like he calls it Max and Minerva, because that's the name of the couple.
Right.
And he's like, what's that Max and Minerva song you have? That's the best song. He like played it for other people. He'd like drive around and put it on, like, listen to this song.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Isn't that interesting how certain songs will connect with people and you don't even know why?
Yeah.
It's like, I don't understand why,
Yeah.
You're probably thinking, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's not I don't think it's my best work, but
some of my like the songs that connect to other people instead of like the ones that are important to me are the ones that came together the quickest.
Okay.
Like ones like that. I wrote Perfect Machines while I was washing dishes. Like I came up with the idea, and as I was washing dishes, I was writing the lyrics in my head. Max and Minerva, I don't even
Bayside
remember what the
Aquarium gift
There
shop.
you go, yeah. And I wrote it all, and then I went out to the studio after, and it's like, I got a song.
Yeah.
And wrote and recorded it quick. There's banjo in there. There's, I don't even remember what else. And then the bridge is the Jaws thing. Bono.
Yes.
Bono,
That's
Bono,
right. Yep.
Bono.
Yep.
Yeah.
So cool.
Yep.
And then, I'm going to jump to the Captain Danner's Ill-Fated Luxury Liner, and then I'm going to come back to a few of these other songs. But that's my other favorite.
Okay.
It's so moving.
Yeah.
The lyrics.
No one comes down here no more. It's rusty and it's cold. And the scrape of sliding deck chairs sounds like screaming from the hole. The finest china falls and turns to even finer dust. And the bulkhead doors, the watertight, go careening as they're crushed. Calling women and children, take yourselves into the ocean where you'll float till it's light. No one thought she could sink until now, on a calm and placid night. But she's going down by the bow, iron black against the sky, as her stern begins to rise and fall. No one comes down here no more. It's loud and it is wet.
Calling women and children and take yourselves into the ocean while your men lose their fight.
Yeah.
Heavy, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, it hits you. It's like, oh my gosh, it puts you there,
Yeah.
To imagine to be making those decisions. Like, okay, we only have a certain amount of lifeboats. Who's going, who's not,
Right.
And then, and of course, I remember back to the DiCaprio movie where you got that dirt ball, the guy that she was going to marry, right. He's like, oh, I'm going to get in this one. And he's like, just showing
Grabs
his
a random
character.
kid.
Yeah. It's like, which is, of course, is the point. You're supposed to justify her leaving him because he's a scumbag, you
Right.
know? But yeah, so, and I know we've talked before, and you do have a what's the word I'm looking for? A fascination with, or it's one of your things is the Titanic. I know the JFK
lifelong.
assassination, and
Yep.
there's the Titanic that you're really into. So
Titanic came along like really young,
Mm-hmm.
and like right around the time my mom started working at the library. Sometimes, there'd be days where my dad was at work and she was working.
Yeah.
So she'd have to take us to the children's room and just be like, stay in here all day and please don't cause any trouble. Like, just be quiet. And so Corey and I would grab like a book and we'd sit. Do you remember at the old library, they had these 2 chairs in the children's room that faced an aquarium with fish in it?
yes.
That's where I would sit all day. I mean, we would spend from the time she came to work till the time she was off sitting in that chair reading Mad Magazine.
Nice.
And books. And so I would always go to the shipwreck section, was like my Dewey Decimal, like that we're going to go right to the shipwreck section.
Okay.
And I always had this fascination with, like, you turn the page and there's a picture of a ship underwater and, like, give me goosebumps.
Yeah.
Like, so creepy.
Yeah.
But the Titanic was, like, the ultimate. They've got pictures of it under the ocean.
Yeah.
It's covered in rust now. And it's so far down. It's like a mile under the ocean. And,
Right.
and the tragedy, how big it was and how many people died on it and stuff. And when I was, I don't know, 10 or 11 maybe, my mom took me down to the Medieval Times that they have down in LA.
Yeah.
And after we finished Medieval Times, we drove to Long Beach
To the
and
Queen
saw
Mary.
the Queen Mary.
Nice.
But it was closed. So like
Okay.
they during the day that's like a tourist attraction, but at night it's just docked.
Right.
So we just parked in the parking lot and we were the only people in the whole thing, and we just walk right up to the side of it. And have you been to it?
I haven't.
It's so
You can stay the
big.
night there now. Then,
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
hotel.
Yeah.
And so we've been back several times now,
Okay.
but this was my first time seeing it in person, and it was like the utter shock of how big this ship is and how creepy it is at night, and like imagining being in the middle of the Atlantic
Yeah.
and this thing is vertical. It's like it just so I was obsessed with Titanic, and when they announced that they were making a Titanic movie, I was just like, oh, that's like my favorite thing in the world.
And were you disappointed?
No, I liked it.
Okay.
I liked it. I think I was probably 8 or 9 when it came
Okay.
out, and I remember my mom covering our eyes during the
Yeah.
nude scene.
Yeah.
It was a little awkward, but we watched it. I mean, once it came out, we watched it a lot. And
Yeah.
I have a very like vivid memory of. We would go to church with my grandma sometimes.
Uh-huh.
She went to Catholic church every Sunday.
Right.
And Corey and I like trading off. Like this week I'm gonna go with her. Next week you're gonna go with her, and we'd
Right.
spend the night at her house the night before. And I remember, so I was probably 8 years old or something. I remember taking a bath and just talking my grandma's ear off about Titanic stuff.
Okay.
It's just like, oh yeah, and then there were exactly this many survivors, and when it went down, like they didn't have enough lifeboats, and so they had these people that, and just telling her all these statistics and facts. And when she dropped me off the next day, she said, he told me everything about the Titanic. And she kind of made sure she didn't think I was looking, and she's like, he's a little obsessed. Like, yep.
Love it.
Yeah. So yeah, lifelong obsession.
Okay.
And something I was like, can I write a song about what it's like, the experience of being on a ship as it's going down?
Right.
And
Right. And then the song Nearer is connected, right?
that's the last song that the band played as the Titanic was going
It's like
down.
a hymn, right? It's
Yeah,
like a
Nearer
okay.
My God to Thee.
Gotcha. Okay, I was trying to figure it out because I know I've heard it. Like I think we've even sang it in church before, but I was like, "What is that
Yeah.
one?" You know,
in
'cause
the
with-
Titanic movie, there's this beautiful string version of
Yeah.
it they're playing as they're showing everybody,
Yeah.
dying and stuff. And
they go down while they're playing it, and they say,
Yeah.
"One last one, guys." And
yeah,
yeah.
that's my favorite scene in that movie. Is
Yeah.
I probably cried the first time I
Yeah.
saw it, where
Yeah.
they play the final song and they're like, well, that's it. And they all start to make their separate ways. And the
Right.
one violinist stays and just starts playing.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah.
rest of them are like what are we going to do? I mean, there's nowhere for us to go.
Yeah.
So they just come back together and start
Might as
playing
well play till we're dead. Yeah, it's just it's
heartbreaking.
Awesome. Yeah, it's really emotional.
So yeah, we went to. So the goal was to get this album out by my 25th birthday. March comes around and it's like, I really have to scramble now to make sure this thing's going
Right.
to come out on time.
Right.
And Allie and me and her parents went down to the Queen Mary.
Okay.
I think maybe 2 weeks before my birthday, and so this was a last minute like. I have it now. Like we went. It was the first time I'd gone inside and under the ship. Like you can go to the bowels of the ship where
Right.
like the steam room was and stuff, and
Yeah.
it still smells. And there's this one section where you look down in the water and you can see one of the propellers like underwater, and it's so creepy. And so I kind of took that inspiration and went back and wrote this song very quickly before the album came out. And I remember the first time I played it. So. This was around the time where when I would finish an album, I would finally sit my mom and Dale down together, and it's
Right.
like, I'm going to press play, and we're going to listen to the whole album, and when it's done, you have any questions, we'll talk about it, and that's it. It's like your first experience, I want it to be all together.
Right.
So we played this album on my birthday, played it for her, for my mom, Dale, and Allie.
Okay.
And when the last song ended, Dale was crying.
Nice.
And he said, I don't understand why it was so happy and then it ends so sad. It's just like, why? And then the last time he listened to it, he sent me an email and he said, I will probably never listen to the last two songs ever again.
Yeah.
And he said, it breaks my heart so badly that I can't listen anymore. Wow, that's upsetting.
Yeah.
So-
see, I would have been like mission accomplished.
Yeah.
If it was me,
right.
if I wrote that, I was like, that's what I was going for.
Yeah, never listen again.
Yeah, well, not never listen again, but I want you to have that emotional effect on you because, look, this is an emotional thing that happened. This is real deal. Like,
Right.
this actually happened, you know?
Right.
So you don't want people to walk away from a song like that smiling and laughing and
that's
thinking
fun.
it was
Yeah.
great. You know, it's like you write a song about the Holocaust and everybody thinks it's hilarious. It's like, no, you missed the point.
Right.
You're supposed to be sobbing when this is over, you know?
And that was cool also to find a way through sound effects to make it sound like you're on the ship as it's sinking.
Yes.
So like metal crunching. Like I think I took aluminum foil and like a bowl of water and recorded it and then slowed it down. And you can hear the horn from the Queen Mary. I took a recording of it and put it in there as it's going down. And so yeah, there's a lot of like trying to recreate the sounds of like what did it sound like when the ship actually sunk.
Yeah, well, because there's a sound in there that sounds like it's when it hits the iceberg, right?
Yeah.
It's like a...
like metal tearing.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then I just got to ask, the Son of Sword and Gun, were you attempting to write a Tom Petty sounding song?
And I am tall from very young. A man is where his ashes fall. And when I storm a foreign beach, I come back a hero for my service. When I turn the other cheek, no one pins my medal on. My arms can bend a bow of bronze. I am the son of sword and gun, a brother of the bond. You train my hands for battle, but you preach to me in song.
Because every time I hear that one, I'm like, this sounds like a Tom Petty song.
No, didn't cross my
Okay.
mind. In fact, when I think of that song, for whatever reason, my first thought was REM.
Interesting.
Something like REM.
Okay.
But that was the first song I ever wrote that I took direct Bible quotes from.
Okay.
So the Son of Sword and Gun was supposed to be like biblical, and like there
Okay.
were a lot of lyrics I took directly from. I couldn't even tell you which books now, but mine's like beat your spears to pruning shears and throw the yoke around your neck and stuff. It was like, this is and then the idea that we're just blowing each other up. You know, we're fighting and killing each other, and what are we doing
For what?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, so then we get into Warp and Woof.
Yep.
But before that, you did War of Wendigo. So give me a brief tell that story again, because that's pretty funny.
Okay, that was an April Fool's joke.
Right.
So we were recording Warp and Woof for like a full year.
Yeah.
And I was just it was the first time I started an Instagram. So we would post studio updates, and all I was telling people about it was #WW. I didn't announce what the name of the album was or what the music sounded like. I didn't post clips and stuff. You had like a clip of the drummer recording and a clip of me playing a bass, but you hadn't heard the songs put together. So on April 1st, I announced that the album I've been working on all this time is a death metal concept album about I don't even remember what I said. It was about like a ship of souls sinking into Hades or something. And the WW stands for the War of Wendigo. So I just spent one day in the studio recording a literal death metal song with me screaming.
Yeah.
And I put it out and nobody thought it was a joke.
Right.
It was just like, everybody was like, cool.
They're all excited.
Like,
oh, man.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't
What
get
a
an
different
overwhelming
direction.
response, but it was like, people were like, cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. It's supposed to be funny. It ends with dubstep. So I did like a whoop, whoop, like when dubstep was big at that point. There's like a dubstep breakdown at the end. But yeah, I'm screaming. And the lyrics make no sense. Some of the time, I don't even think I'm singing real words. It's like...
But it sounds decent. That's the funny
Yeah.
thing. Like, I could hear that as, I know you were joking.
Yeah.
But it's like, that could be like an actual song.
Yeah, I know there are people who like that kind of music, but
Yeah.
I'm not one of them.
Yeah, yeah.
So it was just funny to me. It was a joke. So it's a one-off.
Yeah.
That song is...
Yeah.
It's a real song, but...
And then you released Warp and Woof, and everybody hated you because it sounded nothing like the War of Wendigo.
Right, that's what they were waiting for.
So Warp and Woof, this is one of my favorites, and I think you know why, because it's 90s is my favorite.
Yeah.
This album sounds very 90s. It reminds me a lot of the early 90s kind of grunge kind of bands.
Yeah.
Maybe not quite as heavy as like Alice in Chains or something, but it definitely had a sound there that I really, really like. And I remember Paperback Gatsby was like the first single you released from it, which is Aiden's favorite song that you've ever done.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't mind the neon lights, the service signs, the gloomy weather. I don't mind the microscopic size of existential life. It makes me feel better. I'm alright. The traffic signs reflecting my headlights, the imitation leather of my seats in the rain-slick streets, and all the things I keep to make me feel better. A paperback Gatsby, a gas station magazine, a paper cup of coffee. I wish I made my own caffeine. I don't like the billboard stars, the other.
He really connected with that song.
Okay.
He loves that song. He's talked about covering it for years. I don't think he's ever actually
Whoa.
done it yet, but yeah, he really, really loves that one. So yeah, just kind of tell me about this album and your making of it.
So this was, after I did The Weatherman, and I was like, I need to stop putting these limitations on myself of what can I play live and what can I do just acoustic. So I'd done the Beach Boys thing, which was something I always wanted to do. And after that was done, I was like, what else have I always wanted to do musically that I feel like I've sort of robbed myself of the opportunity? And I thought, I really want to make a really solid rock album that's like,
Yeah.
sounds like the Blue Album by Weezer or something that you put on, and just start to finish, every song is like, it's just like solid rock.
Yep.
And I was getting into, I was listening to a lot of like late 90s, like mid 90s Midwest music that came out. You remember the bands like Sunny Day Real Estate?
See, that's a band that a lot of people have recommended to me.
Yeah.
I have yet to listen to.
If you like this style, I think you'd
Okay.
like them. And then like American Football,
Never even heard of that band.
Captain Jazz,
No.
Mineral.
Nope.
So these are all like Midwest. I think now you would call them emo.
Okay.
But at the time that was not a, I told Allie, I said, emo is a bad word now, but
Right.
before it was a
right,
before it was a bad
It's usually,
word.
that band went emo.
Right,
And
yeah.
it's like a
That's because my generation, like emo was like My Chemical Romance, or like
Right.
these bands that wear makeup and stuff.
Right.
But in the mid '90s, emo was this genre that sort of it came out in the aftermath of grunge, around like Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness
Oh,
and stuff.
yeah.
You had like half of the album was really
Yes.
heavy and dark, and the other half was like
Yeah.
beautiful and like acoustic.
That's
and
such a great
that
album.
was like sort of some of those. And Sunny Day Real Estate was one of the big bands that came out of that sound. And
to check them out. Yeah.
so so I was like, I'm really into this stylistically, and I was listening to a lot of Coast to Coast AM, that radio show that's about, it was like a late night
No.
radio show where you would call in and talk about UFO sightings and Bigfoot and any sort of like paranormal thing, and it would play in the middle of the night, so when you listened it was really creepy. You're like up at 2 a.m. and it's like, call in and tell me about a time you saw a ghost. I want to hear all your ghost stories. And then people would call in with these terrifying stories.
I think I've heard that.
I'm sure you have.
Because there was one where I'll never forget, this lady was, I thought you must have been on drugs, but she was talking about she saw the floor open up and these little demons were
Yeah.
walking around and stuff.
Yep.
And they were really small and they were like crawling around her house. I'm like, dude, you need help. Like, that's just like.
There was one, I used to, like, I'd burn them to CDs and we'd listen to them on road trips. And I
Okay.
played one for Allie about this guy who saw a Bigfoot, like, on a baseball diamond. He was, like, driving down the street and there was this, like, abandoned baseball field and he just saw a Bigfoot. And she said, I still get chills when I think about that. Like, the way he told it made it so creepy. But there were, like, like, it was, like, this guy, Bob Lazar, who came out and said that he worked at Area 51 secretly and, like, was reverse engineering flying saucers. And he would be on there. So the summer of 2013... my mom got me a bike, and I hadn't had a bike for since I was a little kid.
Okay.
And I think my mom got a bike for her boyfriend, and she was like, would you ride a bike if I got you one?
Right.
I mean, yeah, I definitely would. So she got me a bike, and I spent that whole summer riding it to like coffee shops, and I would listen to Coast in my headphones and go get a coffee and then drive back and then write a song. And so it was I was taking in a lot of like UFO and paranormal stuff and Kennedy assassination and all the things I've always been into.
Yeah.
And trying to channel it into like a mid '90s rock album.
Okay.
So then
that's kind of the concept here is the.
Yeah, not necessarily. There's no storyline, but
Okay.
it was. Yeah, I think the vibe of it was supposed to sound like something you would listen to in a tour van in 1996 or something.
Okay.
And I was watching a lot of X-Files too, so like that vibe was in there. It's like let's do that mid 90s like paranormal thing. But what ended up coming out a lot in the lyrics was a lot of going back to that tour that Allie and I did in 2010 when we're driving, through the desert, we're parking outside of Area 51 and stuff and thinking back on that. And so a lot of the lyrics are referencing like being on the road with Allie for the first time.
Okay. Really cool, man.
And when I talk about Alaska, we had an inside joke when we were driving up to Portland and we are just having like the time of our life. It's the first time we'd ever like left the state as adults. It's like we just drove out of the state by ourselves and we're like, what if we just kept driving all the way to Alaska, just keep driving north. And so that came out in the lyrics. And
Did you do that?
No.
Oh, okay.
But, no, just like a fantasy of like, what if we just never
right.
came back? And so just fantasizing about like getting out and freedom and stuff. And so a lot of these lyrics are about being on the road with her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. West of the Rockies, my favorite.
Really?
Just in case you care.
Okay.
I'm coming at this. I've got an address and I don't even care if it's right. Into the blackness, alright in fragments by the glow of the Texaco lights. No, I don't mind it. I never minded till
They're all your favorites are always a surprise to me.
Yeah, and I kind of like that, I
Yeah.
guess. But yeah, I don't know what it is about that one specifically. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I love the sound of the whole album. I like the lyrics, even when I don't understand specifically. But I mean, they're kind of haunting in a sense. Some of the lyrics. But yeah, I like that one.
Yeah.
Grays.
Yep.
It has a lot of really interesting lyrics.
Yep.
This is not the light I choose to lift up clear into the sky. This is not the light reticulum, but clearly it's a sign. If the space out there is bare, whatever brought them here, with the grace to save us all. Well, I know what I saw, but if I have to shut my mouth, then that's alright.
I know what I saw, but if I have to shut my mouth, then that's all right.
Yep.
So like, what was that like? It was like a
It's like
conspiracy guy or something?
like about
or?
seeing a UFO and then
Seeing a UFO.
yeah, I think it's half about like seeing a UFO and then you got to keep your mouth shut because the
Right.
government's gonna come after you.
Yeah.
And the other half is like you're driving your girlfriend absolutely insane by talking about it. It's like if I have to shut my mouth, that's all right.
Okay.
But I know what I saw. I know what I saw is a phrase that a lot of people who saw UFOs
Yeah.
and then have been told, oh, it was nothing, it was just this, or it's like no, I know what I saw.
Right.
And like
Right.
I brought that lyric in because it was
Okay.
like. I also, I told you.
Yeah,
on
I was
this
going to say,
podcast
you talked about how you
UFOs, so-
actually had a sighting
Yeah.
yourself. Okay.
And grays are the classic, like, gray alien, or like the ones with the big black eyes that people draw and stuff. They all have the same vision.
Right.
They call them the grays.
The Grays, yeah. And then Tonopah.
Yep.
We left perdition on a quest for greater truth. We never found it, but you got some cool tattoos. In two directions we set out with no supplies. But you swear it's just for kicks, I'm always so uptight. 'Cause this is the crater that was left by Trinity. And this is the plaza where they blew up Kennedy. And if you shut your mouth, if you try to listen, if you plot it out, if you pay attention, you can draw the lines, you can see the fiction, you can hear the hum of the big connection. But I don't wanna push if you don't wanna see. Then who could blame you now? Jesus, have a look at me.
The lyric in there, this is the crater that was left by Trinity,
Yeah.
and this was the plaza where they blew up Kennedy.
Yeah.
What's going on there?
Trinity is the when they did the first explosion of the atomic bomb with Oppenheimer out in the New Mexico desert, and it left this big, just massive explosion. It was like just unleashed hell on earth.
And that's
for
the
first
crater
time.
that's there.
Yeah, and it's a tourist attraction now. You can like drive by and see it, and so it's like driving through the Midwest. The Southwest, driving through the Great American Southwest. You drive through New Mexico, you see that. You drive through Dallas, and you see Dealey Plaza, where Kennedy was killed. And yeah, just referencing basically different things we're seeing and how like what a buzzkill it is to be like in a car with a guy that's like, this is where they blew this up, and this is where they assassinated the president, and your girlfriend's just like, dude, like This is not romantic. It's
Way to
not
put a
fun.
damper on the date, you know?
Because those are the things I like to go do. You know, when we
Right.
drove to Louisiana, I made her stop in Dealey Plaza, and it's like, this is right here. This is where the headshot came from. And
Wow.
she humors me, but it's probably a bummer. And so I played this song on tour, and I noticed that if I would just play it, it was okay. But if I would tell the story first, like, this song is about a road trip I took with my girlfriend and realizing partway through, like, what a bummer I am to travel with.
Right.
And then I start playing it, then every lyric, they're like, oh, like they
okay.
connect to the story.
Nice.
So I thought that's a good setup, is to know what I'm talking about.
Right. And then the album ends at the end of that song with the haunting phone ringing.
Yep.
Which is cool.
And it starts with that. So if you play it on it's a perfect loop from start to finish.
Okay.
It begins and ends with the Mojave phone booth. Do you know about this?
Only because you guys went there.
Well,
Right?
it's not there anymore. So
Okay.
we probably talked
Or you
about
tried
it,
to,
but it's
or did
not.
you?
I always
okay.
wanted to.
Well, because you guys, not that long ago, I think, you, Dale, and your mom and Allie went on a trip. Maybe I'm getting this wrong. I thought your mom was telling me about this, and you guys went and stayed somewhere over there.
We stayed in Lone Pine, so it was
Okay.
like way north.
Okay.
But yeah, we went to the Mojave Desert, basically.
Were you attempting to go see that,
Nope.
or did you? Okay.
Because it's gone. They pulled it
Okay.
out. So like it was there in the 90s, and it was like the first like in-person like meme. It was like a thing that took off online
Right.
because they realized there's a phone booth in the middle of nowhere in the
Right.
desert.
Right.
So people started going out to it and just sitting by it all day. So when it would ring, you'd pick it up and be like, hello. And it's like, hi, I'm calling from Japan. And it's like, oh, that's so cool. And they keep a log of where everybody called from.
How
And
would
it was
anybody get the number?
it was on the internet. So like the early internet, like in the
okay.
mid 90s, when people would be on message boards and stuff and servers, and they would just talk about, hey, call the Mojave phone booth. And then like,
Yeah.
I'm going to go out there, and you'd pick up the phone and you never knew who was going to
Yeah.
be calling it and stuff, because it became viral.
Yeah.
It was like a viral sensation, and it drew so much attention that they finally just pulled it
Yeah.
out, because they're like, there's too many people camping out
Right,
here.
right.
And so it's gone now. But somebody told me when I was recording that album, somebody told me the story of it, and I never heard it before.
Okay.
And then I just started thinking, that is such a cool.
Yeah.
It's the vibe I'm trying to reach on this album. It was like,
Right.
remember the mid 90s and like weird stuff like that. It's like
Yeah.
a phone booth in the middle of the desert becomes
Yeah.
like a tourist attraction
Well,
because it's so eerie.
In the movies, when you see something like that, somebody goes up to it and they look around, make sure nobody's looking, and
Yeah.
they put a certain code, and the whole thing's an elevator that goes down
Yeah.
into like a secret lab where they're testing alien carcasses and
Yeah.
stuff. And yeah, that's really cool, man.
But so there's videos on these old websites where people would go and just sit there all day.
Mm-hmm.
So I took one of the videos of the phone ringing and I put it's at the very end of the album, and then it carries through into the very first track again. So if you play it
Okay.
on loop, the phone never stops ringing, and then it just picks up the
That's
start
really
of the album
cool.
again. Yeah.
That's awesome.
And in the liner notes of the album, I have the phone number for the Mojave phone booth.
Oh, really?
Even though it's gone now.
Okay.
I had the phone
What
number
happens
in
when you
there.
call it? Just like a
So now it's like a chat line.
Okay.
So like you can call it, and if anybody else is on, you can talk to each other.
Like a party
But-
line.
Yeah, but every time I've called, it's empty. So I don't think it took off the way they were hoping it
We'll
would.
have to both call at the same time and we can talk to each other.
Right. And when the album came out, I think I called it a few times to be like, is anybody who's buying the album actually trying this number?
Yeah.
I don't think most people even noticed it because it's
I
handwritten
didn't.
on one of the maps.
Okay.
And then, yeah.
I wouldn't even known what it was
Yeah.
if I had seen it, you
Yeah.
know? Yeah, that's awesome. And then before we get to the Blue Hour, you told me that there's Mexico, which was unreleased.
Yep.
So that's a whole album you were working
Yeah,
on? Or how
Mexico
come-
was going to be the second Warp and Woof album.
Is
So
it the
was
same
gonna-
sound?
Yeah, but like more advanced. I thought like it was like the evolution of that sound.
What happened?
A lot of things.
I kiss you on the corner of your dirty mouth, my dear. You take us up so high that I can take us down from here. Our bodies in the water and it's twisting far to here. I'll take us up so high and then I'll take us down from here. Fall away from me. I won't cry for you tonight. Fall away from me.
So like I probably had 7 or 8 songs like ready to be recorded. They were, and I liked the direction it was moving. It was more intricate, and there was just a lot more to it and stuff. And at the same time that I was wrapping it up, Randall, who I recorded the whole first Warp and Woof album with, lost the lease on his studio. So they were like, you have to move out by the end of the month. And we're like, oh no. So it's like, well, this is definitely not an album I can record at home. And we got to get a drummer. And the drummer we were playing with was like, we had some weirdness with the whole way that those recording sessions went down. And it's like, I don't know what we're going to do. So we just scrapped it. And I thought, well, maybe I'll take those songs and that'll be my next album. And then I ended up moving out of my mom's house at that point. Right. So then I didn't have a studio. He didn't have a studio. And it was like, man, well, that's, that will never come out now. So
is that the way you view it? It's just it's like Smile, the greatest album that never was, or what?
I don't think it was all that great. It was definitely not Smile, but Dale has them. Dale has the demos I recorded of them, and he thinks they're some of the best songs. And it's like, I wish you would finish this, but I just have no interest in revisiting old stuff. And like those melodies, maybe they'll come out later on if I run out of ideas. But it was a time and place, and it was supposed to be the follow up. It's like, and I had these big ambitions for Warp and Woof. I thought, we're going to record the album, and I play all the bass, all the guitars, and do all the vocals except for a few background vocals. And then we had a session drummer come in. But my thought was, when this album comes out, we're going to play live as a band. So it's like, Randall's going to be the bassist and the backup vocalist, and this
is that why they're in the album?
Yeah, like, so Allie took pictures of us as a band. It was like, we're going to tour this when we're done. And by the time it came out, just nobody was really talking anymore. So it was like, oh, I don't think they're into this. They're not really... so we had some issues there. So it's like, well, we never played a show as Warp and Woof. So then with Mexico, it was like, well, I know in my head what this fictional band would sound like a couple years later when their next album came out. So I'll just start writing that. So in my head, it was like, this is the next step of this band. But the band was not real to begin with.
Oh, that bums me out, man. Especially because I like Warp and Woof so much. But all right, so then we get to the Blue Hour, which is... very emotional, lyrically, very like I think you even said it was at that time the most personal album you'd ever written. Because you really go at some specifics in your personal life. So I mean, what made you decide to do that, to be more open about your life and your family and things happening with you?
A few things. For one, that when he lost the lease on the studio and I lost the place I was living, and then I moved into an apartment, so it's like, well, I can never record here, can't record in an upstairs apartment next to an airport, sharing walls with your neighbors and stuff. So I thought, well, that's probably the end of making music for me, Wow. And so then Randall ended up getting a new building and decided that instead of a recording studio, he was going to turn it into like a music shop where they do lessons. But he still had all his recording equipment and stuff. So it's like, well, we can still book sessions with people. And so he asked me if I would be the engineer for it. So I was like, oh, sure. Because he's like, I burnt out on recording. I never want to record ever again. And I was like, okay. So I took over the recording sessions. And we'd have, like, sometimes a metal band would book. And they'd be like, we want to come in at 9 p.m. So he'd call me and be like, can you be in Lompoc by 9 tonight? I'd have to drive, 35 minutes up the grade to get to Lompoc. And then sometimes you're in the studio till like 2 or 3 in the morning. And then I got to drive down the grade at night, come home and go to sleep. And it was like, this sucks. I don't want to do this. But I didn't have a job. I mean, he offered me a job there. So it's like, this is the only way to make money. The only way we can afford this apartment and stuff. So anyway, my biggest regret was, if that was the end of my music making, that's the last album I put out, what a bummer that I ended on this rock album that's so different from, it's not very me, it is, but it's just not where I wanted my music to go. And also it was so like shrouded in metaphor and references to UFOs and stuff. It's like, what a bummer that I wrapped up my music career on such a not important album. I guess that's how I saw it. It's like, this album wasn't important and it didn't do what I wanted to do. I really wish I had been more open. I really wish I had said some things that felt like they needed to be said. And so we'd moved into the apartment, and I started, I was about to turn 27. And I've heard that 27 is a pivotal year for a lot of people.
I've heard that too.
The 27 Club, a lot of people die at 27. And for whatever reason, 27 for a lot of people ends up being their first year of like where they feel like a real adult for the first time. You know,
Yeah.
Because at 18 years old, I certainly didn't feel like a grown up.
Right.
And so at 27, it was like I started thinking a lot about my parents and growing up and things that I hadn't thought about for years, and what was it like to be a kid, and
Right.
what was important to me, and what do I remember when I look back on my life. And I started thinking it'd be really interesting to make a podcast. I was listening to a lot of This American Life at the time on NPR.
Yeah.
Where it's like every week they put out a documentary, and it's just audio, and it's usually some overarching theme of this episode is going to be about this. And I'd listened to a lot of them that were like people's personal memoirs, or like trying to revisit something from their childhood and piece it together. And I thought that would be so interesting for me,
Yeah.
is to try to put together like a radio documentary about like all these unanswered questions in my life. Like, when did this happen? And like, where did this person come from? And
Right.
why don't I remember this, and stuff like that. And I worked on that for a good half of 2015, and then it culminated with Allie and I driving to Louisiana to see my dad for the first time, and I hadn't seen my dad in 7 years.
Dang.
And we didn't talk at all. Like he used to call on like Christmas, and then he stopped
Right.
calling then, and we just
Yeah.
had no relationship. And I had a lot of questions for him, and
Sure.
things I wanted to know about his upbringing and stuff, and my upbringing. And so we drove back to Louisiana, and I recorded the whole trip. So like we recorded audio diaries in the car, like we're
Okay.
on our way to this, we're doing this. And then when we got there, I recorded interviews with my family members, and the plan was to do a documentary. And when we got back, I started writing songs instead.
Okay.
And it was like, you know what? I'm back to making music, and it's finally like the kind of stuff I wish that I was able to write about before,
Okay.
where it's just like, how do I feel about the fact that I haven't talked to my dad in 7 years?
Yeah.
And like, am I mad at him? Or
Yeah.
and in being 27 now, I kind of look back and it's like, he was 27 when I was born. And like, I don't have a kid yet, and like I
Right.
can't imagine being a dad right now. And
Right.
you know, and when he and my mom split up, and it's like, how did that feel? And like, how did that feel for her, and what went into it? And so I just started channeling a lot of my unprocessed thoughts, and I thought, I'm going to make an album where I'm just trying to talk about a lot of things that feel unresolved in my life, whether it's just like, why, well, you know, big questions I had.
Sure.
One of them was that my best friend Trevor, he's been my best friend since we were like 12 years old, and at this point I'm 27, and I thought, I've never tried to write a song about Trevor. Isn't
Right.
that weird?
Right.
Like, why don't I try that? Like, it's just hard. So it was like every song was supposed to be like, here's something I feel like I should have done a long time ago that I didn't know how to do before. I'm just becoming an adult.
Yeah.
Like, that's how I felt.
Right.
So it's again, there's no story to the album, but it's
No.
every song is about something that just sort of felt unresolved or unspoken
Right.
in my upbringing. In my
And was
life.
that like therapeutic for you?
Very
Okay.
very, and it felt so necessary.
Right.
And the issue that I had was, you know, some of the things that I said were personal and private, and
Right.
it's just like with Phoebe, you know, when I put
Yeah.
out Phoebe, and I said part of the hard part is I'm going to write these things about us, and I hope you're comfortable with the fact that
Yes.
everyone is going to hear it.
Right. Well, that's what I was going to ask you, is the reason why you didn't write an album like The Blue Hour years prior to that, because of that, because you were concerned, like, well, I can't write a song about these issues I had with my family members.
Well,
I
it
mean,
wasn't something I was actively thinking about back then. It was
Okay.
definitely a process of like, you know, questioning my life and like who I am and like where I came from and stuff. And everything up to traveling back to Louisiana to meet my dad for the first time in a long time. And
Yeah.
all these questions I had about that was when it opened. Like, it wasn't like for years I'd been like, I want to say these things, but I can't.
Right.
It was like, no, this wasn't my focus prior to this. I wanted to write an album about UFOs. I wanted to
Right.
write an album about, you know, the weatherman and stuff.
Sure.
But now at this point in my life, it feels far more important to reflect. And I've never done a reflections album. I've never done an
Yeah.
album where it's like, who am I? And like,
Right.
who are you? And like, how did I get here and stuff? And also just
Yeah.
accepting that your parents are not perfect people.
Right.
That like up to a certain point, you think like your parents are these, you know, flawless people.
yeah.
And then you look back and you're like, yeah, I'm not really thrilled with like the way that
Right.
this happened.
Right.
But also like, everybody has that. Everybody,
Sure.
even people who had a perfect childhood, there's trauma and there's
Right.
things that it's just like, yeah, I really
Yeah.
don't like this. You know, my mom and I are very close, and we talk about stuff a lot, and I would ask her a lot about her parents' divorce and like what she felt and what it was like growing up with her parents in 2 separate houses and stuff.
Right.
And then it was like, I've never really told my story. Like, I've never really shared, I don't have anybody to share these things
Right.
with. And so songwriting has always been my outlet. So like, how do I write songs about this stuff? How do I make it sound good?
Yeah.
You know, I don't want it to just be annoying and like, oh, this guy's just like pouring out
Right.
this like diary. I want
Right.
it to be like
What a
every
whiner.
song is, every song is catchy, hopefully, and stuff.
Right.
So yeah, it was
Yeah.
like, can I make an album about my past? And
Right.
that was the whole thing.
Right.
Is like, let's just talk about my past and where
Yeah.
I came from.
And that's why I think it's one of the most emotional albums
Yeah.
that I've ever heard of yours, because it's so raw and so real and so not cryptic. You know, I mean, it could very well be you are writing about these things before, but nobody really knows you're writing
Right.
about that. I mean, you're
Yeah.
specifically saying my mom, my dad,
Right.
You know, and it's not as as a fictional character that you've written. It's like, this is you,
Right.
So I mean, obviously, the question to ask there is like, what did your mom and dad think of, like, let's say, Cool Hand, where you mentioned them both in the first song on the album?
I don't know.
Okay.
My dad told us all he'd quit smoking. And proceeded to hide it for 15 years. It imprinted on me more than any death in my family. 'Cause it taught me how to avoid life's traps by learning from the ensnared.
My dad and I have never talked about it because
Has he heard it? Do you even know if
I
he's
don't
heard
know.
it? Okay.
I don't know, because even when I lived with my dad and was making music in my bedroom, my dad never said like, "Hey, what are you working on?" My dad never asked like, "What's your music sound like?"
Okay.
You know, we never sat down and listened the way that my mom and I did.
That baffles my mind.
Yeah.
I cannot even imagine one of my kids, and this isn't a shot at your dad, I'm just saying me as a dad, I cannot fathom that.
Yeah.
If my kids, I mean, as you know, 2 of my kids are very musical. They're writing stuff all the time. They're showing, I mean, I'm all excited about it. I'm showing it to everybody. Hey, look what they did. It's really exciting to me,
Yeah.
you know, so I can't even imagine
I think
that.
it's a personality thing.
Maybe, yeah.
My dad just isn't interested in that kind
Okay.
of stuff. And so once he moved back to Louisiana in 2008, every album I put out after that, I would mail like 10 copies in an envelope, and I have no idea what happened to them. It's like, here, pass these out to family members. I don't know if he did. I don't know if
Never
he
get
listened
any
to them.
feedback from any of your family over there.
Well, I do have some aunts and uncles that would
Okay.
tell me, like, "Oh, I really like this." Or,
Oh, good.
Now, especially with like social media, they're able to check in real time. But
Yeah.
back then, it's just like, "Here's an envelope. Hope it makes its way out there." But my dad and I definitely have never talked about,
Right.
"Oh yeah, I really like that song you wrote." So I don't know what he thinks. But particularly on this album, I think my dad got it the hardest. I said like,
Yeah.
there's quite a few songs where I touch on my dad, and I wasn't like taking jabs at people. I wasn't trying to hurt people's feelings. It was
Right.
just like, here's how I feel about
Yeah.
this situation. And that's the only perspective I know on it.
Right.
Like, I know how this made me feel. And so I felt, it opens with the line about the fact that my dad told us that he quit smoking, but he was just doing it in secret for years.
Yeah.
And to this day, he hides it, but he still smokes. And that was devastating as a child
Sure.
to find out that he had been keeping it a secret and stuff. And
Right.
so it was just like, I'm sure he doesn't want the world to know that, but this is where we come back to this idea that like my audience is very, very, very small. That's the freedom in it, is like, there's not a whole, there's not people beating down the door for my next album. So it's not like when this came out that everybody was thinking, oh my gosh, what is this song about? It's a very small audience.
Sure.
And so I'm sure that they would have preferred that I did it privately, but my take on it at the time and still is, if I had not said what I said and said it publicly, I think I would be stuck back there.
Right.
I don't think I ever would have moved on,
Sure.
moved past it.
Yeah, 'cause it was healing for you.
Yeah, and it could have been maybe it could have been a private conversation, but I felt like we had private conversations. And like I said, I wasn't trying to put anybody on blast, as they say. It was just here's how I express myself.
Right.
I write songs.
Yeah.
And like,
Yeah.
and nobody has ever asked me, like nobody has ever come up to me and said, did your mom or dad really do that? Nobody cares. Like
Right.
the average person isn't paying close attention to my lyrics, and they're not really, they don't care.
Yeah.
And I've written so many albums in the past that it's like, yeah, this is about this is about that. And people don't sit down like you are now and question
Right.
what does this line mean? So the majority of people don't know anything
Yeah.
about what actually went on and stuff.
Well, what's funny is when I first listened to Dipso, because again, I didn't hardly know you at that time, but I knew your mom pretty well from working with her. So when I'm listening to this, I don't know it's like a fictional story
Yeah.
about something. I'm like, wait a minute.
I was 12 when she drank
I
herself
was like,
in
wait,
the
his
grave.
mom was. Well, that's the moment I realized it wasn't your mom. But even the song before that, it's kind of talking. I'm like, is he always talking about? Then I feel like, no, she drank herself into the grave. I mean, she's dead.
Yeah.
And I know your mom's not dead. So, yeah, it's just. I mean, I listened to this one and I'm like, especially that. Like, I mean, the first song, "Cool Hand," is very pointed. Yeah. And I guess I put myself. Again, I can see both sides. I can see the need for the therapeutic healing that you need to do. But then again, at the same time, if I'm your mom or your dad, I'm like, ooh, that one kind of hurts a little bit, you know?
Yeah. And that, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that was very much the takeaway. But like from my perspective, it's like, this is what I do. I write songs, and every year my perspective changes and my goals change, and what do I want to say on this one, and what do I want to get done. And at that point in my life, it was very much about, I'm moving out on my own for the first time. I'm
Right.
becoming an adult, and this has put me in this reflective mood of, where did I come from and who am I? You know, there's a song about my grandpa dying.
Yeah.
That my whole life I'd never really thought about that.
That's the
you know?
Doña Ana one?
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
I'd spent years in a cloud of your high karate, for I found out there was video of your rotting body. Found your house underground and I walked the property. The family that lives there now wasn't home to talk to me. I felt sick looking at the brick. I drove away thinking of decay. Doña Ana, love thy neighbor, friends and family, drugs and favors.
I'd never really thought about that event, that my grandpa
Yeah.
moved to the middle of the desert and then he died, and he was so isolated that nobody even knew he was dead for a long time.
Yeah.
And then when they found out, everybody's devastated, and then there's just that kind of cast a pall over my family for years. When we talk about him, it's like, what was he hiding? Like, what was going on in his life? Why did he flee to the desert? Like, what
Yeah.
was that all about? So on that road trip to Louisiana, we stopped in New Mexico and found the house my grandpa died in.
Oh, crazy.
And like, I'd never seen it before. Like, since I was a toddler.
But there was other
And,
people living there at the
yeah,
time, right?
but they
Okay.
weren't home. And I wrote about that in the song. You know,
Right.
the family who lives there now wasn't home to talk to me.
Okay.
And so it was just about my experience, like trying to remember all this stuff that's like, how come I don't know the full story of this? How come I don't know what this is about?
Right.
Yeah. My history. That's the album of my history, and
Yeah.
good and bad.
Right.
And
Right. Yeah, and I don't think there's a song on there that doesn't hit me in the feelers. So I'm gonna have time to go through all of them, even though I want to. But that was the one you just mentioned. That Doña Ana song was really. You say things like, you know, I found out there was a video of your rotting body, and
Yeah.
I went to the house and the whole thing. And then you have the woodshed is special because of the video that we did with
Yeah.
that. I thought that was fun.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun.
It's been a year or two, I left it
See, Gregory, that one's about your friend who we've already talked about.
I remember everything. I've got a heavy memory, but I'm no good at this part. Where should I start? I've got a friend named Gregory. Please excuse the vagary. I don't know where to begin. How, what, or when. You see, he's one of the oldest friends I've got. We've been through almost everything, and even when I've been down, he's stuck around.
Which again, it's one of those songs that makes me feel nostalgic, even though I don't even know your friend. But it makes me feel nostalgic for my high school friends, my friends that I grew up with that I don't talk to anymore. Like we all have our separate lives. Most of them are living out of state. I have them on Facebook. I might send them a happy birthday here and there or whatever. But so it's really cool that you're still there. In the song "Empty Room," where you said, "It seems like fairly frequently I get my act together in coffee shops and mountaintops and songs about the weather."
Yeah.
Awesome.
It seems like fairly frequently I get my act together in coffee shops or mountaintops or songs about the weather. I can always heal myself in time. I'm an optimistic kind of guy. But you give me a foot,
right, making reference. It's one of those things to those other three songs where you're like, oh, maybe a lot of people don't even know. They'll hear this one, they're like, what's he even talking about, you know?
Yep.
But I'm like, I know what he's talking about. And then Cage, which is the song about Corey.
Yeah.
Which again I think is really cool.
I know it's hard to feel deaf and dumb. I was there with you, but I chose to never numb. And when we speak, I think I'm loud and clear, but I can hear my words come out your other ear. I'm finding any reason to engage. I only want to see if you're okay. I'm finding my allegiance is a cage I'm trapped inside. Do you remember when we dressed like twins? They had a contest and we beat the real twins. And no, I don't know what you're up against, but you were present once and I know the difference. I'm finding any reason to engage. I only want
Really emotional in a lot of ways, funny in some ways. You talk about, you know, being twins and winning even though you're not twins.
Yeah.
What did he think about that song? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think my mom asked him to listen to it.
Okay.
And then she asked him, what did you think? And he said, I liked it. And I don't know that he even knew that it was written about him. Our friend Caleb, who is one of our closest friends, I see him all the time. He just recently told me he always thought that song was about my dad. So it's like, yeah, it's not directly stated that I'm writing about my brother.
Okay.
And not, like most of this album, it's like I'm not directly stating what I'm talking about. So most people who have heard it have developed their own idea of what it's probably about or whether it's fictional and all that. But Yeah, for me, it was about, I've never written a song about my brother.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of, I'm confused about my brother. My brother and I are
Sure.
polar opposites, and we grew up in the same house.
Yeah.
We're only 14 months apart.
Yeah, same
So we
two
grew up-
parents. It's
yeah.
not like you're stepbrothers or
Right.
something.
And, like,
yeah.
why are we so different? And also, just I worry about you. Like, there's so many times I don't see you for most of the year,
Right.
and I don't know if you're okay. I don't know where you live. I don't know a lot about you, and so it's very
Yeah.
hard to sit down and like, how am I going to write a song about this? And then I didn't tell him I was going to write a song about him.
Yeah.
I didn't tell Trevor I was writing a song about him. He heard it for the first time when I played it at the album release show.
Oh, nice.
And it was just like nobody knew.
Did he know instantly it was about him?
I don't know.
Okay.
We never talked about it. I mean,
It's kind of because you say Gregory, which is
Yeah.
his
That's his
middle
first name.
Oh, that's his first
Trevor's
name.
his middle name.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
And then you invent the word vagary, which I think is
Yeah,
kind
I
of
like
cool.
that.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Please excuse the vagary.
Yeah. So the lyric in Cage, the song about Corey, that
Yeah.
and I mentioned this before, it's where you say, "I don't know what you're up against, but you were present once, and I know the difference."
Yeah.
That it destroys me every time I hear
Really?
it. Oh yeah, it's just
Yeah.
it's heavy. I mean, it's just. I don't really know why
Yeah.
it hits me like that, but I think maybe because I connect because there's people in my family that I feel that way about too.
Yeah.
And these people, they might not even know that I love and care about them because
Right.
I don't talk to them often or whatever, but I think about them all the time. And I think, things are different between us now.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean I don't still care, you
Right.
know? And I mean, so I think that's why it just kind of hits me that way.
Yeah.
I think partly because I know you and I know Corey, so it's kind of like
Yeah.
I make the connection there.
And funny enough, like most of the people in my life don't know Corey.
Right.
Like a lot of people I'm very close with didn't even know I had a brother until I told them.
Okay.
You know?
Interesting.
Because he's not around me much.
Right.
And even some of my closest friends, it's like, yeah, I've only seen Corey once or twice at
Yeah.
in the background at your shows, and he doesn't talk to us or anything. So
Right.
a lot of people don't know about Corey, but when you look back at old pictures and stuff, Corey and I were like identical twins with
Yeah.
different hair colors, and it was just
Right.
like, and we literally did enter a twin contest, and we
Okay.
won, and we beat real twins who
That's
were in the
so
same
funny.
contest.
Yeah.
When we were in elementary school.
Which is funny because I don't think you got. I mean, I can tell you're siblings. But I
As
don't
we
think
grew up,
you look that
as
much
we
alike.
grew up, we started to look more different. I think,
Okay.
but like as kids, we both had like
Yeah.
wavy hair, and his was dark and mine was light, but we looked similar.
Right.
We're always around the same height. One of
Okay.
us would shoot up, the other one would catch up, and
Yeah.
and through the years, like I always looked more like my mom, and Corey looks more like my dad, and then we sort of traded off as we grew up.
Okay, thank
Back
you.
and
Because
forth.
I remember I told you when I saw a picture. I think you must have posted it on Facebook or something. It was an early picture. You must
Yeah.
have been maybe 1 or 2 years old.
Yeah.
And your dad's holding you. And I think that was the first time I'd ever seen a picture of your dad. And it was a young picture of your dad because, like you said, he was like 27 when you were born.
Yep.
So he's probably 28, 29. And I remember looking at it going, "Oh my gosh, like that's Chris."
Yeah.
And then I've always thought Corey looked like your mom. I've
Wow,
always, since
that's
I
funny.
first met Corey, I thought, "Oh my gosh, that's totally her. That's yeah."
I think Corey looks like pictures of my mom when she was a kid.
Okay.
And I look like more like my mom now. I have my mom's nose.
Okay.
Corey has my dad's nose.
Gotcha.
Corey has my dad's coloring. I have my
Okay.
mom's coloring. It's like,
Yeah.
But as we've grown up, it's like now I look more like my dad. And he looks more like my mom.
Right.
Yeah. If you look at pictures of us as kids, it's like sometimes it's hard to tell us apart at certain ages.
Yeah.
But yeah, very hard subject material to approach.
Yeah.
Like how do I say what I'm trying to say and not be insulting, because it's
Yes.
like I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings.
Yes.
I'm trying to process my everything on this album is like this is from my perspective, me trying to process these things.
Right.
Not
Right.
judge you and not embarrass you.
Yeah.
But just like how do I feel about
Sure.
this? And I hadn't asked up to this point. It's like I hadn't really asked myself, how do I feel about this?
Right. And not even that you're angry at these people.
No.
It's just your way of venting. And
I think this was the most like sort of peaceful and pensive way to process and release these thoughts that I had.
Yeah.
Which is like, as opposed to me sitting in a room with a therapist and crying or screaming about these things, to just be like, how do I write like a soft, gentle song about this, this thought? Especially, the song Hold Me Back.
Yeah.
Which is about my dad, a lot about my dad.
I got a bicycle when I was 3, but I didn't know how to pedal it. The carpet was soft and the wheels were rough, and I found the stillness unsettling. You know it will go and you take it side, boy, easy fix. Life is a series of tests for your pride, boy, don't you quit. I won't let me hold me back. I make peace when no one asks for it.
Talking about the Christmas that they got me a bike, which we have on videotape. I've seen it before. And just watching back some of those old home movies and seeing so much of myself in my dad and in my mom at different ages, and then seeing myself as a toddler and thinking, I'm exactly the same person that I was when I was 3 years old. Just like I grew up and like I'm still just like that little kid, and I haven't thought about that little kid in a long time. I haven't, you know, it was a rough.
Yeah.
Writing that time period was rough. Writing these songs was amazing, and then putting them out was tough. But like the writing of this album was so important, and I don't think I might not have ever moved on or made another album had I not gone through that process first. Because it was, you know, had this idea to put out a documentary about my family and my upbringing and stuff. Scrap that in favor of doing this.
That's right.
And I'm so glad I did, because it's like, this is much more me. This is what I do.
Sure. Did you do with this album the same that you always do, where your mom and Dale didn't hear any of it until it was done, and then did you sit down with them and play it?
Yes.
Were you nervous about that?
No, because I prepped them. I read my mom a few of the lyrics, and she was like, "Whew, okay." But I think hearing it was a different experience for her.
Right.
Like, she knew it was coming, but when it was played out the way it was played out, I think it was very hard for her to process. And she said that this is not an album she revisits a lot.
Right. Because it's personal.
Right. But it's, I think, one of my best albums and maybe my most important album.
Yeah.
And so hopefully there's parts that are still listenable or whatever.
Sure.
I think specifically it bothered her that the one song about my friend was like a happy song, which I don't see it as. I think Gregory is a very sad song. It makes me very sad. Talking about, you know, our old high school hair and like, but we don't see each other anymore. And it ends with me saying like, when I'm put in the ground, I hope you're around. Like, it's about me dying and us being close. So to me, it's still a very sad. It's not sad. It's just like, it's very nostalgic and evocative. And this whole album is very nostalgic and evocative. And all the things I'm singing about are just personal things, but I think from her perspective it was like, it's so negative except when you're talking about your friend, but when you're talking about your family it's negative, and
which I understand, because the song Gregory is sad, but in a different way. It's not in a negative sense. You're not really saying anything negative, and I know you don't necessarily see what you're saying about your mom and dad as negative, or about Corey as negative, but it kind of is negative, not meaning, like you said, to hurt their feelings, but it's more than just saying, oh, my friend moved away and I miss him, right, or like I wish we were still hanging out all the time.
It's definitely shining a light on some of the darkest parts of my past. Like it's like reflecting on these darker parts, but you know, me not being around my childhood best friend anymore was also one of those. It's just this is tough for me to say, but like, I miss you, and I feel like we've grown apart, and we don't really know each other all that well. But I hope when I die that you're there. And
plus, you're saying he's married with kids now, right? And you're not,
right? I don't know what I'm doing with my life.
When you thought, I remember you and I talked before. You thought you would be there by now at this age,
and comparing myself to him, and it's like you're moving on, and you're moving away from me, but never too far away. You know, you're always 2 steps ahead, and it was tough. Like every song on this album is like this. Every single one of these has to accomplish something that feels like it's being like tying a bow on this thing. It's like, now I'm finally going to set this thing aside. Now I'm finally going to set this thing aside. Right. It was,
Okay, well, let's move on to The Constant Education of Christopher Lambert. 2018 that came out, and that was the last actual full-length album, right? Other than some of the other stuff, which we'll talk about in a minute. I already told him 1:30, so.
Okay.
But that is about as late as I can go. So let's try to get through. And I hate to rush through stuff. It bothers me big time. But so this one is similar, right? In vein, right? You're maybe not as pointed, but it's definitely personal to things you're dealing with and going through, right? Lyrically. So how would you describe the transition from Blue Hour into this album?
So the Blue Hour is about my past. Mm-hmm. Constant Education is about my present. Okay. So that's how I saw it. And when I started on Constant Education, I thought this is a sequel, basically. And it's, again, having left off at Warp and Woof and thinking that might be the last album I ever released. What a shame that I didn't really say some stuff. Yeah. Turned me. It turned a corner into a new era of my music that I see that I'm still in, which is that every song I write now is about what I'm actually feeling, not trying to cover it up and not trying to sing about somebody else's life or some imagined scenario. Every song I've written for the last however many years now has been about me. It's like I'm now writing what I actually think and feel. Right. So when I started on Constant Education, it took me a long time till I wrote the first song for that album. It was like 6 months passed between putting out the Blue Hour, and it's like I don't have a single song for whatever's next, and that bums me out. And maybe I'll never write another song again, and I don't know what I'm doing. And then I wrote Think.
It's happening again, I knew it would, but I still worry every time that it won't. It's coming back to me in pieces, and God, it's been so long. A polarizing year has come and passed, and now I wonder what will happen the next. But no, I've gotta keep it present to keep myself in check. I think I've got a lot to think about.
Was that the first song you wrote?
Yeah, and I wrote the line, I think I've got a lot to think about. Yeah. And that was the first, that's awesome. Like the mission statement for the album is like, well, now that I've, we've gone through my past, I've talked about my upbringing and stuff, now what do I talk about? And it's like, well, I think I've got a lot to think about. Right. And it's about moving forward, and it's very much about like where I was at in that moment. And also I was getting really, I was starting to meditate for the first time in my life, just sit there and like just not think, and starting to explore more of like, what do I feel and where do I want to go and what do I want to do? And so it's very much like the reaction to the Blue Hour. Okay. Like, Blue Hour was the therapy. Blue Hour was my past. This is the result of the therapy. This is where I'm at in my present. This is about trying to remain present, trying to be in the moment, trying to appreciate things and enjoy my life and just be here now.
Right. Which is another good song. And we talked about, I think, I had the first 3 songs, I believe, right? Because on Are We Okay, you did this album. Ooh, yeah. Remember where you had three of us come on and take 3 songs. There's 9 songs on the album. So I had these first 3, which I was happy about because I think they're my favorites. at least think and Be Here Now are two of my favorites on there. So then you have Lucille's House.
For a week, when I was 21, at Lucille's house, away from everyone, I named my kid. She had my jaw. I could have drawn her face, and I can't even draw. Thought I knew. 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 Thought I knew.
Is that an actual person?
Yeah.
Okay. Family member or?
Lucille was my ex-girlfriend's grandma.
Okay.
And she was somebody we'd go down and stay with a lot. So she died, and I had broken up with my girlfriend years before she died, and so I didn't know when she died and stuff. And I was reflecting a lot on that period and just thinking, wow, I really thought I knew what my future was going to look like when we were there. When I was visiting her, I thought I knew exactly where my life was heading, and that's not
Right.
where it headed at all. I thought I knew, and it was
Right.
so the concept of the song being like, you never really know anything until it happens.
Right.
Like you can't figure out the future. You just kind of
Right.
you think you know, but you don't know.
Well, because you talk about naming your child.
Yeah,
Or something
and like
in
how
that song.
I saw their face so vividly,
Yeah.
I could draw it, and I can't even draw. And yeah, like just thinking that you have everything figured out, and then be like, nope, that was wrong,
Yeah.
totally wrong.
Yeah.
but felt right at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you have any favorites on this album? Like I haven't even asked you that about any of these albums. I know that's a hard question to ask, and maybe that's why I haven't asked it. Because
honestly,
a lot of time.
I need to look at the track listing.
Okay.
I don't know. I think I like the way this album like goes from track to track to track. Like each track
Okay.
feels important. From the onset, my goal with this album was to be 9 songs. Like before I'd even written one, and it's like I want my next album to be 9 songs.
Which is shorter than any of your other ones, right?
Yeah, and shorter than most people's albums. But like I started thinking, there's a lot of albums I really like that are only 9 songs.
Mm-hmm.
Like off the top of my head now, I don't remember. I think Astral Weeks by Van Morrison is one.
Okay.
Where like they're considered a solid album, but then you go through the track list and you're like, only 9?
Yeah.
It feels like
Yeah.
10 should be the bare minimum for an album.
Right.
But with this one, it was like, I just want a solid 9 songs that just feels like there's not a leftover or a B-side or anything. It's just like, nope, it's these 9 songs.
Right.
So, it's hard to think about these songs individually because it feels like such a complete vision of an album.
Right.
I really like Wheeze.
Yeah.
When I wrote Wheeze, like I remember thinking like this is a cool melody and a cool idea for a song and where this is going to go. And
should listen to myself. I've got a lot of thought to offer, a blessing to my health, and notches on my belt to foster. I will because you won't. Consider who you know, and everyone's a fixer-upper. Consider where you go and how your life affects another. I wheeze because you smoked. Don't overanalyze, take your own advice. Just enjoy the now, not the why or how. Don't try to simplify, life isn't black and white.
some of the stuff I was saying in it.
I wheeze because you smoked.
Yeah. Right. Yep.
Which is awesome, which kind of goes back to the other one on whatever the first one on the last time we talked about.
Yeah.
What was the name of that
The
first
Blue
song?
Hour. Yeah.
Yeah, Cool Hand.
Yeah.
Because you're saying things like, taught me how to avoid life's traps by learning from the ensnared.
Yeah.
You know, it's just kind of that back to that concept of your mistakes is what's teaching me lessons.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. And like I had questioned that with the difference between my brother and I. It's like, how come like a lot of the mistakes that my parents made, which they, you know, are very open with us about, like my mom and her past, how come I avoided those things and he didn't?
Right.
Why is that? Why did he follow in their footsteps when they were so about like, you know, do as I say, not as I do?
Right.
And so it's like I avoided all those things, but he didn't. And I wonder why we're so different. I wonder why.
Well, that gets into that whole nature nurture thing, right?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I know people that are older than me that to this day have never had a drop of alcohol because their parents were alcoholics, right? Then I have other friends who are alcoholics because their parents were alcoholics.
Yeah.
So it's just like, how does that work?
You watch
know?
the show Intervention, where
Yeah.
it's like all these drug addicts' lives, and
Right.
a lot of the common theme is either their parents were on drugs, so they followed in their footsteps,
Yeah.
but sometimes they have a sibling in the show who's part of the intervention, and it's like, why is that sibling not on drugs?
Right.
I don't get it. Like, some people
Right.
process things differently, and
Yeah.
yeah.
That's really interesting.
But yeah, there's a lot on constant education that I think, like I said, is the direct result of what I learned in the years preceding it.
Okay.
This is also the first time that it took me 2 years to put an album out. So,
Okay.
you know, when I finished Warp and Woof in 2014, it wasn't until 2016 that I put out The Blue Hour, and it wasn't until 2018 that I put out Constant Education, and that's where I started taking my time on. I'm going to write the songs, I'm going to play them on acoustic guitar, but I'm not going to sit down and start recording them until the whole album is ready to record.
Okay.
Whereas prior to this, I had my own home studio, so the moment I'd have an idea, I just go out and start recording it. Yeah, it was the first time I started taking my time on like, well, the whole album's not done, so I'm not going to record any of it yet.
Right.
And I think that's a better way
Okay.
to do it. But that's, you know, the album I'm working on now is much the same way.
That's what I would say, going forward, are you going to kind of adopt that process? Do you think
I
with
think
all
so.
your
Yeah.
next albums coming out and stuff?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I wish I would have made some more, because I know there's so many lyrics on that's the album that I love, and I didn't really make a whole lot of notes. I think
Yeah.
because I was rushing, because I hate to rush, and that's what I was doing to myself. But then obviously you're working on something now
Yeah.
that you've been working on since pre Your Own Backyard,
Right.
Right. Has that changed at all? Are you still on the same mindset with that? Because I know if it was me, I'd probably have scrapped that and started something new.
Yeah.
But you're kind of just trucking along with it.
It's a good batch of songs, and
Okay.
it's the closing chapter of what I see as this trilogy. So it's
Okay.
like an album about my past, an album
this
about
is
my
the
present,
future.
an album about my future.
Okay.
And so when I was partway through Constant Education, I thought, well, if I dedicate myself to making this album the sequel to The Blue Hour, I'm setting myself up that my next album is going to have to be about the future.
Right.
And that's going to be tough to write about, because
Yeah.
so much of what I've learned about being in the moment and staying present is about avoiding that like anxiety and fear and trying to predict the future and like, oh no, what if I this, you know, what if I die this way? What if, just am I ever going to have kids? Like what, you know, what's the future going to hold? That's a tough subject to write about.
Right.
So it's like, well,
Right.
I'm going to do it. So I did
Yeah.
Constant Education. I immediately started writing for the next album. And
Okay.
so 2018, 2019, 2020, I was writing the songs for the follow-up album. And I had all of them written by 2020. And then we moved and we bought a house.
Right.
There's a recording studio in the backyard now that Allie's dad and I like set up together. He helped me like put a new roof on it and
Nice.
soundproof the walls and everything, and put all my recording equipment in there. And obviously by that point, Your Own Backyard was
Right.
international.
You decided
and,
to
like,
do another hobby and like start doing some podcast, you know.
Right.
It just wasn't going to go
But
anywhere.
that was it, you know, by the time we moved in, it was like Your Own Backyard was already huge.
Oh, okay.
So it was like, you know, by 2020, I think there had already been like the search warrants were served, and
Okay.
it's like, oh, this is going to be a big year.
So you had been doing that podcast and writing the new album at the same
Yep.
time.
Yeah.
Okay. But then
20
when Your Own Backyard took off with the trial and everything, you
Yep.
kind of had to shelve the album for a while.
Right, the recording of it. So
recording
like the
of it,
writing
okay.
of it had already taken place and was pretty much done by 2020. But then it's like, when am I going to have time to sit down and record this? So
Yeah.
when we started the trial, or we started the preliminary trial, which in most cases is a a couple hours or sometimes a couple days. Ours lasted 22 days, which is enormously and I was taking notes of every word that was said and then coming home and typing them every night. Yeah. And then they served me with a subpoena and they tried to, point the finger at me that this is, they set out to paint the defendant to look like a bad guy and stuff. And it was like, so I would come home from that and just wiped out, just exhausted. And so on the weekends, I'm like, I'm going to start recording this album. I just have to get my mind off this trial. Yeah. I'm so stressed out right now. And so fall of 2021, I started finally recording these songs and then, tried to have it done before the real trial started and got it like 85% of the way there. And then the trial started. So throughout the trial, I'd come home on weekends and sometimes I'd add a little part here and there or try to finish up one thing. And it's just been sitting in this state of like being almost done for over a year now. Yeah. And so it was like, as soon as, the trial's over, then I'm going to finish it. And the trial finished and it's like, well, I got to put out an episode about the finish. And then they delayed the sentencing for 6 months and it was like, well, I can't do anything until that. Then once the sentencing was over, everybody's like, hey, the gag order's lifted. Now you can interview us. Okay, well, that's going to be my whole summer. So then the whole summer was editing all those, and it was just like every step of the way has been, I can't wait to finish that album. And every time I talk to the Smart family, they're like, how's your album coming? Yeah. It's in exactly the same place it was before the trial started. It's like, thematically, it is the closing chapter of the trilogy of 3 albums about what I'm thinking and feeling and that are not metaphorical and they are not shrouded in confusing analogies and stuff. It's just like, nope, this is just me and who I am and what I think about the future and what comes next and all that.
So that's the future. In Christmas Carol, the spirit of the future was the scariest one.
Oh, yeah. Right.
So,
I wrote down, I have a list in my notebook it's like, okay, if I'm going to write about the present, what are words that are about the present, be here now and meditation and being in the moment and all that stuff. So it's like, okay, what are words that make you think of the future? Well, it's like death, marriage, children, and just like wrote down this list of words. It's like next time and all this stuff and all those ended up becoming songs. So it's just exploring every aspect of what comes next after this, from tomorrow up until I die and after and all that stuff.
And do you have any kind of projected time frame at this point?
No, because every time I predicted, I'm like way off. I would have thought it would have been out by last fall, and now we're in this fall and it's like it's still not even close. But like I said, there's so little left to do on it. Really, it's just down to recording vocals. And all the lyrics are mostly written, so I just have to make sure everything's ready to go. But then the big part for me is mixing it perfectly. It's like it's got to be mixed to where I'm proud of the job I did at home. And recording at home, I have a very high standard for myself. It's like it's got to sound really, really good. And this will be the first the first album I've recorded in my new home studio. I had the garage before, then I had the Radiant Radish, then I had certain Sparks and Lompoc that I did the last 2 at, and so this will be the first one done at home, so it's got to be good.
And then in between all that, just to mention briefly, these are all ones I've never heard yet, and I keep meaning to. You have the Zen albums, which are instrumental, kind of like new agey kind of music.
Meditation.
Are you going to do a Earth?
Yes.
Okay, so it's water, fire, and air so far.
I've been putting out one every 2 years. So I started in 2018 when I didn't put out I put out Constant Education, and then around Christmas I did the Water Zen tape. And then a year passed, and then I did the Fire Zen tape, and then a year passed, and then I did the air one. And I'm definitely planning to do an Earth one, but the concept behind those is just instrumental music that I'm making with like tape loops. I'm doing cassette tapes and doing little synthesizer things, and then trying to make full meditative experiences out of them. And the entire album has either water sounds or fire sounds or air sounds as like a background noise. I have wind blowing through the trees in the air one, and a crackling fire in my fireplace.
I want to check those out just because they sound cool.
They're definitely, and I knew making them, it's like these are not going to be like my next album. It's not like these fill the gap of that. And there's also not a big audience for this type of music, but I find them very meditative and therapeutic. When I like am stressed out or am trying to work on something, if I put one of these on in the background, I just like totally zone out. They just put me in a place of, and it's like, I wrote this and yet it feels like I didn't, and I'm listening to it and it's just like, oh, this is so relaxing.
Right.
And so I put each one out, and then I gave copies to my mom and Dale, like, here you guys go, but it's not music that we can talk a lot about.
Right.
So I just
How do you get those? Are they online or?
Yeah, they're on my Bandcamp.
On the Bandcamp, okay. Along with this one, that's the Your Own Backyard songs, or?
Yeah. So I did.
Is that like every song? I mean, because the only song I know there's music throughout the whole thing, but
Yeah.
obviously the theme song is awesome, and it's a big one.
People kept asking me, like, where do I get the theme song? Where can I download the theme song? So I thought, well, let me just put together all the songs I wrote for the first series.
Okay.
I had a theme for Kristen, and I have a theme for when the detectives come in, and I had a theme for this. So it's like, let me just put those all up as like a soundtrack album.
Yeah.
And then when I did the Trial series, I created a bunch of new cues for that. Just like, here's the theme for the prosecutor, here's the theme for the defense attorney, and here's the theme for this. So I put that out as People versus Flores soundtrack.
Okay.
So those are all up on my Bandcamp too, just because people kept asking about where do I get this. And also there were, not a lot of people who listened to Your Own Backyard even knew I was a musician prior to this. So at the end of every episode, when it says original music is by Chris Lambert, they were like, wait, what? This guy made the music too? So it's like, I'd really like you to hear that and not have it be buried in the background.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Yeah, I still got to get that one too. I mean, I've obviously heard all that because I've listened to the whole podcast, but to have just the songs is kind of cool. So
yeah.
All right, man, we made it somehow.
Wow.
Holy smokes! Well, thanks, man. Well, thanks for giving me your time, and
no problem.
we'll see if anybody's interested in listening to this one.
Yeah, we'll see if the album's out by the time this comes out.
I hope so. That would be. Thanks for listening to this episode. I really hope you enjoyed getting to know Chris the musician. If you want to let me know what you thought, please send me an email at whycan'twetalkaboutthat@proton.me. Thanks. And finally, as promised, here is a sneak peek into Chris's new album. He just sent this to me, and I haven't even listened to it yet. I thought we could all experience it together. So here we go. Drum roll, please. At long last, you have sat through like 9 hours waiting for this moment. I'm so excited. Okay, here it is. Let me know what you think. Dude, what the...